Too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No. I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that dude and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful. Beautiful to watch. We stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading the stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run?
I will vote.
I always said no. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border thing. It probably was the number one issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged. But that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent.
What's going on, everybody? Frankly, we're live and alive, and it's the inauguration. It's Jover. The Burger Reich is here. So I'm diving right into it.
Things happen like a lot of people in our country.
Monday,
be in our country right now.
20th of January, 2025. An incredibly important day that will be remembered in history.
Right from the beginning, we went to
the Trump inauguration is upon us, and I'm going right into it.
Trump went to number
I just left the dentist's office, and I'm here, and I'm ready to go.
Then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on a very nice person.
He's doing his tight five. We got the tight five president, folks.
Then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time.
I'm going to blast off as well.
No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten.
This is his inauguration speech.
And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried like hell in the butt. They tried to do it, and around 9:02 they gave up. Last time they did bad things, but this time they just said, yes. You know, I don't know if you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning.
Hasan, I went back to the incarcerated firefighters.
I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system.
Yeah, I know I missed most of the inauguration. I was getting drilled, okay?
So when you call,
I know he gave his inauguration speech already. We're gonna listen to all of that in a little bit, okay? Calm down. I'm just catching up to what's going on, all right? Give me a fucking break.
So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than we're going to win.
I literally left the dentist's office and I drove home.
The one man said, it was so much higher.
And
we
went live immediately. Stop complaining.
We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters,
friend of the show,
was fantastic.
Friend of the show mentioned.
Generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. Now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do
Blast
something.
off. We blasted off.
We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him? He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a First Lady who's been incredible. She's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. Those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to go. Right? Right? And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this, and said goodbye. And it's a custom, and the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost off her. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No, so we all appreciate it, because she's been a great First Lady, a beautiful and a great First Lady. And they love our First Lady. JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our First Lady, and they do, and they should. She's great. So I just want to thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody.
Bro, I like people being like, oh, I can't believe he's president. I can't believe he's yapping all this stuff. I'm going to be honest with you. It's just, this is it. This is, America sucks.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye.
Okay?
I gave you the A+.
America sucks.
Thank you.
I'm going to keep it $1.50. And as a nation that sucks, we're going to have a president that sucks. Okay? This is the most expected outcome. Democrats sold the country off and sold your rights away, signed your rights away. We're an embarrassing country. And I think that even Trump supporters are somewhat aware of the demise. 4 years of free content for you, you're so stupid, okay? I don't care about free content. I have long maintained the position that no matter what, I would much rather not have a fantastic, robust media career as long as we got to have Medicare for all. Okay? It's not about content. We have mass ICE raids incoming starting tomorrow. Probably starting today, if we're being real. I would rather have a boring country where American citizens' needs are solved instead of a content-filled 4 years where horrifying, cruel things are happening with regular frequency. Okay? So, having said that, this is the worst day to call you a content demon. You chose the dentist instead of a 300K plus stream. Exactly. I'm going to Japan soon. I had my another dentist thing that I had to do, and instead of live streaming the inauguration and sitting in front of 300,000 people, I did all of that. Having said that, there's still plenty of commentary to do, and there's still plenty of moments to cover from the inauguration, which I'm going to go into in a brief moment. Okay? Asmon has 70,000 real viewers. It's botted. Oh, they're botting Asmon now, like they were botting, like last time when they were botting Erob. Is that what it is? But regardless, it doesn't matter. I probably still would have gotten like at least 100K to 200K, if I was live while this was happening. But it doesn't matter. Not taking advantage of medical tourism while traveling. It doesn't matter. What matters is today is the first day of the Burger Reich. The hogs are in full force. People who are shunned or afraid to say things out loud today are saying, I'm driving around our neighborhood looking for illegals and reporting Mexicans. Join me, and I want to die. People like that live near me. Yeah. So, the Burger Reich is here, and America's demise is near. Okay? And we're going to talk about it. You look so sad. Well, I mean, yeah, I think that Donald Trump is going to be a horrible president. And it's beginning. Donald Trump is going to be a horrible president, and it's starting right now. There's still more to come today. He will sign executive orders at the Capitol in a bit. The day's not over. Yeah. Also, Joe Biden did a bunch of fun little last second moments, last second pardons. Apparently, I was on Hasan Minaj's YouTube video where I think he was making fun of me, maybe. I don't know what happened there. But they were saying Hasan on Hasan violence. Oh, here it is.
Then the far left will hate on the pundits. Oh, they fucking nut. Simultaneously, MAGA will then hate on the lefties and the pundits.
Okay, only 30K viewers in here. The world is finally healing. Well, most of your viewers are probably still asleep. God knows they ain't work, lol. I like that people's political analysis on twitch.tv revolves around how many viewers I have at any given time. That's cool. Yeah. I mean, I'm live. First of all, it's MLK Day. Secondly, it's I'm live for 10 minutes. So yeah, I've been live for 15 minutes. Calm down. All right. Last but not least. Last but not least. None of this shit matters. Okay. If today you are excited that Donald Trump is finally the president again after 4 years of the Brandon regime, where Republicans were sent off to work camps for the crime of being patriotic or saying that there are two genders or whatever. And that finally a new dawn, a new day is upon us, and all of a sudden egg prices are going to go down. All of a sudden the price of goods are going to be manageable. All of a sudden you're going to start making more money at your job. Your boss is no longer going to screw you over. You're magically going to be able to pay rent. Well, you've been duped. It's not going to happen. Just letting y'all know, it's not going to happen. What will happen, on the other hand, is that all of the things that you enjoy, all of your consumer goods that you enjoy, are going to continuously get worse and worse year over year. Your life standards or your work standards are not going to improve. And you're probably going to find yourself even more angry because there will be a bully pulpit that tunes you up every second of the day, trying to make you hyper-focus on your neighbors. On your neighbors that are responsible for your demise. It's not the wealthy. It's not the powerful. They deserve corporate tax cuts. That's coming. They deserve more profits. They deserve higher profits. They deserve to pay less in taxes. And slowly but surely, I think the American war machine will continue tuning up as it has. In many ways, nothing will change. In some very meaningful ways, things only stand to get worse. An apt MLK quote for this photo. Yeah. By the millions, people in the other America find themselves perishing on a lonely island of poverty in the midst of a vast ocean of material prosperity. That's a good one. Trump said he wanted to take Panama Canal again. Yeah. Do you think we will see an improvement in things like price of core goods to appease the proles before they start putting pressure in? Or do you think it'll be full steam ahead? We'll see. Well, I don't know. Migrants in Ciudad Juarez who were waiting for their 1 p.m. CBP-1 parole appointments learned 20 minutes ago that the app is shut down and those appointments are no longer valid. Coworker believes that the answer to financial freedom is crypto, but doesn't acknowledge his medical debt. No, coworker is awesome. The coworkers are on top. Let me tell you something, okay? Coworker politics is on the rise. Coworker interests are on the rise. We are now living in the coworker dystopia. And the coworker is not wrong, technically, when he says, oh, the future of money is crypto. We had not one, not two, but 3 different people in Trump's immediate orbit, including Trump himself, pull off crypto rug pulls sequentially in the last 48 hours. You understand? Do you understand? Donald Trump, Melania Trump, and then the Students for Trump guy, all 3 of them pulled crypto rug pulls to the tune of multiple hundreds of millions of dollars right before Donald Trump was inaugurated, right before he became the president. That is the future of America. The future of America is cons, quick schemes, cons for rubes and suckers. Everyone joining in on the fun, thinking that they will not be the bag holders, but will actually grab the bag and pass it down the line.
Reagan, during his first inauguration day, signed executive orders in this room, as did President Johnson, signed the Voting Rights Act
what
with
about
Martin
black
Luther
people,
King
Hasan?
Jr. in that room. So it's very historic.
Oh, by the way, I have a hair trigger today. I'm probably going to ban a lot more people. Like, I'm just letting you know, if you come in here to try to derail specifically, just by saying like, what about black people, Hasan? You're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. I'm going to ban you. I'm going to permanently ban you, and you will never get unbanned.
And 2 words for you for what we've just seen so far in the last couple of moments here. Number 1, historic. There has been no other president that has made inaugural remarks inside the Capitol Visitor Center, because it didn't exist a very long time ago. So this was the first time we saw, if you want to call it an inaugural speech or an inaugural chat, this was the first time a president did this. And I'm sure everyone in Congress is really glad they built the Capitol Visitor Center, because it came in handy today on a very cold day. The second second word to think about, electric. This is the word that was used when I was texting lawmakers inside the Capitol Rotunda during the swearing-in ceremony. I asked them, how does it feel in there? Because when you're watching on TV, you kind of feel that moment, but what does it feel like in there? And they said it was electric, not just because of the moment, but the people that President Trump has curated in just the last year over this campaign. Like you mentioned, Jeff Bezos of the world, Joe Rogan was in there, who helped him reach an entirely new audience, and also Miriam Adelson, who helped him reach the Jewish American vote. So all of these people that sort of helped him come to this moment, he in a way thanked them for being there, and some new friends as well, like the Mark Zuckerbergs that he hopes to work with in the future. So all very new things for us to watch here, and a really exciting time right now.
Aisha Hasni, live on the Hill. Aisha, thanks. Britt Hume's still with us. And Kaylee McEnany here, you listened to that second speech, and I could see your mind saying, if I was press secretary, how would I answer these questions?
I'd be taking diligent notes and footnotes to go underneath those notes. Look, one of the great things about President Trump that I learned when I was press secretary is accessibility. I recall when Jen Psaki was once asked, hey, did you speak with the president today? And she kind of circumvented the question. And anyone who knows communications picked up on, oh, I don't think she spoke with the president before this briefing. Caroline Leavitt will not have that problem. The president, in many ways, is his own spokesperson.
Oh. Yeah, let's watch the carcass deliver his last speech, I guess.
First Lady,
did we just miss it?
Moments ago, leaving Joint Base Andrews. You can see the plane there waiting for them. The president, former president, saying, stay engaged, saying, I've been doing this for 50 years. Did say something like we're on the cusp of...
Oh, Biden gave a speech and I missed it? Yeah, I don't really care. Dude, I'm not going to lie. I'm having a hard time caring, man. I really am. In terms of like caring about all the dangerous things that are about to happen, I'm going to offer a lot of coverage and hopefully do my very best to speak on the humanity of the victims, okay, of this upcoming administration. But in terms of all the palace intrigue, in terms of like, oh, Joe Biden, ooh, drama, John Fetterman, did he wear a short and hoodie? Like, what were Biden's last words? I don't care. I do think it's stupid and silly that he did that like last second perma pardon thing. I think that everything overall just sucks. I don't know. I can't help but feel like everything is bad and it will continue getting worse. And I don't mean that because like, oh, I got owned. And Donald Trump is wait, oh my God. Ben Cohen hit me up. Co-founder of Ben and Jerry's, Ben Cohen. Wait, what? In honor of Doge, I'm launching Doge VS Blob. What is a meme contest highlighting the biggest government spender and waster? We're giving away 1,000 Dogecoin a day. If anyone can slash the Pentagon budget, Elon Musk can. Let's support him. Wait, what? Is this a scam? Is he? I'm confused. Okay. I don't know what's happening here, but, you know, I'll try to understand it a little bit better. So, no, he's not. I don't think he's hacked. I don't think he's hacked, but I forget what I was going to say. God damn it. Ken Klippenstein is already on it. Border Patrol has already been given a list of new intelligence collection priorities today. Homeland Security source tells me. It's already beginning. So, as far as like me saying, oh, I think everything is just bad. The Trump supporter will hear me say that and go, oh, get wrecked, liberal. You're only saying that because Donald Trump is president and you feel bad because your party lost. But I've maintained this not so cheery attitude since before the election season ended. I have been on a relatively cynical, relatively pessimistic path since, I would say, the aftermath of the DNC. Vibes have been bad. And I don't think necessarily that the Trump administration is, in the grand scheme of things, the Trump administration is not going to make America's demise. How do I describe this? Like, I think we're fucked regardless of whether it was Kamala Harris or Donald Trump winning the presidency. Like, I think America, the American project, is coming to a close. But I do think that Trump will make it faster, if that makes sense. That's the way I look at it. Like, I think that our demise is inevitable, and I also think that Trump supporters themselves kind of see it too. Maybe last time around, maybe in 2016, they had an environment of hope and change. Ironically enough, white man's Obama had taken over the government, and it was the first time around, so they were excited. This time, it's more about vengeance upon their enemies, right? Enforcing cruel and unusual punishments upon those who they feel have betrayed them. Liberals, trans people, Mexicans, and the like. But overall, I think everyone's kind of, like, even normies, I would say, kind of have this attitude where they feel like things are not looking too good. Things are not looking too great for America, even with Donald Trump as president. Or at least that's the attitude that I'm getting from people that I know that have voted for Donald Trump.
It's a tradition.
Sir, the first is 22 cabinet and cabinet level appointments for your signature.
Okay.
It's the truth. You vote for division, you get it. What do you mean vote for division? Who votes for unity? What is the unity vote? There's a duopoly, my man. I don't know what kind of silliness this is. Like, you think you're making like an adult take or something, but
47 sub-cabinet level appointments, sir.
But you don't have to sign 47 times.
I have no idea what the hell Melania's wearing, by the way. I don't know what's going on there, but I'm sure Americans really love that. Like, the real Americans today look at that and go, that's a real fit, Madam First Lady. Why does she look like Oppenheimer?
Thank you, sir. You now have 31 acting designations and appointments to effectively...
I know what a zoot suit is. Are you kidding me? I think zoot suits are fucking amazing. Zoot suits are the proletarian's garb. I want to get a zoot suit. Don't give her that. Don't give her that. Don't tell her that it's the zoot suit.
Commission chairman and acting chairman.
He was #1 at Harvard also. You know that?
Good counsel.
They have something in common.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, we have a proclamation ordering that on all future inauguration days, including this inauguration day, that flags shall be flown at full mast.
Very important.
Very important. It's because of Jimmy Carter that the flags were flying at half mast. Are they signing an executive order to fly them full mast?
Inauguration tonight, the sound was so good. The temperature was 72 degrees, but the sound was so good on it. So maybe something to think about. I don't know. Okay?
Good acoustics. Yes.
All right. Now we go to
I can't believe Jake and Logan Paul are at the inauguration. Well, why am I saying I can't believe that? That's the most that is the future. This is America's future. If you want to understand, like, Jake and Logan Paul taking photos with New York City Mayor Eric Adams. That is, oh, wait, is that Witkoff? What the hell is Witkoff doing right there? Bro should be in Gaza right now.
Great job. Thank you.
President, do you have any reaction to the pardons President Biden did at the last minute?
Why didn't you go?
Discuss it now.
Chat. Obviously, I didn't go because I have never done a crypto rug pull. Okay? In order to attend the inauguration, you have to either A, do a crypto rug pull, like a last second one. Melania literally had to do one last second so she could attend the inauguration. Okay? I've never done that. Like, I've never been in a drunk driving incident where I killed a family, you know. No sexual assault charges. None of that. So obviously, in that situation, they're like, oh, yeah, you can't come. Like, sorry. We looked it up. We looked it up, and it seems like you have none of the qualifications, none of the credentials to go to the inauguration.
Okay with that, Mary Bruce, our chief White House correspondent, will now cover the Trump administration, listening in on that.
I've talked about this yesterday. There's a whole thesis that can be written about the fact that fashion houses are now open to dressing both Usha and Melania as opposed to not dressing anyone during the Trump first term. There's a normalization that's happening. Yeah. Also, there's also a historical parallel here that we can point to as well in terms of, you know, the Nazi movement, the aesthetics of fascism, fashion and fascism intersecting, and how big fashion houses also had no issues with historical fascist movements and actually supported them too, whether it be Hugo Boss or even Chanel. I think that there is a historical parallel there to a certain degree, but you're absolutely right. It's something that I brought up as well. Oscar de la Renta was openly posting about dressing Usha Vance, right? JD Vance's wife. So I agree. All of these like elite corporations are this time around completely servile to the interests of fascists, right? Here it is, Oscar de la Renta talking about Ivanka Trump. Swipe to see the making of Ivanka Trump's custom pearl and crystal gown. Such elegance. This is something that I have I've thought about quite a bit, but it's look, all I'm saying is second time Trump version 2.0 is perceived as very normal, okay? Trump version 2.0 is no longer weird, odd, unique, an aberration. Trump version 1.0 was not necessarily unique in terms of like what he did, because he was the logical endpoint of the Republican Party, right? And I maintain that position quite a bit, and liberals would get mad at me whenever I said like Trump in 2016 was doing things that the Republicans would do. The only difference was he was more incompetent, more open about his corruption, and also utilizing the bully pulpit to accelerate racist rhetoric, right? Normalizing and accelerating racist rhetoric. And people will get kind of mad at me about it. They would say, like, what do you mean? No, you don't understand. Trump is different. Trump is different. Trump is a different type of president. It's like, no, he accelerated down to January 6th, down to all of the election is stolen conspiracies. Donald Trump's attitude was not different than the rest of the Republican Party. His communication was different than the rest of the Republican Party. And I used to point to the likes of Paul Ryan, institutional Republicans that were considered normal Republicans that would get like puff pieces about how he likes to work out and stuff like that by GQ, doing the same exact the elections are stolen by immigrants rhetoric, but using very different words. Like never fully openly stating that as a fact, right? Donald Trump, on the other hand, took away the dog whistles and basically went full tilt with it. And it was like he cast aside the civility and the aesthetics of civility. And I think that was shocking for a lot of liberals. They're like, what are you talking about? This is not how we do. This is not how we operate. This is not who we are. But while I was, clowning on the aesthetics focused, optics focused, civility focused, resistance liberalism the first time around, I do still think that level of pressure, at least to a certain degree, created a permission structure and a counterbalance against all of the awful things that the Trump administration was doing. And liberal media also was hyper-focusing on all of the awful things that the Trump administration was doing. It's not happening this time around. Okay? That's what's truly interesting. It's not happening this time around. So I don't know what that is going to look like. I don't know what's going to what that's going to look like now. Liberalism is dead. It was already on its, it was already gasping for air, but it's officially, I think, dead. And what comes next, unfortunately for everyone, is obviously fascism. They have capital accumulation. They have concentration of power, backing from the capital accumulators and those who have concentrated power. They have better organizational structure. They have better entry points into institutional control. And very clearly, that is the new game in town. So we'll see what happens next. But as you look at all of these like wealthy aristocrats and politicians smiling and dining together, when you look at our elites enjoying the show, just remember that, this is in some ways going to be the expected outcome. This was always going to happen, but Donald Trump, I suspect, will, accelerate America's demise even more.
Times. The caveat here is everything does appear to be fluid, but Catherine is reporting there is a very good chance this will be far more sweeping in nature. But Dan, you're always so good at just helping us understand the difference between an actual pardon and a commutation, and they're two very different things here.
Very different. A pardon basically means you're erasing any conviction.
Okay, they're talking about Brandon's last second pardons. CNN, while pointing out all the tech billionaires and CEOs, President Trump's inauguration just glosses over the millions said billionaires and CEOs funneled to Trump, and instead treating it as a branding and aesthetics exercise.
But these folks...
And then just scattered throughout are these tech CEOs.
Yeah. I mean, the exclusivity of this room is incredible. I mean, there are governors and high-level elected officials who are in the overflow.
Like, if you're a Republican today and you're watching me right now, or you're watching CNN, you go, what's the problem? Every other previous Democratic administration has enjoyed all of this glazing from our tech overlords. Why is it a problem when we finally have that, right? And I think that's a valid perspective to have. And that's what I'm trying to explain, is that the billionaires, no matter who's in charge, do not have your best interest in mind. And I hope that is clear when you come here. That's why I always say there's no such thing as like good billionaires and bad billionaires or whatever, that they only care about profit. Okay? And now, because they recognize that there is a lot of chaos, there's a lot of anger, there's a lot of resentment, there's a lot of instability born out of the wealth inequality, that they consider someone like Trump to be a better alternative than the Democratic Party that is seen as incompetent, because Trump represents order with a fist. Okay? Because that's what fascism is. That's what fascism has historically offered the wealthy oligarchs of the past. That is precisely what Hitler's bargain was. That is precisely the reason why he was backed by a lot of these wealthy capitalists in Nazi Germany. Because fascism will present, at a time when there's instability, fascism presents order. Okay? Order through violence, order through brutality. But more importantly than order, fascism does not actually overthrow the pre-existing hierarchy. It maintains it in increasingly more violent ways. That's what happens. It offers stability at a time of instability. Why did Kamala have more billionaire donors then? See, this is what I'm saying. Like, I don't care. I don't like Kamala Harris. I don't like that she was cozying up to billionaires either. You are a regular American. You are not a billionaire. You are not an oligarch. And as a regular American, it does not matter to you whether those billionaires are standing next to a Democrat or a Republican. Okay? Both parties in this duopoly will serve their interests. Key sectors like oil and gas will hedge their bets more in favor of the Republican Party. And in the past, tech sector billionaires were oftentimes hedging their bets with the liberal mechanisms of control. Seems like they feel pretty comfortable with both parties. Of course they do, because they are. Because at the end of the day, Democrat or Republican, both parties, with some exceptions, at least on the Democratic side with like the likes of Bernie Sanders or whatever, both parties are there to serve their interests. Both parties are there to manage their profit-seeking attitude. Both parties are there to, do a little bit of deregulation, do a little bit of tax cuts. One more so than the other. That is my point. My point is that both parties under our duopoly serve the interests of capital. What's unique about this predicament, what's unique about this situation unfolding in front of us, is that this time around, the tech billionaires that have presented themselves as liberals for a very long time are openly saying they're on board with the Republican train now. They're on board the Trump train. They're going choo-choo. It's not weird or unique to see, oil barons at the inauguration. It's not unique or weird to see the likes of Miriam Adelson at the inauguration standing next to the Republican Party. What's unique is seeing Zuckerberg and the Google CEO and those guys. That's unique. Their presence at the Republican inauguration is unique because they have historically presented themselves as liberals. They've historically sided with the Democratic Party as their preferred way of getting their interests across. But the question I have remains, which is, why are we servile to their interests? Why do we have to sit back and let them dominate the conversation?
150 years ago.
It doesn't seem... Is that Amy Klobuchar speaking? It doesn't seem like a democracy does it.
House wing of the Capitol was built, and in the midst of the Civil War, Congress dedicated this chamber to host statues chosen by every state. Walking into the hall, we all passed under the arch, holding the marble car of history clock. The statue shows Cleo, the Greek muse of history, holding a book to record events as they happen. And as you can see, she's heard a lot of stuff. And as she rides her chariot forward into the future, she looks behind her to remember the past. She remains here as she has for hundreds of years, a reminder that history will remember the events of the present, and it is on us to write that history right now. Speaking of art, the painting right here before you, I chose this painting for this lunch this summer, and it's titled American Horizon.
I don't care about this stuff, dude. Oh my God. This stuff is so stupid. More like silly aesthetic focus nonsense. Congressional luncheon time. All right, let's see what the CNN, what the good people over at CNN had to say about all these tech billionaires sitting side by side, standing side by side with the Trump
and then just
admin,
scattered throughout
admin.
are these tech CEOs.
Yeah. I mean, the exclusivity of this room is incredible. I mean, there are governors and high-level elected officials who are in the overflow. But these folks, we should also remind people, they paid money into the Donald Trump inaugural fund. Mark Zuckerberg and Meta, they wrote $1 million checks. And $1 million check, I suppose, gets you in the room where it happens.
I agree with you, Abby, but this is about as mutually beneficial as it gets. Because, as I think you said earlier, Donald Trump is the ultimate producer, and he understands branding and marketing and imagery as well as, or better than most.
And then just scattered throughout.
Yeah, this isn't branding and marketing and imagery. This is, they're not wrong when they say it's a mutually beneficial relationship. They're not wrong about that. They're right about that. It is mutually beneficial. Wealthy members of the oligarchy purchase politicians, purchase Congress, in order to ensure that they never get regulated when regulation is a necessity, okay? And also, Trump simultaneously takes advantage of any outlet, any mode of communication that will give him a benefit, that will boost him, that will accelerate the right wing, the right wing attitude, like that will serve the purpose of pushing right wing messaging. Okay. Jeff Bezos owns a newspaper. Jeff Bezos owns Washington Post. Elon Musk owns Twitter. Google owns YouTube, and obviously Google as well, and numerous other properties. Mark Zuckerberg owns Facebook. And the last part of that equation, Tim Cook obviously owns Apple. The last part of that equation was TikTok. And we know, and as I've covered this before, TikTok basically wanted to get in the good graces of the Trump administration, or at least like the Republican Party, because they thought if we actually glaze Donald Trump, they won't get us banned. And we can continue having TikTok. And it worked. At least so far, it has worked. And here it is, the CEO of TikTok sitting next to the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, at President Trump's inauguration. How do people still think the Republican Party is against the establishment and the elite? Marketing. The reason why people think the Republican Party is against the establishment and the elite, despite the fact that it's comprised entirely of the elite and it's comprised entirely of the establishment, and it is the establishment once again, is because of marketing. Because they think, it's the same reason why people think that someone like Ted Cruz, okay, or any number of different like Republican politicians are real salt of the earth guys, and AOC, in spite of the fact that she was a fucking bartender 4 years ago or 5 years ago, is actually not a real salt of the earth kind of person and not close to the working class because she's a brown woman, okay, from New York. Ted Cruz wears the snakeskin boots and can then adorn the aesthetics of the working class. And that's what it is. People respond to that. In the United States of America, because class politics are so muddied, so eviscerated, so thoroughly gutted, that how you look and how you carry yourself and how close you are to being like racist is a better signifier in the eyes of many for being working class, for being of a working class background, than being quote unquote woke. Wokeness is identified with elitism. The Democratic Party is identified with HR, management, professional managerial class, at least up until now. Okay? And that's it. Now, obviously, there's issues, or rather, I have that same hat. Goddamn. There's obviously reasons for why. Like, I think the Democratic Party's ineptitude, in my opinion, has also contributed to this as well. Stop giving a shit. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Allowing 20 people to no longer see the ads at the middle of the hour or the top of the hour, even though I don't run the ads any longer. But you too can subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Twitch Prime is free if you want to support the broadcast.
Good afternoon.
Here's
on
Trump's
the greatest inauguration day ever.
Campaign head, or whatever his name is, the guy who's in charge of like the new
Today
cabinet
is one of the
appointments.
most important days in American history because Donald J. Trump is right now heading back to the White House. I could not be prouder to be standing before you.
There's one thing that I'm also worried about with respect to TikTok. Remember what I said about TikTok, like juicing right-wing algo stuff? I will admit that, what is happening? I will admit that I worry about what the TikTok algorithm is going to look like. What the TikTok algorithm is going to look like in the Trump administration. I really, really, really hope that they don't boost the right even further and turn it into Twitter 2.0. Because if TikTok goes by the way of Twitter, we're done. It's over. Global permanent neo-Nazi regime. Every single social media platform in the United States of America is incredibly slanted to the right. Now, one of the things that I want to say, one of the things that I noticed, that I saw, this is, a lot of people are saying this now. A lot of people are posting stuff like this. I don't know the veracity of this, but TikTok is now region locking Americans from looking up things like fascism. Donald Trump rigged the election. On the left are results from a device in America. On the right are results from the UK. This might be fake. I don't think this is like this is all these people are immediately rushing to this. Like, I don't know if that's a real thing or not. Like, I'm looking up fascism and it's showing up. I don't know why people are saying that it's not showing up. I tried it. It's not. Donald Trump rigged election. Yeah, it's working. Oh, it says the Donald Trump rigged election. The phrase may be associated with behavior or content that violates our guidelines. Okay, that's new. Wait, let me see. Donald Trump sucks. Okay, you can still look that up. Yeah, no, I hold on. Let me go on TikTok desktop. Let's see if the TikTok desktop is working in a similar way. Donald Trump rigged election is no longer allowed. That's weird. Hold on. Oh my God. Yeah. Donald Trump rigged election. When you search, it says this phrase may be associated with behavior or content that violates our guidelines. Promoting a safe and positive experience is TikTok's top priority. Oh my God, we're turning into the fucking Republicans. Let's see. Joe Biden rigged election. No, it's not. Yeah, rigged election is not allowed. No. See, it won't let you do Joe Biden. Let's see. Rigged election. Yeah, rigged election is not working. No, fascism comes up with stuff. I looked it up before. Yeah, fascism still shows up. Trump Epstein. That stuff comes up. And I'm pretty sure like Gaza or genocide and things like that still, yeah, there's no deboosting on that stuff. Okay. I don't think it's I think this is just like a rigged election thing, maybe to comply with like, I'm telling you right now, I think the rigged election one might be to just like at a time when they were getting yelled at quite a bit by everyone with suspicions that TikTok might rig the election or whatever, they might have just like simply added this extra precaution. Does that make sense? Because there was obviously an election that took place in America, and considering that people were very upset, or people were very suspicious about TikTok potentially, rigging the outcome of the election or whatever. Free Palestine is being censored? No, it's not. No, it's not. Yeah, Free Luigi's not being censored either. You're wrong. I don't know why people are just doing that. Anyway, people are kind of latching on to anything right now. Yeah, I think that it is important for you in this time to not immediately jump to certain conclusions. What do I always say? What do I always say? If a narrative seems too good to be true, okay, there is a likelihood that it might be false. Just whenever you see something online that corresponds to your existing biases, okay, the first thing you should do, instead of immediately adopting that as the truth, the first thing you should do, and sometimes it might be true, but the first thing you should do always is to go, wait a minute, let me check to make sure. He explained this beautifully. It's a 404, can't find the I don't know what the link you're sending me. The term rigged election seems to be the issue. Also typed in Bush and Gore and that showed nothing. This is healthy, okay? It's healthy whenever you see a narrative, whenever you see something, okay, that corresponds to what you already believe. Please, first thing you should always do is check yourself and be as critical as you possibly can be.
Thing that we can do right now. If you heard,
I do think that the TikTok CEO and TikTok in general absolutely boosted Charlie Kirk. I've talked about this before. And I think the reason why they did that is because they thought if they boost Charlie Kirk has Trump's ear, and he will say nice things about TikTok, and he will talk about how TikTok is wonderful for making the youth more right-wing. I do believe that. This is something that I have talked about quite a bit. And actually, as far as it stands, it was a successful gambit. Now, having said that, will they continue doing that? Probably. I don't know. TikTok, as far as I have seen from my own personal anecdotes, but also from like some of the relatively shitty media analysis that is readily available, TikTok is the only social media platform that has parity in terms of political ideology. Every other platform is dominated and slanted to the right. Every single one, right? TikTok is the only platform where there is some semblance of parity. This is important to acknowledge. But that doesn't mean that there isn't right-wing content on that platform. Of course there is. Of course there is, right? And I think one of the best arguments that I saw about this, one of the best warnings that I saw came from, what's his name? Is it Garrett Hayes? Or Garrison Hayes? Where is it? One of the best videos I saw on this.
You know, I hate.
Here, I want you to watch this because I think it's a pretty solid take. Let's take a look.
To have a wrong opinion on a day like today. This is the worst possible day to have a bad opinion because you won't get a chance to fix it tomorrow. But have you considered?
Why are people in here accepting the liberal framing that TikTok is a communist app? Weakest Ugobnik enjoyer. I don't think people are accepting that TikTok is a communist app. I think people are simply looking at the situation and recognizing that TikTok is one of the only social media platforms where there have been opportunities for like actually leftists, communists, socialists, and very progressive people in building a platform. Okay? And I think that is part of the reason why people think that, you know, here, just let my man, I'm going to let my man Garrison do the talking, okay?
Consider that a lot of your political enemies want to save TikTok. Like the right-wing propaganda machine known as Turning Point USA bragged that they were doing 60 million views a day leading up to the election, like this just this past election cycle on TikTok alone. If there is anyone who understands the impact of getting that many views per day, it is your soon-to-be president, Donald J. Trump, the man who actively lobbied the Supreme Court to save this app. If you were one of the many people who were wondering why so many young people were turning toward the right, especially in this past election, it is at least in part because while your side of the algorithm is gender justice and free Palestine, there is another side of the algorithm. And it isn't made up of a small number of people. There are a ton of people on that other side of the algorithm. It is essentially a full-blown hate crime factory. Like, it's just convincing people to hate other people constantly. And I think the political enemies of the marginalized know this. They did the calculations and are trying to preserve this thing, this app, because they think it provides them with a strategic advantage in the long run. Maybe just in general. Clearly, it was some strategic advantage just this past cycle. Listen, I love TikTok. This app literally changed my life. I met some amazing people through this app. You all who follow me are incredible, and I hope you'll come subscribe on YouTube. But this is just something to consider, like who stands to benefit the most from a power perspective from this place. And
so I don't disagree with this. I think that it's important to also recognize this aspect of it, because on the one hand, while TikTok still has some semblance of parity, ideological parity, that still means that there is a steady flow of insane right-wing nonsense on there. Okay. And I do think that right-wingers understand the value that TikTok gives them in terms of propaganda, the value that TikTok offers them in terms of yet another platform where they can supercharge their right-wing propaganda, reactionary content that creates loyal soldiers for the Republican Party and creates loyal soldiers for the reactionary movement in general. Okay. It doesn't have to immediately, it doesn't have to actually make, for example, young men, right, into people that are card-carrying Republican Party voters. That's not the project. The project is, as long as they are apolitical but right-wing in a lot of these like key issues, they can be captured. Their attention can always be captured, and their anger and resentment can always be weaponized. And I do think that is, I do think that that's important to recognize, and it goes along with something that I've been warning about quite a bit in terms of like how right-wing young male spaces look like nowadays. And TikTok, just like every other platform, TikTok is not alone in this. And TikTok is far from the worst platform on this issue. YouTube is terrible for this. Okay. Twitter is obviously the worst one out of all of them. Facebook doesn't really have a lot of young people, but Facebook is also very right-wing as well. Like all of the social media platforms that we use that are seen as like the only places where people can gather and communicate with one another are incredibly slanted to the right. That is devastating. Okay. This was part of the reason why I maintained the position that TikTok was while still churning out right-wing propaganda at an alarming rate, still had some semblance of leftist commentary on it as well. And I know that people will say, Hasan, this is just like silly social media platform stuff. Like, why do you care about this so much? But in an environment where we do not have any sort of organizational tools and that our production capacities, our forces of production are basically moving away from the assembly line so that we are more alienated from our labor and we're more isolated from one another, which makes it harder to organize, which makes it harder to recognize solidarity, class solidarity specifically amongst workers. The only place where people actually gather in groups are online. And online spaces can be easily manipulated. Online spaces can be easily manipulated, easily brigaded, change people's attitudes over certain things. And the more time we spend online and away from other people, the worse I think these organizational tools will become. The more right-wing these social media platforms get, the worse things get overall. Yes, but isn't TikTok most views for progressive content versus other social platforms? I know. That's why I'm saying that like TikTok has been both a benefit and a burden at the same time. But in comparison to all the other content platforms out there, it's certainly not the worst. It's definitely better than the other ones. And that is part of the reason why I maintain the position that TikTok shouldn't get banned. That's the reason why I think people wanted TikTok to get banned. That's what carried it over the finish line.
This one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you.
Anyway, let's look at one of these tech billionaire oligarchs speaking at the inauguration.
My heart goes out to you.
Did he just Sig Heil?
It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured. Thanks to you. We're going to have safe cities, finally, safe cities. Secure borders, sensible spending, basic stuff. And we're going to take Doge to Mars. I mean, can you imagine how awesome it will be to have American astronauts plant the flag on another planet for the first time? Yeah! How inspiring would that be? You know, there's always problems in life. You know, there's this problem, solve that problem. But you know, there need to be things that inspire you. There need to be things that make you glad to wake up in the morning and say, I'm looking forward to the future. Yeah. And I love you guys. So, and let me tell you, I'm gonna work my ass off for you guys. So, I really will. So, and yeah, but I'm super fired up for the future. It's going to be very exciting. As the president said, we're going to have a golden age. It's going to be fantastic. And one of the fundamental things, one of the most American values that I love is optimism. And this feeling like we're gonna make the future good. We're gonna make it good. So
I think aesthetically American, like the American reactionary movement is so funny because it's also incredibly lame. Like fascist movements of the past hyper focused on the aesthetics, right? They cared a lot about their visual output. They had this like insane, intense interest in making it seem as though they were superior and that like moral degeneracy must be squashed and that you know, everything down to the minutia was organized. And it's kind of funny to think that like the American version of that is so lame. Is so, not to say that like German fascism was cool or whatever, but like they obviously placed a lot of emphasis on the aesthetics of order. Okay, like the visual output was important. The way that people delivered speeches, these were things that they cared about quite a bit. Whereas in the United States of America, we're just like we have these like obvious losers being like, we're gonna place a Dogecoin on Mars. Anyway, here's Kash Patel.
I'll tell you how. He and I share something deeply. We love the American dream. And we have been given a gift by God today to usher in a new dynasty because we just inaugurated Donald J. Trump as our 47th president.
Did anyone catch the Roman salute that Elon hit?
And we just inaugurated J.D. Vance as our Vice President of the United States. And we did that because the American dream is alive and well, because you chose that our dream can be the dream for our children and the dream for our world. And we are at a crossroads here in America, but our future is bright because you had the courage to stand for your convictions. So I'm humbled here to talk to you about why I love the American dream. My story's pretty simple, it's unique, and some of you share in it. My parents were born and raised in East Africa. My father in the 1970s fled a genocidal dictatorship in Uganda, where he saw 300,000 of his countrymen murdered, where he saw what lawlessness would do if it was allowed to break through the system of constitutional justice. He fled, like so many others. He married my mother. They moved here. They waited in line. They stood in line because the American dream was worth standing in line for. That dream is woven into the fabric of this nation, and our immigration policy is the greatest policy in the world. And now that we have Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, it will become the greatest policy in the world again. But dreams and hopes aren't enough, my friends. We got to get to work. And we got to accept the realities that too many of you know from your communities. President Trump launched in his first term priorities of national security, law enforcement, economy, and global diplomacy. But now we have to retread some of that. And I'd just like to go over a few of the things that our community has been living under these last few years. In the last calendar year alone, we had 100,000 drug overdoses. In the last calendar year alone, we had over 100,000 rapes. In the last calendar year alone, we had 17,000.
Bro, that's why we put Pete Hegseth. Dude, I just realized these guys are actually woke abolitionists. They're offering the rapists jobs so that they're too busy to do rapes. Dude, I didn't even think about that. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's why they're like, oh, if you're a rapist, like you should get a job with us so you no longer have the time to do rapes. These guys are actually woke, man. That's what they were doing.
Future generations, but thank God we will.
Just kidding. They're actually just saying it's the immigrants doing the rapes, even though, ironically enough, it's the Fucking Secretary of Defense.
The priorities that I cherished during my 16 years in government service, that we will always, always honor men and women who wear the cloth of our nation and stand on that wall and tell you nothing's getting by them tonight. And so to them, thank you.
Calm down. What's happening?
To our teachers and our frontline workers and our first responders, y'all choose to show up every single day for our children, for our communities, and we will now show up for you. Thank you for keeping us safe. To the men and women in law enforcement, and maybe I'm biased on this one, our police officers, our sheriffs, our federal agents are some of the greatest warriors that God has ever created. And we will put them first because they have our backs, and now we will have your backs. I am standing here because of the American dream. I am not standing here because of the color of my skin. I'm standing here because I earned my right on this stage, and you earned your right to be here with me. And I promise you this, with every fiber of my being, that our law enforcement, that our teachers, that our first responders, that our veterans, that our men and women in uniform who dare to serve this country and put themselves below the rest of our needs will be reprioritized to the top of the heap because they are standing on that wall, and we will not let that light go dark on them. Whether I was a national security prosecutor, a under President Trump's Deputy Director of National Intelligence, his Chief of Staff at the Department of Defense, or so many other roles that I was humbled and privileged to serve when I swore an oath to that Constitution, which I hope to do so again one day soon. You have my word that you have ushered in a dynasty of change. You have ushered in a dynasty that will allow our children to live this American dream. My American dream. I am living the world's American dream. I am the son of lawful immigrants. We worked our tails off just like you all do, and I'm going to make you a deal. I promise you I will never quit on your children. I will never quit on their children, because this American dream does not belong to me. It does not belong to them. This American dream belongs to the world. So in closing, I just want to tell you this. It's pretty cool to be speaking in Capital One Arena right before the boss. You've inspired me beyond words. Your love, your devotion, your commitment to our country, everywhere I go, shows us that we are not only the beacon of hope, but we are the land of constitutional justice. We are the land under Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, where we are going to end the two-tier system of justice. We are going to remove the weaponization of the intelligence community for political purposes. And we are going to put the men and women of America first. So listen, there's just one thing left to do. We all got work to do. We've got the greatest president and the greatest vice president in the history of the world. And so I just need you all to do a little bit more. Every time you see a law enforcement officer, every time you see a veteran, every time you see a teacher, shake their hand. Give them a little bit of your time, because they're giving us all of our time. And don't forget to enjoy the ride, ladies and gentlemen. God bless America. God bless these United States of America. God bless every one of you. I'm living the American dream. My name is Kash Patel, and I ain't going anywhere. Let's go to work.
Heading up the FBI. And you know, this great coverage we've been able to bring you all day, courtesy.
Bro, that's crazy, dude. They have a betting app. Oh my God, they have a betting app that's like sponsoring the inauguration, where they're talking about Trump's banning of TikTok chances. Dude, I don't know how else to describe how dystopian America is right now, okay? I just don't know. I don't know what else to say. America's on fire all the time. It's underwater all the time. There are, like, Texas probably is going to lose its energy once again due to climate change. There's like, it was like snowing in Houston the other day. Okay. And it's not even like a cool dystopia. Where are the fucking neon lights? Where's my Suckmaster 5000? I don't got none of the cool stuff. The only capitalist dystopia that we exist under allows the leadership to do cryptocurrency rug pulls a day before they actually become the president. Like, that is how lame things are. I will admit, while I do know that things were going to get bad, I just didn't think that it would be like the collapse of American empire would be so lame. You know? It's crazy, man. It's crazy to think. Yeah, the only Suckmaster 5000 is Mark Zuckerberg at the Capitol. As your Houston chatter, the snow is supposed to come in at like dinner time tonight. Something stupid like 5 inches of it. Oh, Jesus. Anyway, now that I have a little bit of an opportunity, I got my permanent crown put in today. That's why I'm late. And that's why I didn't get to stream the entirety of the inauguration. Okay? I woke up early in the morning and I had to go do that before I fly out to Japan in a couple days. I also got my teeth cleaned for the first time ever in my life. And let me tell you, fantastic experience, 10/10, absolutely recommend. Teeth cleaning, I never thought I would experience it. Yeah, I've never gotten a teeth cleaning before. It's an amazing feeling. Yeah. I've never gotten it done before. And let me tell you, oh my God, it's so good. But they feel weird? Nah, it feels amazing. I'm a huge flosser. I love flossing. I'm Mr. Floss. Okay, I'm Mr. Floss. The teeth cleaning is so good because it basically it feels the gaps, dude. The gaps. Like, it feels like I got a new mouth. I got a new lease on life, okay? That's what it feels like. It feels amazing. A lot of people get upset. Who are you, Asmongold? No, I mean, no, not at all. Like I said, I do love flossing, but I'm just saying that, like, it has elevated my floss game to the next level. It feels so good. So good. So freaking good. Bro, those expensive electric toothbrushes and water flossers are so good. I love them. I love the goddamn tooth gaps, man. They're the best. You mean your first deep cleaning? Yeah. Anyway, just wanted to point to that and urge you guys to go do that as well. You love diastema? I don't know what that means. Is that the tooth gap? Yeah. I can't speak positively enough on the dental work for sure. By teeth cleaning, he's not referring to brushing. He's obviously brushing more often than he goes to the dentist. Yes, obviously. Yes, when your dentist does your deep cleaning, it's very different than brushing your teeth, chatters. There's like buildup of what is it called? Like, is it called tartar? Like, there's a plaque buildup that they have to literally grind out. You can't brush that off. And considering that I have never done it before, there was 33 years of plaque buildup that they just grinded out of my mouth. And it was amazing. It feels amazing. And That's not your dentist, a dental hygienist? No, but my dentist's office has a dental hygienist as well. It's called tartar and dental calculus. Thank you. Was it painful? No. You're supposed to do it every 6 months, I think. That's what they say, but I've never done it before, but it was awesome. Dog, how's your breath not been absolute ass the entire time? I think genetics plays a role in that, by the way. I have pretty decent teeth, all things considered. And the reality of the matter is I think genes play a big role. Like your diet plays a big role and your genes play a big role in it. But I've never had bad breath ever in my entire life. Brushing regularly obviously plays a big role in it too, but I'm saying like I think it's more complex than just like brushing your teeth all the time and flossing. Anyway. Ask for your end if you have bad breath. No, because they're gonna fucking lie. They also say I fart and stuff. So, you know, and then that's gonna be the new meta, and it's gonna break me. You do stop, please. It's so annoying. To be fair, I do fart on planes, but on planes only. Deep cleaning would involve you getting your gums numbed, and is done the reverse gum disease? No, I got deep cleaning. I did get my gums numbed. Anyway, let's get back to what Hank Green had to say about this whole TikTok stuff.
Maybe this is useful. Maybe this is a useful thing that we can do right now. If you heard that there was like a new Meta pop-up, and then Shochu's CEO doesn't have CEO in his bio anymore, but then also Facebook created its first verified account on Instagram. All that stuff happened in the same day, and that's leading you. It's a bunch of puzzle pieces that you get to put together into Metabot TikTok. This is how conspiracy influencers work. They present you with a bunch of puzzle pieces, and then they have you put them together, and you feel like you've done the work. But the puzzle pieces were the ones they selected for you, and may have been entirely made up. For example, CEO of TikTok never was in Shochu's bio, so nothing actually changed. For example, that thing that allows you to use Facebook to pick up some of your TikTok friends, that's always existed. That's not new. For example, Facebook created a new account on TikTok maybe because it wanted to take advantage of this moment and get people over to Facebook from TikTok. And then there are a bunch of puzzle pieces that are never presented to you in these situations that you have to go and find yourself, because the conspiracy influencer doesn't want you to have access to those puzzle pieces because they don't fit into the puzzle that they want you to put together yourself. Puzzle pieces like the existence of the Federal Trade Commission, the fact that large companies are very large and have many people, and an operation like merging TikTok and Meta would require tens of thousands of people, some of whom would leak the fact that it's happening. More importantly, though, the fact that the FTC requires publicly traded companies to do a bunch of due diligence and release a bunch of documents publicly for everyone to look at before doing a merger like this. More importantly than that, the FTC would need to legally approve that merger because these are two very large companies and this would have, antitrust monopoly type implications. That's how this works. That's how conspiracy influencers work. They want to get attention, and you should look and go see the people who, led you to that opinion, and you should see watch them put the puzzle pieces out for you and be like, can you put them together? And then think, should I ever trust that person again? And then next time you see somebody taking puzzle pieces and laying them out for you to put together yourself, ask yourself, what's going on here? And am I seeing all the puzzle pieces? When you end up believing a lie, you need to go back and look at what caused you to believe that lie, because there's a bunch of stuff internally that we all need to work on internally. We all do this. I do this. I made a video on Vlogbrothers about a bunch of lies I believed. and then later found out were incorrect, and you should watch it. But there's also external stuff happening. There are people trying to get us to believe lies because it's good for their business, because it's good for their ideologies. So we don't want those manipulations to happen. And there's a little chance, which is a low stakes thing, to check this out, because of course this whole narrative will be gone in 24 hours. But
are you going to hang out with Michael Mez soon, or who's Michael Mez? What are you going to do if you get censored? I mean, I'm a leftist. That much is always a possibility. That's something that I've thought about and had to actively think about my entire career. Okay? That's never, there's not much I can do about that. The reality of the matter is, any sort of anti-capitalist sentiment, no matter how non-radical it appears, okay, no matter how normal it appears, actually, the more normal it appears, the worse, honestly, the more dangerous, is always going to be threatening to the bottom line of our corporate oligarchs. So there is always going to be some semblance of suppression. I have long maintained the position that free speech, or the expansive free speech that we see in the United States of America, can only exist because America has been the global hegemonic superpower. And as America's power on the global stage wanes, okay, as is no longer the only game in town, you will see more restrictions. You will see the true limitations of free speech. And by that, I mean that I don't mean that we've had like expansive free speech, or free speech always has existed in America. Of course it hasn't. Look no further than this past year, where 3,500 college students were arrested on campuses for the crime of protesting against Israel's apartheid regime and Israel's genocide. That is antithetical to free speech, right? That is the exact opposite, because free speech is not about like saying whatever you want without any sort of repercussions on private platforms or whatever. Free speech is protecting you from government suppression. So when you get arrested for the crime of protesting, which is constitutionally protected, you are experiencing that immediate violation. BDS laws that have made it illegal to protest Israel is a direct violation of First Amendment rights in this country. And yet they've existed in perpetuity, right? Boycott, divestment, and sanctions on the state of Israel. In the state of Texas, for example, if you want to be a public school teacher, you have to sign a piece of paper that says you'll never boycott Israel. You'll never demand sanctions on Israel. You'll never demand divestment from Israel. Okay? And they exist in 32 plus states in this nation right now. These laws were written by the pro-Israeli lobby. Okay? The vice president is talking now. I don't see it because I'm on Right Side Broadcasting and they're not showing the vice president talking. So I don't know. So understand that there has always been limits to free speech, like real free speech. Okay? There has always been limitations on free speech. After all, this is the country where the McCarthyist trials happened. The Red Scare happened. That was a direct violation. That was government prosecution for people exercising their freedom of assembly, for people exercising their speech, for people openly saying that they subscribe to a certain ideology that the government thought was inappropriate and unacceptable. Look no further than what this country has done to revolutionary black organizers and activists and leaders. They've assassinated them. They've jailed them. That is a direct violation of free speech. And in the modern era, look no further than what the government has done to anti-Israel protesters. That is yet another violation of free speech. But having said that, while those sorts of restrictions have always existed, whether it be punishing whistleblowers, real whistleblowers, not fake ones, or punishing activists, that's always existed. What you must understand is that the silly types of free speech restrictions that you hear about in like China, for example, oh, you can't compare Xi Jinping to Winnie the Pooh, that kind of stuff, those kinds of restrictions had not existed in the United States of America. And part of the reason why they had not is because America is so powerful that those sorts of silly things, that level of control, that level of censorship was never seen as a necessity. Okay? It's not even true, by the way. It doesn't matter. Okay. The reality of the matter is, fuck the Winnie the Pooh stuff, but yeah, the Chinese social media platforms do have more rigorous control. The Chinese government definitely surveils certain speech, and the Chinese government is obviously more combative towards political dissidents. This much is true. In the United States of America, there are still obviously criminal penalties that apply for people exercising their First Amendment rights. Absolutely. In direct violation of the First Amendment, obviously. But the permission structure is like the bandwidth for it, and the permission for what you can and can't say is far more expansive. But here is the difference. Okay? Here is the difference. The reason why it is far more expansive in America is because America is the global superpower. It has been the only game in town in perpetuity. Okay? Understand that. That is the only way. That is the only reason why America can be like so comfortable with political dissidents. Because America sees political dissidents as powerless ultimately. Until now. Because as the situation worsens, as the collapse becomes inevitable, you will see the American government start taking actions like this. And I think trying to ban TikTok in this way was a pretty clear-cut indicator of that. Okay? It's a pretty clear-cut indicator of that, because if you've ever heard me talk about like free speech limitations in countries that are outside of the sphere of American influence, you've already heard me say that, yes, of course, Cuba, for example, treats political dissidents with criminal penalties. But Cuba, on the other hand, has constantly been in a state of war since the Cuban Revolution, a state of war against the largest superpower on the planet that has unjustifiably placed Cuba under a blockade, a country that consistently tries to interfere in the politics of Cuba, right? So while I disagree with this on principle, while I disagree with any sort of limitation on free speech on principle, I do understand from a realistic perspective why certain states would apply certain restrictions to free speech. And those restrictions have existed in the United States of America in times of war especially, right? Speaking out against any sort of war initiatives would land you in jail during World War I. That's why Eugene Debs actually went to prison. Speaking out against war in World War II also landed you in prison. Speaking out against war during Vietnam also landed you in prison. And speaking out against war right now, even though it is not a draft-style state violence in the same way that we have seen in Vietnam, you still see people experiencing criminal repercussions for it. So, obviously, when push comes to shove, when times are tough, the American government absolutely has scaled back its principled approach to freedom of speech. And I think, what point are you trying to make here? Can you bring this back to something key here? I am. My point is the same, which is that the limits to what is permissible speech are going to get more and more restrictive. That's it. As America loses its grip of power at the global stage, you will start seeing our politicians panic and increase the mechanisms of enforcement. And that is where we're at now. That's it. That is where we are at now. Permissible speech in the United States of America and in Western nations, for the most part, have often protected far-right speech. It has never had that same level of protection for leftist speech in general, anti-capitalist speech in general. As a matter of fact, it's more often than not used and weaponized against communists, socialists, trade unionists. Okay? That's why historically fascist movements have always gotten police protection, whether it be in the United States of America or in England or anywhere else. When fascists march on the streets, cops march alongside them. When socialists fight back, the cops brutalize the anti-fascists. This happened under the first Trump administration as well, and it will certainly happen in the second Trump administration. This is also something to consider. Reading a script? I'm not. But thank you for thinking that I'm reading a script, even though I'm going off the dome.
Most animated response you saw from Elon Musk is when Donald Trump talked about planting our stars and stripes on Mars. That is certainly something that would likely benefit SpaceX, which has poured billions of dollars into space travel and including the efforts to get humans to Mars eventually at some point in the future. And in fact, there's been this behind the scenes conversation, a great debate going on with NASA about whether or not we should be focusing our attention initially on getting to the moon and then to Mars. Elon Musk has said repeatedly that the moon, he sees it as a distraction. It also isn't part of the SpaceX business plan in as great of detail as Mars is. So certainly you can understand why there were those cheers today from Elon Musk at that point. He's also...
All right, let's get to let's watch the swearing in ceremony
Please
as we
raise
wait
your
for the
right
next
hand
event.
and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
that I will support.
Wait, I thought his name was I thought his name was John Don Vance.
And defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith.
And allegiance to the same.
And allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
It's not Jorkin the Peanuts Vance? That's crazy.
Any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office.
The duties of the office.
On which I am about to enter.
On which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
They want everything, man. They want everything.
Please welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the presidential oath of office.
I clipped the sus Elon gesture. So did a billion people. Bro, Steven Crowder said, bro, what? Chat. Please. You want to know something? Look at, dude, that move from Elon Musk was so insane. Steven Crowder posted it.
My heart goes out to you.
Do you understand how insane that is? My man hit that Roman salute, dude. That is not a sus moment. It's not suspicious. It's auspicious. Okay? It's out there. It's out and about. Why do you say Roman and not Nazi? I mean, I don't know, because it technically it's called the Roman salute. That's why. I mean, it's the same thing. It's just Sig Heiling. He actually did 2 of them. Yeah, he hit the back to back. The 2-time. Grimes, it wasn't a Nazi salute. It was a Roman salute. The father of my children would never Nazi salute. Please, can I see my child now, Elon? Thank you for following me back, Elon.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly.
Yeah, people are talking about how Donald John Trump didn't put his hand on the Bible when he was being sworn in, and I think that's really funny because he's the fucking Antichrist, okay? You want to know why he didn't put his hand on the Bible? Because he's the Antichrist. If he touches the Bible and swears on it, he will erupt in flame, okay? No, because he's Muslim. Yeah, that too. Also, that's true. That's true.
Solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
We did it. We did it. We did it. Oh my God, we did it. Here, let's look at the inauguration speech as we await further activities from the day, okay?
Vice President.
Here.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden,
Obama,
Vice President Harris,
Obama,
and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end.
Wow. I love that that is like the first thing he says. Like his first statements as president is, it's so unfair to me. The State Department and the Justice Department has been so unfair to me. I'm done with that. Except I'm not done with that. I'm just going to redirect it back to my enemies now.
And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country, sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before.
Like, I don't think anybody believes this. I'm being serious. I think we're doing shock doctrine to ourselves in this upcoming stage. I think what we did to the USSR in the dissolution of the USSR, we are doing to ourselves, because once the Cold War ended and capitalism won, neoliberalism was the domineering ideology in the Western capitalist world, and America dominated the planet. And in that process, of course, we still enforced cruelty upon the global South, and we accelerated imperialism as well. But what I suspect, and what we have been doing for the last couple of decades, I think, and what I think will accelerate even further now, late stage capitalism, as some would call it, is basically turning the crosshairs of exploitation back to the, back to the domestic affairs, virtually colonizing the interior, rather than simply keeping it to the exterior and offering some of those benefits back to the labor aristocrats, offering some of the bounties of empire back to the domestic population. I think we will start picking at the scraps of what remains of the American government. It's not even blowback necessarily. It's not even blowback. It's just that capital is a parasitic force inherently, okay? It always has to dominate because it always seeks out more profit. And you cannot generate more profit when technology keeps advancing and it makes things easily accessible. There is no infinite growth. So when there is no infinite growth, at the end of the day, when you're done destroying the global South, you inevitably have to turn those crosshairs back to your domestic labor population. And I think that's what we're doing. The age of leisure, my ass. No, the age of leisure was like the 80s and 90s, right? The dot-com bubble, like all of the bounties of like assuming that we can just like permanently grow and permanently prosper. And then what happened? 2008 housing market crash. Obviously 9/11, war on terror, 2008 housing market crash. And in that process, instead of slamming the brakes on the permanent growth attitude that we had, the permanent profit-seeking attitude we had, what do? Even in our recovery, what did Obama do, for example? He kept up the pre-existing hierarchy, and that recovery process was still K-shaped in the exact same way that we saw after COVID. Those at the top ended up gaining from this collapse, even though they were responsible for this collapse through multiple decades worth of neoliberal deregulation. So on the one hand, it was still very much both Democrats and Republicans of the past that caused the 2008 housing market to happen. And they did that because they were doing the bidding of the wealthy, the super wealthy, and the corporations. But even in that recovery, there was still opportunity for more profits. So it is not an accident that in that time frame, America saw great wealth transfers that continue to trickle upwards rather than evenly distribute down to the working class. That would have been a much healthier recovery for America. But even in that process, we decided, nope, we're just going to keep doing the same thing over and over again. And I suspect that that is where we're at right now. I think as things worsen, as societal collapse becomes inevitable, the same profit seekers, corporations, and the super wealthy will continue trying to generate as much wealth as they possibly can. And they will do so by genuinely worsening the material conditions of the American labor force as well. So I think Yanis Varoufakis is correct when he says we are in the age of techno-feudalism.
But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world.
I do think that Republicans do a better job of marketing their not administrative functions, but I think Republicans do a better job of just like pacifying the public by not actually pacifying them, but making them more angry. But instead of being angry at the systems, redirecting that anger towards marginalized people, right? Democrats, on the other hand, approach it with like this institutional stability attitude, right? They say, oh, good things are not possible. We're the adults in the room. Of course, we're going to have to give you the broccoli. You have to just sit there and eat this vegetable. And if you cry about it, well, then you're too stupid to understand that it's good for you. Whereas the Republicans will come in and be like, no, we're going to give you sugar all day, every day. Candy for dinner, baby. That's right. Meanwhile, they're serving you the same poison. And even at a more accelerated rate than the Democrats are serving you that poison. Because Democrats do actually, to a certain degree, reinstate stability. They're still the adults in comparison to the Republicans. At least on domestic issues, right? At least on domestic affairs. But Americans, as conditions worsen for them, Americans understand that these institutions are not there to protect them at all. So they don't care necessarily, if that makes sense. They don't care about preserving these institutions because they're like, what has that done for me? What has that done for me at all? I don't care. So they seek out someone who will at least offer them some additional treats or offer them anything, really. A fear that I've had, that I have consistently reiterated through the first Trump administration, was the Tucker Carlson phenomenon. Tucker Carlson came into prominence at Fox News as a WASP nationalist, right? A person who was very good at propagandizing a National Socialist position, right? A Nazi position, but for Americans who, you know, still ultimately think Nazis are bad, at least for the time being. And what he would do is hype up a populist sentiment, a pro-worker sentiment, but pro-legacy American worker sentiment. He would call it legacy Americans. He can't call them Native Americans, obviously, because that's an entirely different thing. what that meant was WASPs. The OG Americans, right? And I often warn that if the Democrats do not engage honestly and earnestly with left-wing economic populism, they will cede ground to the right that will do that. And they will not do that in an honest way at all. They will simply use that as a marketing tool. And that's what Tucker Carlson did. And that's kind of what Trump did too, the first time around, and certainly doing it now. And that's where we're at. In the eyes of many Americans, Donald Trump is seen as the guy who is protecting the American working class interests. By doing what? By fighting against the scourge of migration into the country by scary brown folk that want to kill, rape, pillage, and steal your jobs, but also steal your welfare. But Donald Trump also is seen as the protector of working class interests because he's going to do trade isolationist policies that will restore the manufacturing capabilities of America. Now, will he actually restore the manufacturing capabilities of America? Absolutely not. I don't believe that at all, because at the end of the day, he himself is a billionaire and also cares about the corporate oligarchy. And if I look at all the things that Donald Trump has done in his first term, his most successful initiatives have always been at the behest of the oligarchs, at the behest of the corporations and the super wealthy. What is his signature policy accomplishment? His signature policy accomplishment was what? Tax cuts. Gigantic tax cuts at a time when American corporations were already seeing supercharged profits. Corporate tax rate being lowered and a permanent tax break for the top marginal tax rate. And he's going to do that again. All of that actually accelerates the demise of the American working class because it greatly increases the wealth disparity. It greatly elevates income inequality in this country. It is the opposite of what America needs right now. And part of the reason why we have never gotten that is because the Democratic Party is also invested in the same endeavors. They are also bought and sold by the same corporate oligarchs. So we're watching that happen now. Democrats have completely dropped the ball on being the working class party and protecting the working class. So, of course, the Republicans are filling that void, at least aesthetically, as they continue to do the very same things that they did every time they've gotten into power. Deregulation at the best of corporations and tax breaks for the extremely wealthy. You might get a tax cut in the process as well, a crumb, right? Let's say your effective tax rate at the end of the year is like 40%, okay? Now it's going to be 37%. But the effective tax rate for the billionaires and the super wealthy was already at 0.01%. Now it's going to be close to zero, as close to zero as physically possible. And that difference from 0.01% to close to zero is in the billions.
We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly, and other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we are watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense.
He's talking about Israel? Yeah, dude, totally. Yeah, Donald Trump is gonna no longer fund Israeli defense. Just wait.
They're raging through the house.
No, he's talking about Ukraine, okay? And even then, he's not being super honest about that either. I have also, look, I've been right so far on every single thing that has happened before Trump came into office, whether it be the ceasefire and what I warned about, like what will come down the line in terms of the ceasefire negotiations and where it will possibly go and what Trump will possibly do. I also told you that TikTok most likely was not going to get banned because it's like far too important for, you know, American small businesses, and that basically treats are the most important thing for Americans. It's like it's the thing that keeps the American social contract together. Okay. And so heed my warning now. Okay. I have said this before many times over. I do not believe that Donald Trump is going to take an anti-Ukraine stance in the way that liberal media claimed he would. If he throws Ukraine under the bus, what do you think it means? I think that he is aesthetically adopting that, like, why are we giving so much money to foreign nations and not funding our own borders? But what he will do will be very different, because Ukraine is not about, for Ukrainians, Ukrainian emancipation is an understandable, just, and moral cause. It is the most moral cause. Okay? For America, on the other hand, Ukraine is not about Ukrainian emancipation at all. Ukraine is about profits. Ukraine is about privatizing state-owned enterprise and buying it for pennies on the dollar. Ukraine is about debt. Ukraine is about our surplus weapons that we send over there so that we can, so that our military industrial complex can justify larger sums, larger bounties down the line, because now we have to rebuild our supply. Ukraine is about military Keynesianism, building artillery factories in Scranton, Pennsylvania. That's what Ukraine is about for the United States of America. It's for profit. And for those reasons, I do not believe that Donald Trump is going to undermine the interests of the military industrial complex, as he did not do so his first time around. He might have actually dealt with Afghanistan and talked about pulling out of Afghanistan, but he never actually succeeded in pulling out of Afghanistan. That was Joe Biden that did that. And then Ukraine happened. So I don't think that he is going to, I don't personally think that he's going to do something that's like dramatically different than Joe Biden in terms of dealing with Ukraine or NATO in general. After all, one thing that you have to remind yourselves is that Trump actually ran as an anti-NATO candidate, right? He claimed that he was like, why are we giving so much money to these NATO countries? And what did he do when he was president? It's not like he undermined NATO. He simply demanded that our NATO partners, our NATO allies, give more back to the United States of America. Like a mob boss coming in and demanding more from the local Italian food restaurant for protection, because NATO at the end of the day is a protection racket. And it was so not a destabilizing move that the Biden administration continued Trump's policies in that regard. It's not like Biden went back and said, hey, you guys no longer have to put more into the NATO fund. They just kept it up. They continued it, right? And I think that things like that are more instructive of understanding what Donald Trump is going to do next, right? So I don't think that he is going to destabilize NATO or undermine it, or he's like secretly Vladimir Putin's guy. Okay? What is this? Hasan is right. He called it. Now media is saying it. Why Biden's Ukraine win was Zelensky's loss. I think that we'll see if he actually tries to do a ceasefire in Ukraine. It's entirely dependent on our profit-seeking military-industrial complex. I think that ultimately that is what matters most. The best possible way to go about it from Trump's perspective, where he still maintains a steady flow of weapons being shipped out to Ukraine, but also gets an aesthetic victory, would be to minimize the conflict to the best of his ability, where there's still need for Ukrainian security. You can still say, you can still ship out weapons to Ukraine, while simultaneously you can tell your base, like, we fixed it. We fixed Ukraine. Russia's no longer invading Ukraine. I don't know what that looks like. But like I said, I don't think that Trump is going to greatly undermine or, genuinely change the trajectory of American foreign policy on Ukraine. Liberals will be proven to be the war-hungry party. The grown-ups who went to the best elite schools can't get any deal done because they don't want to. European liberals literally couldn't talk about the idea of Ukraine doing a deal with Russia because of America. Yeah, I think just as I was an advocate for a ceasefire no matter what in Palestine, I was an advocate for a ceasefire no matter what in Ukraine as well. Okay? I've been consistent on these positions across the board because ultimately, ceasefires and any cessation of hostility is better than continuing to do war, even if the foreign adversary on the other side of that is not willing to play ball and will take advantage of said ceasefire and reignite hostilities down the line. But if hostilities are happening, right, and a moment of respite from that, is still good. Because ultimately, the counter to that is still going back to square one and continuing to bomb one another. If we had a competent leadership in Biden, if Biden truly was the foreign policy PhD that his administration propped him up as, I think that he would have forced Israel to cease hostilities in its military operations and its genocide instantly. Okay? And started the rebuilding efforts. But he never did that. That led to Donald Trump winning the election and also immediately sending his envoy there to actually apply pressure to the only party that was ruining the ceasefire negotiations. That gave a ginormous W to Donald Trump. In that process, I suspect that Donald Trump cut a side deal with Israel as well. I believe that he ultimately wants Israel to permanently annex the West Bank. At least that's what I suspect is going to happen, because that's what Miriam Adelson gave him $100 million to do so. Joe Biden never did that. In terms of Russia and Ukraine, I foresee something similar happening there as well. Like a minor moment, like a moment of solace that is then followed by, again, permanent war, and perhaps even more war and more bloodshed. So we shall see. I don't know. I don't know what ends up happening. Okay? But the notion that there was no negotiations to be made with the Russian side due to the unimaginable cruel and unimaginably violent, morally repugnant behavior of the Russian military going into Ukraine, invading Ukraine, was always the same, like, insane liberal attitude. You're just speculating? I am, yes. That is what I'm doing. I'm speculating. And I'm openly admitting that I'm speculating. I'm telling you there are certain things that I have foreseen that came to be true. And this is me further speculating on where I think this is going to go. This is why you come to me. You want to hear my perspective on this. Yeah, that's all I can do in this situation. But as far as like Ukraine goes, as far as what happens in Ukraine, I don't think that Trump would do anything in Ukraine that's like genuinely different than what Biden would have done in Ukraine. Especially because the dynamic is a little different, right? With Israel, we hold all the cards. Israel doesn't do the bombings without our political cover. Israel doesn't get to violate human rights. Israel doesn't get to do the bombings without our bombs being shipped to Israel, right? But with Russia and Ukraine, Russia is, at the end of the day, a foreign adversary. So dealing with Russia is a little bit different because the responsible party in Gaza is Israel. The responsible party in Ukraine is Russia. Russia being a foreign adversary changes the dynamic a little bit. If we had responsible leadership that was actually interested in ending the bloodshed, no matter what the cost, I think that they would have dealt with the situation a little bit differently. Okay? They would have offered an exit ramp to the foreign adversary. They would have at least started the process of communicating with the foreign adversary. And the only time they ever did that in Ukraine was when they wanted to do hostage negotiations. So I don't know. Trump has already said that he wants Ukrainian conscription age to go down to 18. Because the reality of the matter is, on the field of battle, Ukraine is running out of people. They're running out of people. They don't have the necessary amount of weapons either, but they're also running out of people to hold those weapons to begin with. Go join Hasan? Wait, what? I want the war to end. Why are you talking to me like I'm some Redditor? You should maybe keep that energy for all the people that have made a living off of the bloodshed and the trench warfare. The people that literally kept egging it on over and over again and saying it was awesome and that it should continue no matter what the cost. You know? There's plenty of them out there, and I don't see them in the trenches, in the front lines. And I was never that person for Gaza either. So don't come to me with that shit either. But let's get back to Donald Trump.
In communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope.
Are you still going to argue religion isn't the problem? Dude, yeah. Donald Trump, Mr. Religion. That is, I'm sorry. That is the funniest. Dude, looking at the Antichrist and being like, wow, dude, are you still acting like religion isn't a major issue here? No, it proves my point. It's not about him, it's his supporters. Dude, what are you talking about? What religious person that is a Trump supporter that you know is actually godly? They're all going to hell. If Christian hell exists, they're going there, okay? Virtually every single evangelical Protestant that is a Trump supporter is perma-burning in hell. If there is a God, if there is a Christian hell, they're going to it, okay? Who abides by the religious standards of the religious doctrine, of the religious dogma? What are you talking about? It's just a weapon to wield, okay? That's it. Religion is ideology. It is a way for people to contextualize the world, okay? It is a galvanizing principle. Religion in this regard, is no different than white supremacy in this regard. Being used as a tool to divide, being used as a tool to galvanize. That's it. You think Trump is a religious guy? You think half of those congresspersons are religious people? Yeah, religious people that think homosexuality is a sin. And then, you know, except for when RNC is happening or CPAC's happening, then homosexuality is awesome, okay? It's nothing. It's not real. Like, this is not a real principle. It's not a real principled approach. It's just religion is a tool, okay? It's funny because for Trump, he doesn't even care to even remotely appear as religious. That's why it's funny. He doesn't even care to be, he doesn't even care to present himself as like a religious person at all. And yet the also supposedly quote unquote religious people love him. Why? Because it has nothing to do with religion whatsoever. It has everything to do with punishing their enemies. Okay? Most religious people, if you listen to like evangelical pastors and Christian nationalists, Christian dominionists, and all these other people, some of which are now going to be in Trump's cabinet, Okay? They recognize that Trump is not the godliest person. They openly will say that. They'll be the first to tell you that. But they also think he actually, his policies help them, okay? And for them, their demonstration of religion is about punishing people that they hate. That's it. If it wasn't religion, it'd be something else.
Prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is...
Look at, dude, I love this. 2 hours after performing a very energetic sermon at the inauguration, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell has launched a crypto token. God, this country is so crazy. We are, dude, how do you not recognize how messed up things are, man? We are farming the dullards for the last dollars that they have. It's griftonomics all the way down, baby. And ironically, all the way up. It is crazy. It is crazy. Like the fact that Donald Trump did a rug pull one day before his inauguration is so insane to me. And then Melania did one as well. And then another Ryan Fournier or whatever, the other Trump students guy also did one back to back to back. Who is buying that Trump coin? Who is actually getting grifted here? Who is losing their money here? It's his own supporters. I'm not buying the Trump coin. People who hate Donald Trump are not buying Trump coin. People who love Donald Trump are buying Trump coin. So when you do stuff like that, you're actually rocking your own captive audience. It's crazy that this transparent graft is happening in real time in broad daylight. No one seems to understand what's going on either. They just think like, nah, it's great. I'm never missing out like this again. I'm setting up alerts for everyone in that world. 4G auto blow, Ryan Fournier, I don't care. I'm getting it on the ground floor. The next 10 shit coins or however many it takes for me to buy an F-15. It's money laundering. I'm sure there's money laundering as well. Like, I'm sure we don't know. We don't know anything. It's just the hilarious part about this is that it's just so unrestricted and unregulated. It's just like genuinely the most obvious scam of all time. But as conditions worsen, as it becomes increasingly harder to actually earn a dollar in the normal way through your wage, and as things get more and more expensive and upward social mobility becomes less likely, what do? You gamble. You spend money on things that maybe help you no longer, things that help you feel like the world isn't shit, okay? Whether it be OnlyFans or TikTok or all these other treats that you spend money on. And you think maybe I can also get one off on the other person by engaging in this like cryptocurrency stuff. That's where we're at. So I think it's still going to get worse. I think it's going to get worse and worse. People will, one, try to pacify themselves through a litany of different vices, whether it be drugs or any number of different things. And I don't have an issue with these vices in moderation anyway. But I do think that it spells trouble for the American future in general. But as conditions worsen, they will also try to, grab onto whatever they think is a mechanism of prosperity. What is the greatest immediate get-rich-quick scheme? cryptocurrency. So all these people, knowing full well that shitcoins are, memes and obvious grifts, will jump on that train thinking they can fuck over the next person. That is where we're at. They think, oh, I'll be able to scam the other guy. I'll be able to get out before anyone else. And that's how these schemes work.
Is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and in his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor, we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country, we will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border.
Yeah, I increased the speed, chat.
All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities.
War on Terror
As Commander-in-Chief,
Redux, but
I
Mexico.
have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will...
Remember, in terms of the liquid gold under our feet, this is, once again, another anti-China initiative, or rather, instead of trying to compete with China on the renewable energy side of things, I think that this administration, and even the Biden administration, didn't do what was necessary to the degree that it was necessary. There was some stuff that the Biden administration did in terms of beefing up our manufacturing capabilities, like battery plants, things of that nature. But there's two different mindsets here. Either you look at climate change and you realize that carbon emissions must be cut, and you work to you spend a lot of money in R&D and try to make renewable energy more efficient and move away from fossil fuels, which is precisely what China is doing right now and has become the dominating force around the globe. Or you supercharge our current existing energy infrastructure that is reliant on fossil fuels with no care or consideration for the globe, including the United States of America as well, obviously, because we are, at the end of the day, also on this planet. And it is short-term. It is it's unimaginably short-term profit focused, but it is expected. So while China becomes the dominant force on renewable energy, although fossil fuels are a finite resource, a reality that even our fossil fuel producers recognize, which is why they've tried to hedge their bets by purchasing a bunch of these green energy, renewable energy companies as well, to make sure that they have some kind of say in what happens in the future of energy. I think we've decided, at least with the Trump administration, that we are going to completely cut this renewable energy stuff and hyper focus on fossil fuels and keep melting the planet. God forbid we collaborate and cooperate with a foreign adversary and try to fix the ecological disaster that is already happening and will only get worse. Of course, we're not going to do that. Instead, we're looking to melt the table. Instead of playing the game, we're just going to flip the table, or rather, light the table on fire. That much is clear.
End the Green New Deal, and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice.
Unless it's a Chinese car, by the way, just saying. What's interesting about this is that it's not like Biden was open to allowing BYD or any sort of Chinese cars to enter the American marketplace. That wasn't the case. So I don't know what he's talking about here. Maybe he's saying he's going to tariff European cars or something. Maybe. I don't know. Because Biden also maintained that trade restriction.
We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America.
This, I think, is extra funny. Saying we're going to bring back free speech to America is basically, I mean, that's just, it's gone, okay? Like, there's always been restrictions on free speech, as I talked about extensively earlier. And I do think that it's going to get significantly worse. Project Esther, under the Project 2025 banner, quite literally has a task force designated to combating anti-Israel sentiment. Okay? And I do think that they're going to follow through on that. I think that this administration is somehow even, maybe to the same degree, not even more captured, but to the same degree, captured by the same exact interests in terms of advancing American foreign policy, which of course means no mean words about Israel whatsoever. So I do think that in terms of like free speech, we're going to bring back free speech. Like, remember, these guys actively are anti-CRT, anti-DEI, or whatever, right? Like whatever they call wokeness, that is anti-free speech. Okay? In terms of going after teachers and schooling and educational materials that teach the accurate the accurate history of the United States of America, that is anti-free speech. Book bans, anti-free speech. That is real cancel culture. Okay? No one ever seems to see it that way when the right does it, but that is true. And they're going to continue doing that. Okay? They are going to continue doing that, and they're going to further prosecute, in my opinion, further prosecute people who are naysayers of Israel, but also even the American government too.
Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
Hell yeah! Let's go! No more non-binary. Like, what is this? What is this? What is this? What are you clapping for? You're such a fucking idiot, dude. I'm serious. Like, I know that understandably a lot of trans people in this community are terrified of this because this is a telltale sign that he's going to hyper focus on, like, you know, trans people and trying to, like, eviscerate them from public existence. Okay. But the idea that this in any way, shape, or form, like dominating trans people, being a top priority of this administration is so insane to me. And I keep trying to explain this to normies to the best of my ability, but it's like, if you think that stopping trans people from getting medication, okay, or going to the doctor is going to somehow make it so that rent is cheaper, you are the biggest delusional loser on the planet, okay? You are a bot. You are a bot. You're an NPC. You are the easiest to fool sucker I have ever seen. Okay, so the fact that these guys are clapping for this, like, yeah, it's like, you're like, what has a trans person ever done to you? Nothing. Nothing. They, as a matter of fact, not these assholes in here because they are a part of the elites, but for the average Republican, a trans person has the exact same class interest that you do. They're also working at the same job sites that you work at. They also have to pay rent. They also have to pay for food. They're experiencing the same economic shocks that you are. Incredibly stupid. Same goes for undocumented migrants, by the way. Once again, like, these guys think, oh, if we just harm, you know, the Mexicans or whatever, maybe the situation will be better for me. That's not how it works, and it's not going to be that way.
This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be free to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies.
Yeah, like the communists within our ranks.
Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe.
Even, yeah, Biden put some respect on it. He'll stand for Israel. You know what I mean? His old ass heard Israel. I'm Israel Ha, Jack. I'm glad that we had a moment of unity there, you know.
Awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name.
People are laughing.
Of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep...
I'm once again saying, President Xi, fire when ready, okay? I'm here. I will receive it. We're so cooked. He doesn't have to do nothing. She doesn't have to do anything. He just have to. He has to sit back and kick it. Okay. As always, the greatest thing you can do is not disrupt your enemies when they're making a mistake.
Keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars.
What he's actually saying, talking about when he said China operates the canal, usually there's a slightest kernel of truth to it, like they let Chinese ships through or something. Yes, that's it. When he says that the Chinese are operating the canal, they're saying that like China is using the canal for trade. That's it. Like they don't operate the canal or anything like that.
Into the stars, launching American new territory.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did he say manifest destiny?
Raises our expectations and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition.
Dude, come on, dude. What is this fit, bro? Like, what is this fit? Have some respect.
Is the lifeblood of a great nation. And right now, our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier.
Bro, also, Barron doesn't look convinced, dude. Look at this. Look at Barron. Look at Barron. Barron is out here being like, I don't know about this. Look at this man. Look at my man. Even Barron's like, you know what? I don't know about this.
Ambitious.
I don't know about what's going on.
Like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom.
We love talking about how like there's so much myth making in China or whatever, or there's so much mythology in like North Korea, and then we say stuff like this. You know what I mean?
Launched mankind into the heavens and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America, promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We're going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Sounds like the United States is back on its feet. Yeah, definitely. We're back, baby. We're back. We're so back. Yeah. Remember what? Funny when he said America defeated fascism. Yeah, defeated it. Sure. Reigniting it more like, but what do I know? Hold on, I gotta pee.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump.
And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, I mean, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in to show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow.
I missed the kiss. Okay, here.
The Unselect.
Where? Is it here? Or is it in the previous one?
Ladies
Here.
and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump.
Watch awkward moment. Trump tries to kiss wife Melania. This is what we should be focusing on. I agree. Yeah. Did Trump kiss her? Was he looking for a kissy poo? Did he actually get the kissy poo? Will Trump be having sex with Melania later tonight? Will Trump be dogging Melania out later? I don't care, man. Okay? I don't care. She has a hat on. That's probably why. But also, they hate one another, and who cares?
And I was going to talk about the photos. Murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. You know, when you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them, the level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And, you know, who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. You know, they say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior and then they go on a rampage. You know, it's one of those little things, right? But
Yeah, the guys that had their stay of execution and had their sentences commuted and will still be in perma jail for the rest of their lives, they're going to actually secretly get out and kill a bunch of people now.
Talk about that?
At the age of like 75, you know what I mean?
But I was really going to talk about the level of, you know, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? I mean, Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him, I remember.
Okay, facts. He's not even wrong about that. That's valid. That's valid. Adam Kinzinger, always crying. Mr. Cry.
Years ago, he was actually on my side. And then one day, you know, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment, you know, where her father works, right? And but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking about. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that's...
Oh, he's on a roll, dude. You know he's feeling himself. When he starts dropping zingers like that, like when he just starts saying all this like random stuff, he is feeling himself, okay? He's feeling himself 100%. He's like, this victory, this is a ginormous dub. I'm going to ruin this country. I'm going to picket I'm going to pick it apart for all the scraps that I can get for me and the homies. Oh, my Lord.
I said, why are
riding
you
high today,
that story?
boys.
That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility. As she's leaving the Capitol, she said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need. But you needed 400 or 500. If 400 or 500, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by a lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now, we're going to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense.
This is the petty stuff that Trump is going to do that I just actually don't care about in terms of like punishing the people that implemented the January 6th trials or whatever. I know that this is the thing that I suspect liberals will laser in on and not necessarily, all of the incredible military action that's going to take place against migration, against immigrants in general. This is, I suspect, what MSNBC will be talking about a lot more than anything else, really.
So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories.
No, but the point I want to make today is to make clear my farewell address, as we all do have we have a lot more to do. We heard the inaugural address today. We got a lot more to do. I know from many years of experience, they're up and down, but we have to stay with it.
Dude, I can't, I hate this guy so much. I hate this guy so much. I hate this demon so much, dude. I will never forgive this man for handing the reins over to Donald Trump with his ineptitude, his incompetence, his pure selfish interest in maintaining power, pure ego, dude. And everyone that participated in this, all the way to Barack Obama, who cleared out the way in an effort to destroy Bernie Sanders' chances to basically give this man the throne. Oh my God. It's just wild because, like, all of the cruelty that we will experience in the United States of America and all around the globe, this man is also responsible for it. Obviously, Trump is going to be primarily responsible for it, but make no mistake, liberals played a formative role in this collapse with their ineptitude, with their position as the controlled opposition party. Straight up.
My dad taught me the measure of a person, you heard me say it before, is how quickly they get back up when they get knocked down. That's what we have to do right now. And we've always done our best as Americans. We never, never, never give up. Never. We're leaving office, but we're not leaving the fight. You're smart, you're skilled, you're passionate. The country needs you again. So all of you can, stay engaged in all the ways you can. Whether it's in public service, the private sector, philanthropy, academia, running for office yourself, or anything else you choose to do. I give you my word, we believe in you. We, Jill and I, our family, believe in you. Just as I've said, how the laws we enacted, our seasons are going to grow and bloom for decades to come. I say that to you as well. I have no doubt you'll make this experience and take in the friendships you made to continue to do amazing things in decades to come.
I'm reminded of the Joe Byron 2019 campaign launch where he was like, Donald Trump is now Nazi, he's a fascist. That's why I'm running to restore the soul of this nation, Jack. Remember? Joe Biden in 2019. Everything that Donald Trump stands for is antithetical to American democracy. We're going to fight him tooth and nail at the ballot box. Or, sorry, battle box. Battle bots. Look at them now. Part of that is because liberals take great pleasure in the fact that they get to do a peaceful transition of power, right? That's it. Like, they're like, look at us. We're such adults. We're doing a peaceful transfer of power because the American project is far more important. The maintenance of the American project and business as usual politics is far more important than handing over the keys of the castle to a out and about psychopath.
Can you say, by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's
This is dark, man. This is actually, bro, this is, yo, Sky News done did it again. Bro, there is some deep darkness here. The juxtaposition is wow, ominous. Ominous.
So help me God. So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Yeah, shake his hand. Shake his hand, you fucking monster. You fucking piece of shit. You goddamn demented old asshole. Shake his freaking hand. You put him there.
The golden age of America begins right now. Today I will sign a series of historic executive orders. First,
this singer sounds like you. He sounds like Homer Simpson. Someone in the chat said that too.
I will declare a national emergency at our southern border.
It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president.
I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all.
Wow. We are cooked, man. We are so cooked. So freaking cooked. I saw that I think according to Wall Street Journal, Trump is continuing shipping the shipment of 2,000-pound bombs to Israel. Israel in the process, by the way, has violated the ceasefire that it had placed, that it was supposed to abide by killing 6 people, I believe, 6 Palestinians a couple hours ago. So that's cool. Wonderful stuff. Israel ambassador expects Trump to reverse hold on 2,000-pound bombs. Israel expects President Trump to lift the Biden administration's hold on the supply of 2,000-pound bombs in his first day in office. Outgoing Israeli ambassador to the U.S., Mike Herzog, told Axios. Can't wait for the Democrats to be like, oh, see, I told you it was going to be worse. The best part of this inauguration was during all the promises of fixing America's problems. They couldn't even fix the mic sound system. Yeah, okay, well. Sorry, it wasn't 6, it's 8. West Bank is currently on fire. The settlers have lit the West Bank on fire. So make no mistake. The brief moment of respite will be followed, like I've said, by a lot more cruelty. Watch the video people are sending you. Check the video on Elon. If you think that I didn't watch it in real time, Elon Musk hitting the Sig Heil, and that you're coming in here and offering me new information, I don't know what to tell you. Okay? Like, yeah, I saw it happen in real time. Vorlo clipped it and posted my reaction in real time. The tweet itself already has 100,000 likes in an hour. Vorlo's probably going to get banned off the platform for this.
And I just want to say thank you.
Anyway, let's look at one of these tech billionaire oligarchs speaking at the inauguration.
My heart goes out to you.
Did he just Sig Heil?
It is thanks to you.
Dude, right as I clicked on it too.
That the future of civilization.
First reply, Palestine will be free. Zionism is not Judaism. Israel's a pariah and will continue to be until the end. I like that this is Nazism for that guy. I was late to the stream. Sorry, Hasan. No, it's okay. All the steak clip farming accounts posted your reaction to for engagement. Whatever. Apparently he did it twice, by the way.
We welcome you back to CBS News coverage of the inauguration of President Trump. We are now joined by 2 New Jersey residents from 2 different towns.
Bro, Elon had to hit the Sig Heil specifically so that people know he's a real gamer, okay? That's why he did it, because everyone was questioning whether he's an authentic gamer, capital G hard R gamer, and he wanted to show the world that he really is that guy, okay?
That are next to each other with 2
I love interviewing someone wearing this shirt. This is certainly a serious person.
very different points of view. Lou DeMore is a Republican. Donna Miller is a Democrat. And they sat down with Tony DeCoppel a few times and were very nice enough to spend part of their day with us. We wanted to get their reaction to Donald Trump's speech. Lou and Donna, it's good to see you because we talked to you before the election, then we caught up with you after the election, then we really wanted to touch base on Inauguration Day. I know you both watched 2 different networks. And so, Dana, I want to start with you, what you're thinking.
What am I thinking that I haven't said before? I am thinking the worst and hoping for the best. I am thinking that I have lived through 4 years of normalcy where I didn't have to predict what is going to happen next. And now,
dude, this is amazing. You got like a Rachel Maddow looking gay liberal wife with obviously insane. Like, this is literally the American the American political spectrum, like which, like the if you could capture the essence of a voter of either party, this is it. Okay. Person who has experimented with bisexuality in college and listens to NPR on the one side, person who is definitely mentally ill and somehow still not a victim of child court, a victim of family court, wearing the most insane Trump gear you've seen on the other side. Literally, this is the only two people that vote in this country for the only two readily available parties, okay? I got a Trump shirt. I feel like I'm losing it. This is perfect. And of course, they're in their fairly wealthy, not even upper middle class, but like wealthy home that is well decorated. I can see the Viking kitchen appliances in the background, and you know they're wealthy because if you pay close attention, they got that sink that they have on top of the they have a sink on top of the Viking appliances that you only get in like super wealthy houses, okay? They got a pot filler. This is the perfect demonstration. Oh, these are two random people. It's not a couple. Okay, that makes it a little bit more okay, so then he is divorced then. This guy's definitely divorced. And if they're not a couple, I misunderstood. They're definitely divorced. That man is got to be a victim of family court. No one gets to the point of wearing a Trump ahegao shirt until they are victim of divorce court, okay? You need to be chewed up and spit out by family court to get to that position where you have lost all semblance of dignity. You have lost your personhood. You are no longer a human being. You are now a vessel for Trump's agenda. You are no longer a man, but a mere vessel.
Now I fear that Friday afternoon where he puts it all back out there and he's going to cut somebody and we're going to hear about it all weekend. So I'm fearful.
So you watched his speech.
I'm hoping
what did you think?
the best.
I know you guys watched his speech. You watched it together. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're not a couple. Oh, well, they might be swinging, but no, they're the neighbors. They interviewed these guys before. That's right. They're in New Jersey. They're in a relatively wealthy New Jersey suburb where one family is pro Kamala Harris, pro Biden. The other family was pro Trump. Can we stop the dehumanization? That's what the right does. The dehumanization. Bro, I cannot dehumanize this thing more than he has chosen to dehumanize himself. You understand that? First of all, I'm joking, obviously. But secondly, the point I'm trying to make here is that you have lost your personhood, voluntarily given it up when you're choosing to wear that shirt on a national broadcast, okay? That's it.
Yep.
Yep.
And what did we think?
Yeah, I want to know what you
I
thought.
felt like it was a
how you're
campaign
getting-
speech.
Your campaign speech. I want to know how you're getting through this day.
I'm getting through it with some beverages, okay? I'm getting through it.
Yeah, I like that. I like that some liberals have immediately started hitting that note. Some liberals have immediately started hitting the note of like, can you not be mean to conservatives, please? This is how Trump won. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's why Trump won, because Kamala was too mean to conservatives. Kamala was literally doing tricks on conservatives, okay? She was hugging and kissing conservatives every day of the week on the campaign trail. Look how far that went.
Hoping that, you know what, those those day one promises. I hope he's signing a lot of papers for all those day one promises.
Well, Dana just said, Lou, that she said it felt like a campaign speech. You watched the speech. What did you think? I see you have a little libation as well.
I'm so excited right now. I'm so excited it's not even sinking in yet, you know, because we're doing all this filming here. We were here all day today waiting to go on, and haven't really been paying attention so much to the speech, but I'm excited. I'm excited. I've been waiting a long time for this, and I felt like I've been in a coma
Was
for
there
4
something
years.
that, Lou,
And I finally came out of my coma.
I know, I know the feeling. And sometimes in television, there's a lot of waiting. So we appreciate you sticking around. But was there something that spoke to you specifically in his speech that excites you?
I want the.
Let me guess. All right. Oh, when he said 2 genders, I loved it. I loved it. That's what I care about. He's going to restore dignity to America. I love that.
Those borders closed.
Yeah, he's going to kill the illegals. How could I forget? That's the #1 thing, of course.
All his people to get nominated as soon as possible. I want to get the ball rolling, man, because we've been waiting 4 years for this. Really been hurting. I'm in a lot of pain.
What are you talking about? You live in a New Jersey suburb. What do you mean you're in a lot of... You realize you're a beta cuck, right? Yes, I am a beta cuck. Sitting at 230 pounds, okay? A person that your girlfriend, if you have one, most likely not, but your mom and your sister would literally throw away most of their material possessions to have sex with. I'm the beta cuck here. You, on the other hand, sir, you are the alpha dog. You got me. Anyway, that's also back. We're back. We're so back. 2016 politics is so back. It's awesome. No, you don't understand. I am a Republican, so obviously I'm alpha. Please, please understand that I'm an alpha dog because I'm a Republican. You're soy. Anyway, living in a New Jersey suburb, living in an upper middle class New Jersey suburb and being like, the immigrants have ruined my life. I've experienced a lot of pain is so crazy because... Like, what are you talking about? What do you mean? You went to Home Depot and hired a bunch of these guys 100% to do landscaping. What are you talking about? How have they harmed you?
I am in a lot of pain starting today. I look around that room at that whole spectacle and I didn't see anything other than all the yes men, all the representation. His first presidency, he had checks and balances. He is footloose and fancy free right now. There is nobody there to reel him in. They're all a bunch of yes men. Look at Zuckerberg kissing the ring. It's a bunch of yes men, and he's an oligarch. He has all these little pious little men behind him. That he's the puppet of these puppeteers.
He's getting pissed. Wait, is he gonna get mad at her for saying that? All these little yes men and the oligarchs? Because like Republicans have no answer to that other than, well, you have oligarchs too, which is true. Democrats also have them. You know, every part of this government is bought and sold by corporations. OK, I hope that at a certain point people will realize that, you know.
Tears.
Lou, I know you disagree with that.
I want you to bring us back once a week or once a month to see how the update's going with data.
Let's see.
I'm very optimistic.
Lou, I know you would disagree with everything she said. Surrounded by oligarchs, surrounded by yes men. When you look at his speech today, what did you see?
I've probably watched almost all of his rallies in the past few years. So it's like a broken record to me, really.
Oh, it's a broken record.
Yeah, but I think it's going to happen. I mean, the country's in bad shape. We got to stop that border day one. We got to stop this illegal immigration. We got over 300,000 missing children. Gail?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh my God. Yeah, country's in tatters. We got to stop the border day one, and then immediately hits like a conspiracy line. This is why I always say, like, in order to understand the mindset of Republicans, you have to remember, like, well, one, you should probably just slam your head against the wall multiple times until you have, like, until your brain capacities have diminished so you can like operate on the same wavelength. That's number one. And number two, you got to get duped by like whatever misinformation you saw online. Yeah, dude, 300,000 little children have been trafficked in the United States of America. Brain broken from Secaucus. Yeah. Missing children, what is he talking about? He's talking about a classic conservative conspiracy theory that the undocumented migrant children that have been released by the Customs and Border Patrol, by the way, by the Department of Homeland Security, to immediate relatives are actually secretly being trafficked. The reality is that it's a classic conservative talking point. The reality is that when undocumented migrants are apprehended at the border, they look for immediate family members, and then they do voluntary release of their immediate family members. And if they don't do any sort of checkups, because the checkups are voluntary after the fact, then these guys look at that and go, oh, that's because they're not doing checkups because they're sex trafficked. There's also, I mean, part of the reason why they also say that is because of like Sound of Freedom and all these other guys. It's a big Republican thing that like sex trafficking of children is happening. Sex trafficking of children is happening, and the Democrats are doing it. Pedophile cabal, that sort of thing.
Over 300,000 missing children. We got to find these children.
Yeah, we're expecting to hear his plan. We're expecting to, if you can hold on a little bit longer, we're expecting to hear his immigration plan very soon. But Dana, before you go, was there anything you heard that gave you hope? I'd like to think that maybe there was something that gave you hope in the speech today.
You know what? Actions speak louder than words. And what I'm going to hope for, I'm going to see the facts. 100 days out, let's see where this policy has led us. Let's see if all those day one implementations have been started in a democratic way. Let's see if we're able to hold back World War III. Let's see if we're able to put together and come together. And let's see if all these promises are not just reared towards the lose of the world, but for the rest of us, all people in America, not just people that follow him.
I like that, Lou, the lose of the world. You know, what I appreciate about you guys is that you're neighbors, clearly you're friends, but you're able to have these difficult conversations that many people cannot have. It's fractured some families, it's fractured some friendships. Why is it that you two are able to still maintain the relationship that you two have?
Because they're upper middle class and, you know, white and upper middle class enough not to like care. Also, I mean, this isn't to say that like poor people or everyone can't be friends with one another regardless of their political differences or whatever, but like that I'm sure plays a big role in this. It's team sports. It's like being friends, you know. It's like being able to maintain a relationship with someone who is a fan of an opposing team. For a lot of people, that's the way they see it. And it's understandable that that's the way they see it because, I mean, the reality is American politics only goes in one direction, and it's to the right. And liberals are often just playing catch up after Republicans just like further accelerate America's demise.
And your spouses.
We want to bring the country back together again. That's what Trump's going to do. We want to bring the country. This has to stop. This division has to stop. We can never go forward as a country divided like this. It's never been like this.
I never.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna unite the nation with Donald Trump. How are we gonna unite it? 9/11 style. 9/11 style. How will we unite it? Oh, by finding a common enemy that everybody can dunk on. Who will that common enemy be? Trans people. Who will that common enemy be? Undocumented migrants. some of the most powerless people in American society.
I never knew where my neighbors stood on politics. I never knew who voted where until Trump in 2016/17. And then all of a sudden, everybody knows where everybody stands on politics. And a lot of it caught me by surprise. I didn't know that people didn't think like me. A lot of my friends. And
yeah, that's, oh, hold on. There's more. You're right. United against common enemies, such as Muslims, of course, who could forget, homeless people. Libs acting like you've shut up about, what is this? I haven't heard anything from Shonda Black, Hassan the Hun, Frogan, Denims TV, Fat Ass Mike from PA, Mighty Quiet. Donald Trump tells NBC News his administration plans to execute mass deportations of undocumented immigrants as soon as he takes office. Wait, what? Maybe you haven't heard anything from me because you don't watch me other than clips. There's never been a day where I haven't talked about mass deportations. What? What is going on with these people? Like, do they just... What? Bro, I was shitting on the Democrats when they were in line with the Trump agenda of having a more muscular border. What are we talking about? What is this? I want everyone to pay attention to how quiet lefters are going to be when this happens. I think these guys have brain worms, and there is no other way to talk about this other than that. I mean, yeah, these guys are just obviously engagement farming. I've quite literally worked. I've done more than virtually every person that is chirping about that sort of thing. In terms of trying to mount a significant legal defense for undocumented migrants. These past 2 months, we fundraised specifically for a community organizing tool in Texas that works to create some kind of legal safety net around undocumented migrants in the state of Texas. All of the proceeds from my merchandise at ideology.shop, Union made, American made, went to Raíces, Texas. And not only that, but I've also literally worked with groups comprised of undocumented migrants that work to defend undocumented migrants and talked about methods of organizing against Trump's obviously insane and cruel and violent anti-immigrant policies months ahead of time. And I will always continue to do so. Saying that I haven't talked significantly or talked enough about undocumented migrants is as stupid as saying that I'm like transphobic or something. Trump is back on the cameras. Let's see what he's doing. Did you see Trump? Did you see Elon do a questionable salute? It wasn't a questionable salute. There was no question of what the salute was. He hit the Sig Heil, and he hit it twice. Okay? That wasn't questionable. I think there's nothing in question there. That wasn't suspicious. Nothing suspicious about that. Very obviously, the guy who bought Twitter and turned it into a neo-Nazi farming ground did the Nazi salute on stage twice. And he did it very deliberately. These are his executive orders that he's going to sign, I guess, symbolically in front of the people. ABC has subtitles. Can you link it to Macy's?
reporters were able to get to the President of the United States, and he is taking this moment in an inaugural parade that has somewhat of a feel of a political rally, David.
Thank you, Rachel. I think that is well put. This is a Donald Trump inaugural parade. This is what an inaugural parade would look like in 2025 if you had to imagine it. If he had won the election, and now he has, and to have the family up at sort of the reviewing stand and the audience cheering for who they think is their favorite Trump, and the desk now set up. And I think we have an image there of just the pile of what we believe.
He's shamelessly replying with a salute.
Executive orders that President Trump will take action on.
No,
really
that's
in these
not.
First hours
You're reading too much into it.
Of being in office. We know he has talked about this in his inaugural address, the border, declaring an emergency in the southern border. Here's the prep work. We captured this image earlier today of them placing these on the table, of course, with the presidential seal, which was placed there within moments of Donald Trump taking the oath of office here this afternoon, in that familiar fist bump. And of course, that image from Butler, Pennsylvania, John Carl, when there was an assassination attempt, an attempt on his life, the fact that Donald Trump was able to stand up and hold his fist to the air, that was an extraordinary moment, and one that will go down as having a true impact on this campaign and how people see Donald Trump.
David, it was the defining moment of Donald Trump's campaign. It was the defining moment of that entire campaign. It may well be the defining moment of Donald Trump's political life. I think, some people close to him believe that it was in that moment that he solidified the fact that he was going to win that election. I mean, it was coming to your feet, bloodied, and also what he said, fight, fight.
Oh my God, the dick riding is out of control. Glaze! Bro! Dial it back, dude. Take the dick out of your mouth. Take the dick out of your mouth. You can't do commentary like that.
On the campaign. She made a brief appearance at the convention.
Holy moly, the glaze!
Interesting to see her fully back by his side.
See, that's the difference. When I talk about like objective truths in terms of like Trump playing a role in TikTok being unbanned, at least for the time being, even if I tell you like things are going to get much worse down the line, or about the quote unquote ceasefire, the small short window of the ceasefire, I'm just telling you what the truth is. I'm not going to sit here and be like the iconic fist bumping that he did after he got shot that changed the tide of history. That's glaze. One is objectively telling you the truth. The other is glaze. What the media is doing here, what ABC News is doing here, is glaze. Okay? And that kind of glaze plays a very important role in normalizing Donald Trump further, which is going to happen, by the way. And as I told you this already, there is no hashtag resistance liberalism. Okay? It's done. It's over. It's not going to happen this time around. It is no longer, Trump is no longer being treated as an aberration, okay, who cast aside the civility and the optics of liberalism, and he is just now seen as a normal Republican. This is the Republican Party. And in many ways, it was already the normal Republican Party, but now the media is openly embracing it as such.
You see, I believe those are, yes, some of those who were there in Butler, Pennsylvania.
And of course, remembering the person who lost their life there in Butler, Pennsylvania as well. Martha, I believe the president will probably look back at this moment and say, I'm glad we were at the arena. This is a more intimate gathering, and this is more, as Mary said, more like a Trump rally. It has the DNA of Donald Trump and his supporters and the American voters who were determined to be there for Donald Trump.
As he said in his speech this morning at the Capitol, he believes he was saved by God to make America great again after that assassination attempt and that fist you put up, that he put up. So when you see these citizens from Pennsylvania walking by and law enforcement, firefighters, these are Donald Trump's people. You know Donald Trump loves this. He thrives on this. This is what he does at rallies. He loves having that crowd there. And so in that arena, it really is more intimate, not just for the people there, but for Donald Trump. This feels exactly like the rallies he's held again and again. And of course, he's looking to see how he did. We heard him right after his speech, in the inaugural speech, saying it's going to play great. I thought it would play great, and the reviews have been great. That's what he's looking for today, too.
And Rachel Scott, who was there in the arena, of course, was our reporter on the scene that day in Butler. Rachel?
It is striking, David, to see this procession that is happening. Those first responders from Butler County walked out to applause carrying that uniform from Corey Compentor, someone who died ultimately shielding his family. I remember being there in Butler and the sheer panic that was as the president-elect covered his ear. He was rushed out, and then he raised his fist in the air. You remember those striking images as he said, "Fight, fight, fight." And I thought of that moment again today as the president of the United States was inside of the Capitol taking the oath, and right after putting up his fist 3 times once again. You saw him do it just a moment ago as well. Fight, fight, fight. It became the mantra of his campaign. Many people in this arena repeating it right back to him, David.
Rachel, thank you.
Special event. Let us now take a moment of silence in honor of Corey Compentor. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Tom and Jerry as music?
We now present
True.
to you the New York Military Academy from Cornwall-on-Hudson, New York. New York Military Academy stands out due to its unique connection to the president himself. President Trump is a 1964 graduate and has been enshrined as one of our alumni of distinction. This historic academy has been named a Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps, that's JROTC, and are marching with their cadet dress uniforms. Look at these, all modeled after post-World War I General Blackjack Pershing's gray uniform.
It's too cold outside, so they're doing an indoor parade, chat. That's what's going on right now.
Introducing the Palm Beach Police and Fire Honor Guard unit, representing the town of Palm Beach, Florida. This group consists of police officers and firefighters from the town of Palm Beach, home to some of the most prestigious people in the world, including President Donald J. Trump. Society Pipes and Drums from New York City. They have performed internationally in Ireland, Canada, Australia, Germany, and Switzerland. And as of this past December, the band has had the distinct honor to perform at the 75th commemoration of the attack on Pearl Harbor in Oahu, Hawaii. The band has also played for hospitalized children, military veterans, as well as the 1980 and 2005 presidential inaugural parades, and His Holiness Pope John Paul II. The NYPD Emerald Society Pipes and Drums formed way back in 1960. And you know, they are the oldest, largest police pipe band in the United States, comprised of all active and retired police officers of various ranks and assignments. Listen to those bagpipes. Let's hear it for them, folks. Here's one that hits close to home for our Vice President. We now welcome the Middletown High School Marching Band and cheerleaders. They're traveling all the way from Middletown, Ohio to proudly represent their school, our nation, and outstanding alumni, including our new Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Putting minors in a room with the highest pedophile per capita density is definitely a choice, you know?
The band has performed in countless parades, community and sporting events, as well as competitions. They have also always qualified for the Ohio Music Educators Association state finals for 23 years straight. How about that? And have earned the highest rating in 18 of those appearances. Woo! And today they performed America's Sweet Land of Liberty.
The national nightmare begins to thunderous applause. ACLU's already started. The Trump admin is already facing its first legal filing against the decision to shut down CBP-1. The ACLU filed a motion in an existing case against Biden's asylum restrictions along the U.S. southern border. ACLU and partners requested an immediate status conference. Good luck. Godspeed. I just don't think that we have any... I have no more confidence in any of the courts to hold up anything. Like, I think these guys are... That was the last 4 years. I mean, not the last, sorry. That was the first 4 years of Trump.
They are wearing their most notable uniforms. What a great photo opportunity. Consisting of the Glengarry headgear and kilts. And they are proud to honor their fallen brothers and sisters each and every...
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, my God. All right, let's continue with this, and then we'll get back to it if there's any sort of serious motion happening at the fucking parade.
A lot of them don't.
Well, guys,
I think the country spoke in this election.
Yeah, the country has spoken.
The country spoke in this election.
The country has spoken loud and clear. But
Gail, I just want to say one more thing, Gail.
Yes, please.
I want to get this one in there, too, Gail. The Democratic Party, in my opinion, has no leader. They don't have a leader, whether a man or a woman, and they don't have a message for the people. The people are looking for a message. This party has nothing to offer the people. That's why they got slaughtered. It's simple as that.
2 years until you've got 2 years until the next re-election, and let's hope that holding the Senate, the Congress, the presidency, and SCOTUS, for that matter, you can get something done. That's good for everybody.
Yep.
Let's say.
Yep, that's what we're hoping for.
2 years.
Lou and Dana, we're going to save your number. But Dana, here's something I thought was very optimistic in his speech. I said it earlier today. Never believe something is impossible to do, because in America, impossible is what we do. I thought that was a nice note to strike for all of us.
Bravo.
That's well said.
What? Yeah. Glaze. Again. See, we can find something to unite behind. Trump's like, we're going to start executing everyone of Honduran descent tomorrow. And Glazing Gale over here is like, well, you know, he said it's impossible. That's technically an impossible task, but we can do it.
Bravo.
Gail, I will hold the same optimism you do. Because I do, Gail, I've been watching you for years. I do respect you. And if you hold in faith, I can do it as well.
I respect you too, Gail. I learned a lot about you in the last couple of months. I really respect you. I really do.
I come from the school, guys. We want the president to succeed.
Oh, I
did. Thank you, Lou. I feel so much better today. I come from this point of view that, listen, we want the president to succeed because we want the country to succeed. That's the position I hold today. I thank you guys both, and we will definitely check in with you. I'll tell Tony you said hello. Thank you both.
Oh, my God. This is literally a repeat. Oh, my God. America is in its repeat era. They said this when Trump first assumed the role of the president. They did this. It's a rerun. This is literally a reboot.
Two very vocal people, guys.
Glory, glory, hallelujah, Trump won the presidency.
Oh, I'm thrilled to death to be here. I'm just so happy that this day has come. Look how nice everybody is. Everybody's behaving real well, and Happy to be here, and we're just thrilled that this moment is here. And I can't wait for the president to be sworn in.
It's really, really hard.
It's like, look how nice everybody's behaving. Yeah, dude, because you won. We know what you did when you didn't win. You know what I mean? You can't just use that. You can't just use the celebrations. Like, nobody expects you to behave like an Eagles fan and start burning the city because your team won. That's a Philadelphia exclusive. You know what I mean? Go Birds. Win or lose, we still burn the city to the ground.
Hard economy that we're living in right now, and I can't take it anymore. I'm so happy that Trump won. I'm unbelievably happy. That's why I'm here today.
Lightning. Like, I feel energetic. I'm so excited. I'm so happy for this. So excited for President Trump.
Happiness, you know. Where I'm from, everyone hates Trump. A lot of people disagree with him on everything. So it's a nice change of atmosphere.
Okay.
Is he Irish? Or just drunk? Was that just an Irish man? Or a third thing, which is somehow both? A mixture of both.
Hi.
Hey, I've been a fanboy since he come down off the elevator. I was, I guess, 12, 13. And I mean, I was Trump all the way. Everybody made fun of me, you know, and then once he got in and he was the GOAT, I'm kind of an obnoxious person, so that's kind of why I liked him. But then once he got in and this dude's like, hey, he's the stuff, then everybody started jumping on board. So I always joke and say I was a fan before it was cool.
Speaking of President Biden violating every norm on his way out the door, he decided to issue, literally on his way out the door, blanket pardons for Dr. Anthony Fauci, retired General Mark Milley, and members of the House committee that investigated the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Even the Associated Press says this is an extraordinary use of the powers of the presidency in his final hours. And Joe Biden said in a statement, again, his excuse for breaking the law is always that he has to do it preemptively so Donald Trump doesn't break the law. By the way, President Trump did just arrive at the White House. He was greeted by President Biden's prone body. They propped him up on some sort of stand, and then he greeted President Trump, and Jill took Joe's hand and waved it at Trump, and then they all sort of moved into the White House. Apparently, he wrote a letter that he's leaving for President Trump. It may or may not say that he's being held hostage by members of his own administration and has not decided any of his actual policies for the last several years. Meanwhile, Ivanka Trump has also arrived at the Capitol building in preparation for the inauguration, the second inauguration of her father. Anyway, Joe Biden issued a statement upon issuing these parting shots this morning, these pardons this morning. Quote, our nation relies on dedicated, selfless public servants every day. They are the lifeblood of our democracy. Yet alarmingly, public servants have been subjected to ongoing threats and intimidation for faithfully discharging their duties. In certain cases, some have even been threatened with criminal prosecutions, including General Mark Milley, Dr. Fauci, and the members and staff of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. These public servants have served our nation with honor and distinction and do not deserve to be targets of unjustified and politically motivated prosecutions. So, again, the idea here is that he is going to preemptively pardon all these people because otherwise Donald Trump and his mean cadre of mean people are going to do something. And that'll be so brutal. This has been Joe Biden's going excuse for everything for 4 years. If I don't violate the law, then they will violate the law. Well, but it turns out that when it came to actual violation of the norms, of the actual running of the government, Joe Biden violated everything. We had to sue the federal government. We, the Daily Wire, sued the federal government to stop you from having to get a vaccine that Joe Biden tried to cram down on you via OSHA, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration. Like, that's insane. Joe Biden attempted to use the mechanisms of government to ignore the Supreme Court when it came to student loans. Joe Biden attempted to activate the federal government in order to shut off, in the waning days of his administration, offshore oil drilling across the entire.
Yeah, how dare he? Like, some of the things that Joe Biden did in terms of like violating the norms or whatever is for pure selfish reasons or for propping up other like dudes in his orbit, protecting them against like potential prosecution down the line. But when you talk about like Joe Biden violated norms and the law to do student loan debt relief, it's like, yeah, oh really? I'm sorry he did that. I feel like I guess you're only allowed to violate norms and institutions when it's like melting the poor. God forbid someone even accidentally in their delusion, in their dementia, goes and does like one thing that's nice for the working class. Oh my God.
Eastern Seaboard. These are things that are not within the purview of the President of the United States alone. And yet he attempted to do all of this stuff. So who's abnormal? The answer is that Joe Biden.
It's also wrong. Like, the Department of Education is directly in the purview. Joe Biden does actually, regardless of what the Supreme Court said, did have the power to do student loan debt relief, or at least permanently extend it to a degree where it doesn't matter anymore. Like, no one has to pay it. That is something that he had the power to do. The Supreme Court blocked him from doing it. He should have just still done it regardless.
Was always abnormal, and it's about time for him to go. What's hilarious is now the media are trying to buy back their lack of credibility, and truly buy back their lack of credibility. So I've said before, and it happens to be the case, that the Biden administration, in their abnormality, and the media in covering from that abnormality, they totally blew out their credibility, totally blew it out. And that is, I think, something they're now trying to restore by admitting the reality, which is that President Biden has been senile for the last 3 years. There's an entire article in The Guardian over the weekend in which The Guardian finally admits, oh yeah, Joe Biden has been senile for a long time, for like a very long time. According to The Guardian, in public, Dean Phillips, who ran against Joe Biden, saying he's kind of senile, was ridiculed. In private, others shared his concerns. Larry Sabato, director of the Center for Politics at the University of Virginia, recalled receiving a call from a Democratic senator in late January or early February 2024. Quote, I said, is there any particular reason why you called me? I'd like to know. He said, you do realize off the record that Joe Biden is not going to be our nominee. I was stunned. I said, what? How? Why? He said, I was just in a meeting with him, with several other senators, and he couldn't even function. We can't run him. Sabato added that the senator in question tried to raise the issue, which angered the White House. Quote, he was punished, as several of them were. They gave him the cold shoulder for a while. The point is, a lot of people had figured it out, but they didn't care. I'm stunned they got away with it, and it produced term 2 for Trump, and it's going to be the longest 4 years of our life. Now, what's amazing about that is that Larry Sabato, who used to be, I think a pretty good analyst of politics over at the University of Virginia, Larry Sabato literally spent months after that defending Joe Biden's mental state, because that was the de rigueur demand of the Democratic Party and
Vorlow's tweet reached Jerry Rig. Jerry Rig Everything says, I currently own 4 different Tesla vehicles. By the end of 2025, I will own 0 Tesla vehicles. 140,000 likes from Vorlow's. Oh my God. Vorlow was worried that he was going to get banned, but honestly, now I'm worried I'm going to get assassinated. By the way, I hate this, but Ben Shapiro is absolutely right in daggering the media and all of the people that are literally all the people that are openly defended Biden against the senility allegations. He's right. I hate to hand it to one of the worst scumbags, but He's right about this. Now, of course, if the shoe was on the other foot and he had to, like, I don't know, defend Trump's mental competence or mental fortitude, he would do it regardless. Okay, and has done it. But make no mistake, he is in the right here. The Democrats did give some of these worst villains in American society a massive W there, too. Make no mistake. Wait. Someone in the chat said the ADL is defending Elon's salute. Oh my God. Link now, please. These guys have been trying to get me banned off Twitch because of my criticisms of Israel. Oh my God. Oh my God. I didn't think they'd be so shameless, dude. I mean, I didn't think that this joke was going to be the truth. I said, it's okay, though. He's pro-Israel. Don't worry, guys. And then the ADL did the damn thing. They did do that. Oh my God, this is a delicate moment. It's a new day, and yet so many are on edge. Our politics are inflamed, and social media only adds to the anxiety. It seems that Elon Musk made an awkward gesture in a moment of enthusiasm, not a Nazi salute, but again, we appreciate that people are on edge. In this moment, all sides should give a bit of grace, perhaps even the benefit of the doubt, and take a breath. This is a new beginning. Let's hope for healing and work towards unity in the months and years ahead. Bro, Steven Crowder was like, that's crazy that he did the Nazi salute. Like, you're outflanking Steven Crowder. Yeah, Noah's tweet was funny too. He said, Tablet Magazine 10 minutes from now. Yes, Elon did a Sig Heil. No, it's not Nazi. Here's why. Elon Musk draws outrage over odd-looking salute at Trump inauguration celebration. Indeed, many observers suggested that Musk was instead performing a Roman salute that soldiers in the ancient empire would use to greet their commanders as a show of respect and loyalty. The Roman salute, however, was later adopted in some forms by fascist states, including Nazi Germany, as some noted. What is going on in the entire Western world? What is going on in the entire Western world? What is going on in the media? I'll tell you what's going on. Nazi shit. Wow. Congratulations to POTUS. We must confront rising anti-Semitism on college and university campuses, push for the release of all hostages in Gaza, and work towards peace in the Middle East. Yeah. Elon Musk comes out with a swastika armband, and they're like, well, initially the swastika was used as a Hindu symbol of peace for many decades before it was adopted by the Nazis before it was adopted by the fascists in Nazi Germany. Like, what is happening, man? I can't believe the guy who regularly, with regular frequency, highlights Nazi propaganda hit the Nazi Sig Heil on the biggest stage he's been on so far And people are like, oh, I wonder if he was like truly being a Nazi. Hmm. Hmm.
Everybody just jumped. The Democratic Party said jump. Everybody said how high. We'll get to more on this in just one moment. First, I used to think restless Tom, but more likely a case of collective wishful thinking. Bull. That is absolute nonsense. Of course it was a cover-up. Of course it was, particularly by the media. It's one thing for people around Joe Biden to be credulous. It is a complete other thing for the media to be this credulous, and it shows who they work for. Now, I will admit, I am enjoying the spectacle of the Democrats eating one another in what has to be the funniest headline of the day. This from Politico. Alexandra Pelosi, that will be the daughter of the former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, blasts First Lady Joe Biden, quote, Lady McBiden. So now they're saying the thing that she's Lady Macbeth. Fueling that anger is Joe Biden's continued now public nursing of a grudge toward Pelosi for pushing the president to withdraw from last year's campaign. Alexandra Pelosi, the former speaker's daughter, said, quote, if I was Lady McBiden, I'd put on my big girl pants, play the long game, and think about my husband's legacy. There aren't many people in America who have something nice to say about Joe Biden. Nancy Pelosi is one of them. Wow, Lady McBiden. Now, only I have been calling her Lady Macbeth for a while, because clearly she is the one who's been steering Joe Biden toward a sort of power-hungry attitude. But
I hate this guy so much.
And Ed O'Keefe, what do we know about those executive actions by
People were arguing in our chat today about what to call and how they have to tread lightly. Like, what is going on? We are at peak appeasement for media. It is crazy that a dude that is known to highlight neo-Nazi sentiment on the platform that he purchased, where he unbanned every single neo-Nazi from all around the world, did a straight up Sig Heil, not once, but twice, on this massive stage. And the New York Times is like, I don't know. Like, this is a joke, right? Like, if you post this title on the New York Times and then post this photo underneath it, it kind of makes the title seem stupid, because the title makes it seem like, well, that could mean anything. We're not even like 12 hours in. I like that he had this locked in the chamber, you know, ready to rip. And he fucking rips it. And the New York Times is like, I guess what it could mean anything. It's just funny because on CNN, commentators pointed out most yesterday, Aaron Burnett, an anchor, noted how striking the action was. The motion soon drew comparisons online, known as the fascist salute. Did Elon Musk just hit the Roman salute at his inauguration speech? HasanPiker, a popular streamer, asked on X. Mr. Musk, 53, did not respond to an email for comment. I like that they paired me with the Elon Musk non-reply. Almost makes it feel like I asked him that question. Like I asked him directly. This is like the okay hand gesture. No, it's not like the okay hand gesture. The entire point of the okay hand gesture is that it's supposed to be a dog whistle, a subtle nod, a hand gesture that is popular. That's there. So it's only contextually inappropriate in certain circumstances. There is no contextually appropriate situation where you're Sig Heiling. We kind of, as a society, had moved away from that. It is the exact opposite of the okay hand gesture. There's only one context. The okay hand gesture works in multiple settings. You know, because it's called the okay hand gesture. It's in the name. As in, sometimes people throw it up to say, okay. there is not any circumstance where hitting the Sig Heil, the Roman salute, is anything but. The only time it's appropriate in context is when you're, a Nazi and you want to show others that you are a Nazi. That's it. Anyway. Steve Witkoff is talking about Gaza.
This
Listen.
achievement demonstrates the strength of President Trump's leadership and the respect he commands on the global stage. It is yet another example of his ability to deliver results in the most complex and challenging situations. The Abraham Accords, a testament to his vision and determination, have also brought historic progress to the region, transforming old rivalries into new alliances. These agreements are not merely symbolic. They represent a practical roadmap for peace, economic cooperation, and mutual respect across nations. My role, as President Trump has tasked me, is straightforward yet profoundly challenging: to turn his vision into actionable outcomes. He sets the agenda, he lays the framework, and he inspires people like me into bold action. My responsibility is to implement his vision, engaging with leaders across the region to find pathways towards sustainable peace and stability. And let me tell you, having Donald Trump as a boss makes this task not only possible, but far more effective. President Trump's reputation as a leader who delivers results resonates far beyond Washington. Leaders in the Middle East know he means what he says. His ability to cut through bureaucratic gridlock and focus on tangible results is the game changer. It allows me to approach delicate negotiations with the confidence that the full weight of the United States is behind me. The principles President Trump has laid out for our approach to the Middle East and foreign policy in general are fourfold, and they are clear. 1, respect for sovereignty. Every nation deserves the right to determine its own destiny, free from the interference of external powers. 2, economic prosperity as a bridge to stability. Through economic partnerships and investment, we can build a foundation for cooperation that transcends historical grievances. 3, courageous diplomacy. Real progress requires difficult conversations and bold decisions, and it is through these that trust is built and maintained. And finally, 4, reciprocity and
Chad's saying, what about Gaza? He's literally talking about Gaza, dude. Why do you think he's saying that? You think he needs to say that for Israel? Everybody understands Israel has sovereignty.
For nations that are unwilling. We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling to fund their own progress. The days of blank checks are over. Partnerships under President Trump's leadership must be equitable, and contributions must reflect shared commitments to our goals. In my work, I've seen firsthand how these principles resonate. They provide a foundation that transcends politics and speaks to the shared humanity of all people in a region. Leaders across the Middle East recognized that this Trump administration is serious about results, not symbolic gestures, but real, meaningful progress that improves lives. Thank you. It's not always easy. There are moments of deep challenge and frustration. Decades of mistrust cannot be undone overnight. Yet I take comfort in knowing that I am not in this alone. President Trump's clarity of vision ensures that I never have to question what success looks like. His leadership provides the confidence and direction necessary to navigate these complexities. As we move forward, my commitment is to continue the work of advancing President Trump's vision for the Middle East. Whether through expanding the Abraham Peace Accords, fostering economic development, or facilitating dialogue between long-standing adversaries, my focus remains on actionable results. Let me close by saying this: a stable and prosperous Middle East is not an unattainable dream. It is a goal within our reach, made possible by strong leadership and unwavering commitment. Under President Trump's guidance, we are proving that the impossible can become reality. Thank you, but I have one more thing to say. We have some special people for me to introduce you to tonight. President Trump has been talking to them as well. They are the families of hostages from Israel who have been in Gaza for the last year and a half. There are many of them here today. Several of the families have lost children and loved ones, and they're here because they're part of an effort to retrieve their bodies so they can be buried in a proper way. Several have children who are still in captivity. There is an American family here whose loved one is scheduled to come out in 14 days.
It is kind of crazy that like the Biden admin set the stage for so much for Israel to be propped up as this like massive massive sovereign state that operates on its own, that Steve Witkoff, a random golf buddy of Donald Trump, can sit up there and act like he overcame this Herculean task. Okay? Like, come on, dog. Let's have a moment of honesty here. Like, you just told them what's what. That's it. The notion that like it is really difficult to get Israel to abide by the agreements that we set forth is so silly to me. It's ridiculous. No Palestinian representative? Yeah, of course not, dude. Are you kidding me? I told you, it's not like Donald Trump is a friend of the Palestinians. Never was and never will be. Make no mistake. Whenever I talked about this situation, I told you, yes, in the interim period, a moment of respite is still ultimately a good thing. But I am not holding my breath with the assumption that, the future for Palestinians will be great under the Trump leadership. It's not. I warned you that he'd most likely cut a side deal.
Without Donald Trump.
I told you that any kind of respite, any kind of long-standing ceasefire agreement is most likely being conducted so that Israel can recoup, recover, and rearm. But this does not mean that there shouldn't be a ceasefire. A ceasefire ultimately is still good.
Put a deal on the table back in May 2024. But if you talk to anyone here and say, what was the difference between the deal on May 24 and what just happened here? They say nothing on paper. The only difference was Donald Trump. I want to really highlight something that Stephen Witkoff said there. He seemed to suggest that one of the American hostages, possibly two, who we believe to be part of this first phase.
Is the war in Ukraine over yet? No, he's got 24 more hours, or 12 more hours. Don't worry, chat. 12 more hours, chat. Don't worry, it's coming.
She was released much earlier, is still in Washington. So I haven't been able to check whether she was one of those on the stage, but an important moment.
Of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Ian Panel, our thanks to you. Ian, who's covered this conflict from the very beginning.
He's got like 6 more hours, dude. He'll fix the.
After greeting the families,
He's got like 6 more hours to go, man. I'm sure he'll pack up the whole Russia stuff.
Of course, this arena is filled with supporters who gathered early this morning.
Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. So now the work begins. We won, but now the work begins. We have to bring
Witkoff visiting Gaza to ensure the ceasefire deal is implemented.
And, you know,
yeah, I
tonight,
saw that. But they're
I'm
also
gonna be
opening up
signing
2,000-pound munitions.
Hostages, pardons.
They're going to continue giving extra munitions to Israel. Here, look at this.
And as soon as I leave, I'm going to the Oval Office and we'll be signing pardons for a lot of people. A lot of people. And thank you to Steve Witkoff. He's a great guy. He's a friend of mine. He's been a very successful man. He's a great negotiator. He's a wonderful guy. People love him. And he's got a tremendous power of persuasion. And that's what we need. We don't need stiffs. We don't need stiffs. We got a lot of stiffs. You just had a whole load of them. And to the former hostages with us today, welcome. Welcome home. Some of the folks are former hostages. Not a good situation. The 3 young ladies that came home yesterday, you saw that. More coming home every day now. They're coming home. But they were hurt. They were hurt. They were hurt. One had her head blown off. Fingers.
Oh, God, bro. Don't say that in front of them. Holy shit.
She was trying to defend herself from a bullet
Oh
being
my
fired.
God, bro, he is so crazy.
Knocked off her hand. I don't know. You look at it, it's a disgrace. We never stopped.
Oh my
praying for you,
God!
and we're so glad that you're reunited.
Bro, in front of the parents, dude.
Bless you all. And some of them are just saying, no, my son is gone, but please just bring home his body. Right, Steve? Many of you have told me that your son is gone, but bring home his body. It should have never happened. 3 years, it's ridiculous. Should have never happened. Wouldn't have happened. I also want to express my tremendous gratitude to the hundreds of thousands of proud American patriots who came from all across the country to join us in this celebration. It's a celebration of a big win. And you're witnessing the dawn of the golden age of America. That's what it's going to be. We're bringing it back. We're going to bring it back fast. We're going to bring it back fast. Let us also thank the incredible service members, National Guardsmen, Police, Secret Service, and law enforcement personnel who are keeping us all safe, even though, and they are great people. New York's finest. I grew up with New York's finest.
Damn, bro, he is tired. Vibe shift. I feel like does Trump no longer have the same motion and juice that he once did?
The way they run things in this country now, it's disgraceful, but it's going to change rapidly. We're going to make
He's EP, bro. He's eepy. He's an eepy guy.
Indoors, we've had a magnificent inaugural parade. And let's give a big round of applause. They were great. To all of the incredible performers and hardworking men and women who made it possible. Those people.
It does make sense.
Really talented, amazing people. I also want to thank my wonderful family for being here, especially my beautiful wife, our First Lady, Melania. I love our First Lady. Also, JD. How good has JD been? And his beautiful wife, Usha. How good is JB? JD has been great. He's another good negotiator, Steve. He's a great negotiator, too. We need negotiators in this country. But so many of the people on the stage behind, not only family members, as an example, Lara Trump, the wife of Eric. She was the head of the Republican Party, along with my friend Michael. Stand up, the two of you. What a job. What a job they did. They worked so hard. They knew there'd be rigging, but they said, we're going to make it too big to rig, and we did. We made it too big to rig. We won every swing state by a lot. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We won the whole ball of wax. And now we're going to go and drill, baby, drill, and do all the things that we've wanted to do and bring your costs down, your prices down, and make our country safe. So thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much. What a job you've done, Michael. I'm never moving you, you know. He was thinking about getting a nice job in the administration. I said, no, I'm leaving you right where you are. You've done a very good job. We're not moving you, Michael. I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. Right here with us also in the arena, I'm about to sign some very important executive orders of our new administration. Hey, Don, will you stand up, please? Don is another one. How about Don? This guy.
Libs of TikTok defending Nazi salute. PBS News, which is publicly funded, is spreading propaganda that Elon Musk made a fascist salute during a speech at the Capital One Arena. Their own video clearly shows that he was motioning. My heart goes out to you, to the audience. Defund PBS. Libs of TikTok, Chaya Reichik, once again, is an Orthodox Jewish woman. Okay. Like, as long as someone is rich, Republican, and pro-Israel, they can straight up be like, I love Adolf Hitler, and people will still be like, all right, it's cool. He didn't mean it. He meant like he loves Hitler's veganism. Fetterman's brain damage going strong. Fetterman admits that Lake and Riley Act does not protect dreamers. Asked why he broke his promise never to vote to harm dreamers, he muttered about wearing a hoodie and gym shorts at the inauguration. I don't see why people are so concerned with how others dress, he replied. Yeah, brain damage has caused this man to become a conservative, and he will be flipping to the Republican Party. Mark my words. Bro, are you a moron? His salute didn't mean shit. Okay, I need to say something here. I don't need to see Elon Musk. I don't need to see Elon Musk hit a Nazi salute to know that he's a Nazi, dumbass. But he did do a Nazi salute. The fact that we're acting like he didn't do that is hilarious.
Thank you.
He already was a Nazi, and now he's just doing the Nazi salute.
He knew the youth vote. You know, we won the youth vote by 36 points. And he was saying, Dad, you got to go out and do this one and that one. And we did a lot of them. And he respects them all. He understood them very well. And he said, Dad, you got to go out, do Joe Rogan, do all these guys. And we did. We did. And Joe Rogan was great. They were all great, right, Aaron? They were all good. He understood the market. Another famous one. How about Kai? Stand up, Kai.
Kai Cenat? No! I thought...
Is that Byron Donalds back there? Stand up, Byron.
It's so funny to have the hostage family stand up behind you as you just like hype up all of your family members and other like sycophants and stuff, and they're just like standing there like, okay, cool,
Great,
I
Byron.
guess.
Thank you very much. And how about Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce? He's going to take in more money than any country has ever even thought about. He's going to take in some money. And we have many others. Look, I'm not going to go through it, but we're going to sign some orders right now, and that's really what I want to do. So we're going to sign executive orders. First, I'll revoke nearly 80 destructive and radical executive actions of the previous administration, one of the worst administrations in history. Maybe not one of them, the worst. Anybody that would allow millions of people to pour through our borders from jails, prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums, gang members to be taken off the streets of Venezuela and deposited in our country, and many, not just Venezuela. You know, crime in Venezuela is down 74% because they took their criminals and gave them to us through an open border policy of the previous administration. All over the world, they're emptying their prisons into our country. They're emptying their mental institutions into our country. It stops as of 1 o'clock this afternoon, okay? It stops. So I'm revoking nearly 80 destructive, radical executive actions of the previous administration. They'll all be null and void within about, what, 5 minutes? Is that them over there? 5 minutes? And next, to gain immediate control of the vast federal, out-of-control bureaucracy, I will implement an immediate regulation freeze, which will stop Biden bureaucrats from continuing to regulate. Most of those bureaucrats are being fired. They're gone. Should be all of them, but some sneak through, but we have to live with a couple, I guess. I'll also issue a temporary hiring freeze to ensure that we're only hiring competent people who are faithful to the American public. And we will pause the hiring of any new IRS agents. We will also require that federal workers must return to the office in person. And we're going to take the 88,000 people that they hired to go after you with guns. By the way, they're allowed to use guns and harass you like they were so many other people. Remember this. Okay, remember? Do you remember a little statement about tips? Does anybody remember that little statement? I think we won Nevada because of that statement. But they went out and harassed you over the tips. In other words, we are restoring control of our government to the people. We're going to take those 88,000. Let's see if they'd like to work on the border, because that's what we want them really. So we're going to have no tax on tips, right? No tax on tips. And we may have, like the Speaker of the House, is he here? He's done such a good job. Is Mike here? He's around here someplace. I saw him just a little while ago. Hello, fellas. Look at you guys. Yeah, I know it. He's great. He's doing great. They're all doing good. The Republican Party has never been unified like it is right now. They want to save our country. And we're going to more than save it. We're going to make it greater than it's ever been before by a lot. Next, I'm going to sign a presidential memorandum directing every member of my cabinet to marshal every power at their disposal to defeat inflation and rapidly bring down the cost of daily life, because your costs have gone through the roof in the last 4 years. Perhaps you didn't notice. Does anyone notice their costs are like double, triple, quadruple. You can't buy bacon. Apples have doubled in price. You want an apple, anybody? Pay twice what you did 2 years ago. We'll put more money in your pocket, and we'll bring back the American dream and to reduce energy costs and liberate our economy. So we have more oil and gas than any country in the world, and we're going to use it. We're not going to do the wind thing. Big, ugly windmills, they ruin your neighborhood, they ruin you. If you have a house that's near a windmill, guess what? Your house is worth less than half. And did you see up in New England with the whales? You see what's happening? So they had 2 whales killed in about 14 years. Last year and the year before, total, they had 28. So if you're into whales, you don't want windmills either. And they're the most expensive form of energy that you can have by far. And they're all made in China, by the way, practically all of them.
Boo!
And they kill your birds and they ruin your beautiful landscapes. But other than that, I think they're quite good, right? Now, remember when we used to joke and kid when we were kidding, but we don't kid anymore? They want to watch the debates on television. They want to watch your favorite president on television. But the wind isn't blowing, so we can't watch television that night, Gladys. Remember? Gladys, I'm sorry, the wind is just not blowing. We're not watching Trump tonight. But I'm immediately withdrawing from the unfair, one-sided Paris Climate Accord ripoff. The United States will not sabotage our own industries while China pollutes with impunity. You know, China, I mean, look, they use a lot of dirty energy, but they produce a lot of energy. And when that stuff goes up in the air, you know, it doesn't stay there. It's not like you got a wall. We love walls, don't we? Not like you have a wall around and it doesn't. It floats into the United States of America after 3.5 to 5.5 days. It floats across the oceans and it comes right over your neighborhood and it falls into your neighborhood. So they all say, we have to fight for...
Alex Press brought up something really funny, but he has the families of the Israeli hostages on stage and he's talking about pardoning the January 6 hostages. And there is something very ironic about that.
Under the Trump administration, and we didn't do anything to stop jobs and stop production, believe me. You're going to see a lot of companies come pouring back because tariffs. I always say tariffs is the most beautiful word to me in the dictionary. Then I was reprimanded by the fake news. They said, what about love, religion, and God? I said, I agree. Let's put God number 1. Let's put religion number 2. Love, I don't know. We got to put that number 3, I guess, right? And then it's tariff. Because tariffs are going to make us rich as hell. It's going to bring our country's businesses back that left us. And I'll also sign an executive order to immediately end federal government censorship of the American people. In America, we believe in free speech, and we're bringing it back starting today to stop the weaponization. Oh, do I know about that? These creeps. Deranged Jack Smith. You ever hear of him? Deranged. He's a deranged prosecutor. He's sick. They suck him on me. He's now been reduced to...
Apparently, Alex also wrote about how he also referred to the Palestinians in Israeli prisons as hostages as well.
Did they pardon Jack Smith?
Base Trump.
Did you know that Biden, while I was making my speech, pardoned his whole family?
Boo!
The brother, the whole deal was pardoned. Can you imagine that? While I was making my speech. Did everybody hear my speech? Did you like my speech? Thank you. I mean, the only thing wrong with it is I had a lot of tough things to say, and I have some great people that work for me. Sir, this is such a great speech. It's so unifying. Don't talk about Biden with it.
Alex Press did a misinformation. He's using the word, oh, never mind. I'm correcting the record. I just meant he's using the word hostage to refer to political prisoners. He didn't say hostages about Palestinians. I was wrong. I was wrong because I was misguided by so-called quote-unquote journalist Alex Press.
Won't be unified like it is. It's so beautiful the way it is. And it is getting great reviews.
The new administration has officially kickstarted, and we're already doing misinfo.
The fake news goes crazy, right? So
Already.
I said, all right, I won't put it in my speech, but you know what? I'm speaking in front of a hell of a lot of people at a place called Capital One Arena, and I'll talk about it there. So we're going to be going over the beautiful Oval Office, one of the great offices in history. Even if it wasn't beautiful, it's the Oval Office, but it is beautiful. And we love the Oval Office. It all starts with the wars start and
droning
end there.
on and on.
Everything
oh my
starts
God.
and ends at the Oval Office. We love it. But we're going to go to the Oval Office. We're going to release our great hostages that didn't do, for the most part, they didn't do stuff wrong. You take a look at what went on. And look what happens in other parts of the country. In Portland, where they kill people, they destroy the city. Nothing happens to them. In Seattle, where they took over a big chunk of the city, nothing happened. Minneapolis, where they burned down the city, nothing happened. Essentially, nothing happened. All they want to do is go after the J6 hostages. A 76-year-old grandmother was arrested the other day because she was looking, I think because she was looking at the Capitol or something like that. No, we're not going to put up with that crap anymore. And to stop the weaponization of law enforcement, I've been investigated more than any human being in the world. I believe I have the all-time record. Every day a subpoena. Every single day would get subpoenas. I was more than any person. Alphonse Capone, remember I used to talk about it? Now, Alphonse Capone, Scarface, he was a pretty rough guy. He was investigated about 1/100th what Trump was investigated. My father's looking down at me, my mother, how the hell did this happen? You know what it is? They investigated their political opponent, the opponent of Biden, and then ultimately Kamala. Has anyone ever heard of Kamala? We had to beat two opponents, you know? We had to beat Biden, then we beat him. Now he goes on top. The guy was like 39 points down. I think I could have beaten Trump. They should have left me and I would have beaten. No, his debate performance wasn't the best, right? That's what killed him. And then they had to change, and that's like you get into a fight. The great Dana White spoke last night. We love Dana White, right? UFC. That's like he puts in two fighters. One of them's getting creamed, getting really beaten, and they say, all right, take him out. Let's put somebody else in to finish up the fight. That's what they did to us. They gave us somebody new, but we took care of both of them. So we beat actually two opponents. But to stop the weaponization of law enforcement and our government, I will also sign an order directing every federal agency to preserve all records pertaining to political persecutions under the last administration, of which there were many, and beginning the process of exposing any and all abuses of power, even though he's pardoned many of these people. Can you believe it? He's pardoned them. You know why he did it while I was speaking? Because that way I couldn't speak about it. I was speaking. I didn't know he did it. I finished my speech, and they said, sir, he pardoned his whole family. I said, oh, can I go back out there and talk about it? Somehow that wouldn't be very elegant. Our First Lady would say, please don't do that. But we have plenty of time to talk about it, and we will. We're doing all of this on our very first day in office. You know, don't forget, we've been in this position, really, where we won the primaries in record time. We were the fastest win of a primary ever in political history, which is a very nice thing. It's nice to know. Well, the second election was rigged, so we knew we were doing well. And if it wasn't, you know what? If it wasn't, I would have never run. But the third one was just a monster. Boy, was that a big one, huh? That was a big one. On the second one, we got like 10 or 12 million votes more than the first one. How about that? We did great on the first one. We did much better on the second one. But bad did we do well on the third one. So we're gonna have some fun. It's very simple. We're gonna make our country great. We're gonna make our country great again. We're gonna make America great again. How good a name is MAGA, though, right? You know? I was going to say, keep America great, but unfortunately it wasn't great. Can't say keep it great. It will be great again, but CAG, keep America great, CAG, I don't think it's ever going to replace MAGA. Does anybody like CAG? I don't think so. It's never replacing MAGA. Nothing will ever replace MAGA. MAGA was
that's
the
your own
most
thing.
successful political operation, political movement in the history of our country, maybe in the history of the world. Let's see what happens, because we're not finished yet. We're not finished yet. We have a long way to
it's
go.
not so good, CAG.
But we're doing this on the very first day in office, and in just a few moments, I'm not only signing the release of the J6 hostages, I'm signing other things that you're going to love. Oh, you're going to be happy reading newspapers tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day.
Yeah, he's keeping the Israeli family hostages hostage again, you know?
It's full to the
Hostage on
rafters.
stage.
You don't have any. Look at those people up there.
He's holding them hostage, too.
You don't have any empty seats. And by the way, the Capital One owners, they are so good.
While talking about the real hostages, January 6th.
To us. And I just want to thank Ted and everybody. You guys have been fantastic. And the ice hockey team's doing great. Ovechkin's pretty good, right? They're doing great. So I want to thank them, Capital One Arena owners. They have been absolutely fantastic. And thank you once again to everyone. And I can only tell you, you're going to be very happy. You're going to watch a lot of good things happen. We got to stop some wars that are happening and going on. Some stupid things are happening. The war with Ukraine would have never happened, and it has. As you know, Israel would have never been hit on October 7th. And
Oh, no, he's turning to them. Uh-oh.
None of you would even know anything about this tragedy that you're going through right now. But Iran was broke. Anybody that bought oil from Iran, they couldn't do any business with us. You're not going to do business with America. China passed, everybody passed. They were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. And your sons would be alive, and they certainly wouldn't be incarcerated like they are. It's a shame, but we're getting a lot of people out in a short period of time. So I'm going to go right over to here, and I'm going to sign in front of you. Is that okay? Good.
President Trump, after giving his inaugural address earlier today inside the Capitol Rotunda, now at Capital One Arena, shaking hands with families of the hostages. Many of those families have given Donald Trump credit in recent days, saying they do not think that this ceasefire, this deal, would have gotten across the finish line had it not been for Donald Trump.
I don't think that lady likes
of course, his
him.
Middle East envoy, teaming up with the Biden
that?
administration in those final days. They have said that they believe it was the addition of Donald Trump and his team that made this happen. Donald Trump saying he will head over to that table with a number of executive actions already laid out on the table in the presidential seal. Mary, Bruce, do we have an understanding of exactly what it is he's signing right here?
We don't have a full list right now, but we do know that this is going to be a tremendous effort for him to show straight out the gate just how aggressive he is being, as he has been touting all day. We know that he is signing a wide range of executive orders, ranging from rescinding any DEI or gender-related directives from the Biden administration to designating cartels as foreign terrorist organizations on stealing rules.
Signing is the rescission of 78 Biden-era executive actions, executive orders, presidential memoranda, and others.
Wait, you can do that with one signature? That's crazy. Bold, radical.
Thank you, sir.
With the stroke of Donald Trump there, President Trump now trying effectively to undo as much as he can
The
of
second
Joe
item,
Biden's
President
agenda
Trump,
there. Let's
is
listen
a
in a bit
regulatory
to what he's
freeze,
doing
as you
next.
announced in your speech, preventing bureaucrats from issuing any more regulations until we have full control of this, the government and this administration. Thank you, sir.
Sir, can I have a pen?
The next item, sir, is a freeze on all federal hiring, excepting the military and a number of other excluded categories, again, until full control of the government is achieved and we understand the objectives of government going forward.
Could you imagine Biden doing this? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Sir, the next item, as you announced in your speech, is a requirement that federal workers return to full-time in-person work immediately.
Why are they clapping for that? Like, what does that do? No, honestly, like, not even like good or bad. I'm not making a value judgment here. But why would that be something worthy of clapping? Like, what does that do for any of the people in the room? Yeah, finally, my bitch ass dad has to go back to work and work from the office. Like, what, is that it?
The cost of living crisis that has cost Americans so dearly.
Also, what? This executive order is so stupid. He's going to address it. He's going to address the living crisis, cost of living crisis. Oh, hell yeah.
Thank you, sir. The next item here is the withdrawal from the Paris Climate Treaty.
Another thing where it's like, why are you clapping for that? Good or bad? And this one is objectively like ridiculous, but clapping for that is so stupid. Easy not to worry about the living crisis when you're a millionaire? Are you talking about me? Are you stupid? Do you think signing an executive order saying that you're going to address the cost of living crisis is actually going to address the cost of living crisis? Because I'm not talking about the validity of the cost of living crisis. That much is, you know, apparent. I'm saying he's not taking an initiative on it at all. He's just signing a piece of paper. If you think that that in and of itself is enough, like it's over, we've solved it, you're a dumbass and probably voted for Donald Trump.
Ordering the restoration of freedom of speech and preventing government censorship of free speech going forward. And lastly, sir, before we go back to the Oval Office to sign a large number of other items, is a directive to the federal government ending the weaponization of government against the political adversaries of the previous administration, as we've seen. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
He's doing it. The Mad Lad, he's doing it. Oh my God. Dude, we've actually we are so devolved, dude. We have devolved as a society completely. This is peasant status. This is straightforward peasant shit. God damn, dude. This is crazy.
And there you have it, what replaced the typical inaugural parade in Washington every 4 years. A sort of rally, if you will, at the Capital One Arena. President Trump returning to the White House 8 years after he first served in 2017, the 45th and the 47th president of the United States.
99-0, Marco Rubio confirmed. Yeah, of course there's no resistance to that. Are you kidding me? The Senate confirmed Marco Rubio to be Secretary of State to 99-0. There's no anger. There is not going to be any resistance to anything, really. And all the resistance that you will get from the liberals in Congress will be like totally just on aesthetic grounds. But what you have to understand something is Marco Rubio also is the exact type of person that the Democrats want as Secretary of State. So from their calculations, Marco Rubio basically is an establishment figure. Like, it could have been so much worse in their eyes. You know what I mean? It could have been like Tulsi Gabbard or something. They see him as a competent war hawk, which is precisely the reason why they will always gladly vote for him. Bernie voted for Rubio? I don't know. Yeah. But having said that, here are the 12 Democrats that voted for the Laken-Riley Act. Catherine Cortez Masto from Nevada. John Fetterman, of course, whose wife was an undocumented immigrant, by the way. Ruben Gallego from Arizona. Maggie Hasan from New Hampshire. Mark Kelly from Arizona. John Ossoff from Georgia. Gary Peters. Jackie Rosen. Jean Shaheen. Elisa Slotkin. Mark Warner. And also, and this is even more shocking, Raphael Warnock. Raphael Warnock voting for this to carry it across the finish line is so crazy. Especially because, does he even have a re-election coming up? Like, this is not even like my seat was in question and I have to maintain my position. That's why I'm voting for this like reactionary bill. Yeah, he's up in 2028. Ossoff is in 2026. Maggie Hasan and Maggie Hasan, Mark Kelly. Maggie Hasan is the old hat rotating villain figurehead that I routinely reference. And it seems like these guys will be, if the Democrats ever actually seize power once again, many of these guys will be in the new rotating villain squad that always exists in the Democratic Party. Yeah. Great stuff. Head of Immigration Court has been fired. New, the acting head of the U.S. Immigration Court system, along with 3 other key leaders, were fired soon after the Trump administration took office on Monday, according to 3 sources familiar with the matter. Now there's I just take photos, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. There's also more cool things happening, and by cool I mean not, I'm saying that sarcastically. One, as I mentioned already, Israel expects President Trump to lift the Biden administration's hold on the supply of the 2,000-pound bombs in his first days in office. Outgoing Israeli ambassador to the U.S. Mike Herzog told me. Okay. And also, Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Not the Elon Musk Roman salute. But also, on top of that, the West Bank is currently on fire. There were clashes that took place after radical settler terrorists lit parts of the West Bank on fire. And I believe the IDF might have accidentally shot one of their own. The IDF might have accidentally shot one of the settlers, thinking that they were actually Palestinian. Trump is also expected to reverse the sanctions on the Biden administration imposed on Israeli settlers that were involved in violent attacks against Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. The Israeli ambassador to U.S. Herzog told Axios, here is the West Bank on fire. Oh, not one, but two. The IDF shot two. Breaking. An Israeli policeman shot two Israeli settlers after mistaking them for Palestinians. Israeli Channel 12 reports the settlers, reportedly masked, were shot after the officer, fearing for his safety, believed they were a threat. Several Israeli news outlets reports that the settlers were carrying weapons and had fired towards the Al-Funduk village, leading the officer to think they were Palestinian gunmen. Haaretz confirmed the settlers were severely wounded in the incident. Packwatch, once again. These guys are not dissimilar to the Republican Party, basically killing themselves because there's no more Palestinians to kill at this point, you know? The Palestinian Red Crescent reports that 21 Palestinians were injured due to assaults and gas inhalation during the settlers' attack on the villages of Al-Funduk, Jinsafut, east of Kalkilia. Like I said, Donald Trump is going to severely escalate the cruelty in the West Bank, and that this brief moment of solace coming from the brief moment of solace coming from the ceasefire in Gaza. You can barely pronounce the names of those cities. Grifter. Wait, what? I don't know if you know this, but I don't speak Arabic. I'm Turkish. I speak Turkish. Maybe you don't know that, actually. You probably just assumed I was Arab because my name is Hasan and I'm pro-Palestinian, right? So you're just like, oh, these classic Arab hive mind guy, but also simultaneously not able to speak Arabic or something. Anyway, yeah. Israeli occupation forces detained tens of Palestinians from a zone east of Kalkilia in the occupied West Bank. Yeah. There it is. Yeah, there have been nonstop pogroms in the West Bank. Last night, settlers escorted and with full cooperation with the Israeli army attacked Palestinian communities in the West Bank. In Sabastia, a 15-year-old boy was shot and killed by soldiers. In Shinjil, 6 Palestinians were injured by Molotov cocktails. And in numerous intersections, settlers rioted and threw stones at Palestinian vehicles. While the deal progresses, the settlers' rioters are clear to impose a price tag for the release of Palestinians from Israeli prisons. These guys are terrorists. They are the Klan. They are basically the KKK. They are Jewish supremacists, rabid psychopaths. And they are absolutely defended by the Israeli government and the occupying force in the region. So make no mistake. Things are going to get worse very quickly. Except Biden already reversed the sanctions he placed on the forced settlers because Smotrich threatened to fuck up the Palestinian Authority's access to banking. Meanwhile, in the Gaza Strip, apparently Israel is already violating its own ceasefire agreement as well, to the surprise of absolutely no one. Hold on. Let me give you some details on that as well. 1 second. Where is it? Does anyone have the link to that? The update you're looking for in regards to Gaza? Here it is. Live, 137 bodies found in Rafah alone on day 2 of the Israel-Hamas ceasefire. They've just found new bodies. These are new bodies from under the rubble since the start of the ceasefire in Rafah alone. An estimated 10,000 bodies are buried under the concrete wasteland in Gaza. At least 3 Palestinians have been killed and a further 8 wounded by Israeli gunfire in Rafah, despite the ceasefire. Okay? So they are already violating the ceasefire that they didn't want to take on, and shooting and killing Palestinians already. Also in the West Bank, going back to the West Bank, Israeli forces have closed a large number of checkpoints, gates, and bypass roads throughout the West Bank. Palestinian news outlets reported that all cities in the region have been effectively separated, leaving thousands of Palestinians stranded on the streets. Full closure of all entrances to Ramallah. Complete closure of all entrances to Hebron. All entrances to Kalkia have been shut. Entrances to Salfit are completely closed. All entrances to Bethlehem have been sealed. What is this? Israel kills 87 Palestinians in Gaza in day after ceasefire deal is announced. No, that was before the ceasefire was implemented. Yes, they killed 87 Palestinians in Gaza in that same day after they announced that they were going to sign the ceasefire deal. Yes. And it's so crazy to think, but as I said back then, and I reported on this as well, that Israel has a policy of greatly escalating the bombing campaign all the way until the last moment of the actual implementation of the ceasefire. So yeah, some wonderful news on that front, as always. So, like I said, make no mistake, Donald Trump is not a friend to the Palestinians, but neither was Joe Biden. The notion that this was going to get better was always a silly one, but the very fact that the Democratic Party that is supposed to be against this sort of thing just simply didn't do anything, knowing full well that they could even lose the election and then Trump would be significantly worse. Just as the way Joe Biden came into office and did not reverse any number of different policies with respect to Israel that Trump had implemented, whether it be the Abraham Accords or the recognition of the annexed land, the annexed Syrian territory of Golan Heights. No reversals came for that. No communiques with the Palestinian side when Biden came into office that set the stage for October 7 to happen. And then 15 months of endless, unlimited genocide that Biden oversaw with no interest in putting an end to the hurt, not moving the embassy from Jerusalem, all of this stuff. And here we are. Just a devastating situation. This is also, there's two things I want to talk about. Oh, AOC to ADL. Just to be clear, you are defending a Heil Hitler salute that was performed and repeated for emphasis and clarity. People can officially stop listening to you as any sort of reputable source of information now. You work for them. Thank you for making that crystal clear to all. Do you think the ADL will say anything about Elon straight up doing a Nazi salute? They already have. They did. They defended him. The ADL, which famously have said that students wearing a keffiyeh are actually basically wearing a Nazi swastika, turned around and predictably defended Elon Musk doing a Nazi salute. And I joked about this before they actually tweeted this out, saying, here, I tweeted about this as well. Here it is. I said, come on, man. I said, it's okay, though. He's pro-Israel. Don't worry, guys. And then mere moments later, look at this. I said this at 1:08 p.m. Okay? 2 hours after the fact, ADL. This is a delicate moment. It's a new day, and yet so many are on edge. Our politics are inflamed as social media only adds to the anxiety. It seems that Elon Musk made an awkward gesture in a moment of enthusiasm, not a Nazi salute. But again, we appreciate that people are on edge. In this moment, all sides should give one another a bit of grace, perhaps even the benefit of the doubt, and take a breath. This is a new beginning. Let's hope for healing and work towards unity in the months and years ahead. They have never been honest about their true intention. The ADL is not the Anti-Defamation League. They love defamation. They love defaming people, calling people like myself anti-Semitic over and over again. They are not the Anti-Defamation League so much as they are the Apartheid Defense League. They only care about defending the Israeli apartheid. I've shown you enough footage of Jonathan Greenblatt, the president of the ADL, speaking in front of the Israeli Knesset about what Israel must do to promote Israel in the Western world over and over again. This is one of the tools. Okay? Yeah. For the ADL, a Nazi salute from a pro-apartheid billionaire is just an awkward gesture in a moment of enthusiasm, but a college student wearing a keffiyeh is basically a swastika. Yeah. Just so you understand, there are a million different versions of Elon Musk hitting that, okay? You can watch the video and make up your own mind, because there are plenty of instances where politicians have like raised their hand in the sky and people go, oh, in a screenshot, they go, oh, they're doing a Nazi salute. Elon Musk hit it, okay? I'm not going to repeat it, but Elon Musk hit it twice in succession, enthusiastically, and dare I say belligerently. He hit it twice. He emoted it twice. He even hit the chest while hitting it, okay? So the idea that there's any sort of doubt there is very silly. And it's also funny because you want to know why it's funny? Want to know why it's fucking funny? Because you don't need that to know that Elon Musk is a fucking Nazi. Like, what are we talking about? Context here is that Musk supports AfD, the far-right party in Germany. Not only that, but also Elon Musk has talked with the leadership of the AfD, the neo-Nazi party in Germany, about how Hitler was actually a socialist doing historical revisionism surrounding the Holocaust. Okay? Elon Musk has also unbanned every single Nazi in North America and around the globe after purchasing Twitter. Elon Musk, in that process, has also personally followed neo-Nazi accounts. Elon Musk has highlighted neo-Nazi accounts. Elon Musk famously responded to a person doing the classic neo-Nazi, fascist, anti-Semitic canard, the anti-Semitic statement that like Jews are doing unlimited immigration from the third world of like lower status people specifically to destroy Western civilization. Elon Musk responded to that person and said, you have said the absolute truth. Okay? That ideology was echoed initially by the synagogue shooter that's responsible for the worst anti-Semitic hate crime in the United States of America, in modern American history. Soldier Goy Tellem says, can you imagine their response if Rashida Tlaib did this? Like, I might have my differences in opinion with a lot of these like liberals and stuff online, okay? But everyone can see what is happening here. And only one group here is just still trying to maintain the position that, you know, Elon, yeah, he just didn't mean it. Okay? So yeah, AOC is correct in openly saying that the ADL is a fraudulent institution. One thing that I also always find funny is that it does not take much. It does not take much for any random American to consider another to be a communist. These people say Nancy Pelosi is a communist. These people say the likes of billionaire corporate owners, billionaire oligarchs like Jeff Bezos are socialists. But God forbid someone does a Sig Heil. That's not a Nazi. Like, everyone is a socialist. No one is a Nazi. Okay? That's it. Everyone's a communist. Nancy Pelosi is a communist. Elon Musk, on the other hand, not a Nazi. What are we doing here? Why is everyone so afraid to call it what it is? Well, for the ADL, there's a different reason. The ADL's motivations is as long as you are rich and as long as you are a wealthy billionaire who is a right-wing Republican, but more importantly, as long as you are, your chat might be filled with bots. I don't think so. But like I was saying, as long as you are a right-wing billionaire, now everyone starts hitting Mr. Destructoid. Classic. As long as you're a right-wing billionaire who's pro-Israel, the ADL will always defend you, okay? That's it. Classic take from Ben Shapiro that I always go back to. Ann Coulter tweets regarding Jews. Awful. Nonsensical. Ann Coulter is also super pro-Israel and always has been, so I won't sleep. I won't lose sleep. That's it. Is there even such a thing as a left-wing billionaire? No, of course not. Anyway. What? Imam Husham al-Husseini of Dearborn did not deliver a benediction at Trump's inauguration. He was listed on a program last week and had confirmed a report he was speaking. Some pro-Israel groups such as ZOA had objected him to speaking, and then they stopped him from speaking because that Imam loves Hezbollah and Hamas. That's so... I think it's funny that even... I don't know if that dude is pro-Hezbollah, but... but it's funny to think that that the Trump administration was like, yeah, we want a pro-Hezbollah imam to speak and deliver a speech. If you want some CNN commentary on it. Okay, let's see. Let's see what the hell CNN is saying.
Pardon or commute sentences of individuals involved in violence, particularly given the number of law enforcement personnel who were injured and then several who later died. And then there's the seditious conspiracy.
Oh my God, what did I tell you? I told you they're talking about the January 6th.
Serious charge.
They're talking about how devastating it is that oh my God. They're talking about the January 6th stuff.
For
all everyone, right? And you've got all the individuals. All right, all stay with me. Thank you very much. Are all going to stay with us through this hour, as President Trump is expected to make those pardons and those distinctions that Carrie is talking about are so crucial. We have some new details on that from Evan Perez and what he's hearing.
What is Fox News talking about? Talking to Tom Homan about killing migrants. Nice. Oh God, what is happening, dude? These websites are all blasted with ads. Now the ad block doesn't work. Everything sucks, chat. Google has destroyed ad block. Everything is getting worse and worse and worse, day in, day out. I'm not switching to Firefox. Google Chrome is too easy. Anyway, we covered the executive orders already. This link will work. Let's see, potentially. Oh yeah, here's the.
I see reports daily, thousands being arrested by Border Patrol.
Here's
And
the
you count the
freaking
Gaza-
Harkonnen talking about killing migrants.
Several different buckets and call them legal pathways, which are not. There's the same population of illegal aliens coming across the border.
Now, we heard that Chicago was going to happen tomorrow and maybe some other cities. Then we heard that was kind of called off. What's the story there?
The story of Chicago, a specific operational plan was leaked. So we pulled back and looking at officer safety concerns. It's always a dangerous job.
Yeah.
But what did it do did it raise your officer safety concerns? So we looked at it, we made a decision. People will find out real soon what we're going to do.
And Tom, when you think about where we've been over the past 4 years, the totals, we don't really have totals, but what's your best guess of how many people came into the country who did not deserve legal status, any type of regularized status?
They had DHS sanctioned appointments at the port of entry set for today. So they were actually coming in through the legal way. Contrary to what people claim, these are legal migrants. So that's precisely what we're doing. We're shutting off access to legal migrants. If the speed limit yesterday was 75 and today is 50, you will get a ticket if you go over 50 today. So, you know what's really crazy? This person is speaking about this in such careless terms as though these aren't real human beings whose lives are being ruined. But like, if he did get a speed ticket in a place that was 75 yesterday and is 50 today for going 75, they would lose their minds. The notion that they would be perfectly willing and accepting of that is so crazy. Anyway, yes, I've covered this list already of what to do if ICE comes to your place of work or if ICE comes to your house. I've covered this extensively, and it's sad, but I used to cover this back in 2016 as well. Exclusive, Trump administration canceling flights for nearly 1,660 Afghan refugees, says U.S. official. "2016 is back, I suppose? No, it'll be worse than 2016. Make no mistake. There is no help coming from liberals. There is no Democratic Party. Even institutions like the ACLU have been gutted. So like any matter of different like legal counsel, legal support that would at least like try to hold this kind of process up in courts in mountains of paperwork are kind of gone away. They've kind of gone away as well. The courts are also slammed with pro-Trump judges that were appointed, and the Democratic Party itself, that at the very least was mounting an aesthetic defense on the basis of civility at times, was still creating a permission structure to say, no, this is unacceptable. And the media was also covering everything that the Trump administration was doing with negative terms for that reason. So both the media and the Democratic Party that are supposed to operate with like some semblance of critical analysis and countering what Trump is doing in Trump's agenda are no longer doing that, which means that large majorities of the public are not going to be aware of what Trump is doing or care about what Trump is doing, or worse, they will actually defend what Trump is doing. That's where we're at right now. Let's see what El Rivas has to say about Trump supporters at J6.
It was almost like some kind of holiday. One father, he's had kids who's been in this prison, in this jail for a year, and he spoke with a lot of emotion. Take a look. Your kids, are they charged with felonies?
Yeah, they're charged with everything in the book, sister. They wanted to destroy our family. They don't do bank robbers like they've done our family. They don't do rapists like they've done our family.
We personally would like a full pardon on everybody, and we believe the justification for that is this was a big entrapment operation. We're viewing this day as in American history equivalent as the release of the Iranian hostages. We believe it's that momentous for what is occurring today.
We're hopeful. We're happy. Today's our day.
So just a few minutes ago, I was on a bus that a group, the J6 Vets Association, chartered to bring Jan 6ers to a hotel, which they called an undisclosed location. Other Jan 6ers are going to a rented house they call the Eagle's Nest here on Capitol Hill. There's a lot of money available to the people. There's a lot of financing to help people get their feet back on the ground and get their lives back together.
All right, Ellie, thank you very much. Ellie's done such incredible reporting, and to be there, to actually watch those moments. I mean, it is pretty incredible the moment this country is in, watching this happen today, and it might happen tonight. Out front now is Jackson Reffitt. He turned his father, Guy Reffitt, into the FBI for participating in the insurrection.
That's the HasanAbi
Guy Reffitt
head.
is currently in prison, serving a 6.5-year sentence for rioting at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. So obviously convicted and serving his sentence.
There's a HasanAbi head
Jackson,
in the
I
news.
appreciate your time. So here we are, and Trump is announcing pardons for January 6th defendants. That this could include your father, who's serving a 6-year sentence, a 6.5-year sentence as we speak. What's your reaction?
Well, I'm honestly flabbergasted that we've gotten to this point. I mean, I'm terrified. I don't know what I'm going to do. I've taken as many precautions as I could recently. I've picked up a gun. I've moved, and I've gotten myself away from what I thought would be a dangerous situation and staying where I thought my dad could find me, or other people, people that are going to feel so validated by these actions, by this pardon. I'm just so filled with paranoia about what could happen. I've been waiting all day from a call from the DOJ to just figure it out and know what to do next. Because right now I don't, other than just to, sit around and, talk about it.
I mean, you're scared. I mean, you're right. I mean, you're scared about what could happen from your father specifically, or someone else.
Yeah. I don't know what other people are thinking. I don't even know what my father's thinking. I mean, I've talked to my father before, but I had thought it gotten better, and it really hadn't. My dad is still involved with these militias. He still talks with, a martyr status. He has no change. He's more galvanized than ever that I've seen. My mom too. My sisters are waiting outside the jail cell right now, and I feel for them, and I know who they are, and I love them, but I can't feel safe. And I'm sure hundreds of other families, thousands of other people that have been affected by these people and their actions, and what could happen when they're released. I mean, who knows? I mean, my dad once called me a traitor, and he said traitors get shot. So that's, all I can think about recently.
Throwing bagels at a wall. Thank you for the 20 community gift of subs.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Jackson. You mentioned your sisters, and I know you're one of 3, and your sisters are there, and you mentioned your mom too, and your mom and your sisters are fully on board with your father. And you talk about, it really sounds like January 6th broke your family apart. Is there any way that Yeah. Go ahead.
Destroy it. Seriously, I mean, my father's actions coming from the Trump presidency and what he thought what he was doing was right, just destroyed it. And I made a very, very disgusting decision to inform authorities about what he was doing. And I still feel horrible about it every day. And, my sisters are out there right now, and they're rooting for him. And, I understand that. I come with a point of love towards that. Like, I want to be there for them, but I can't. It just isn't safe for people like me that have done the same things I have done to do what I thought to do to protect my family. And, it's hard.
But you still love your father.
Of course. I love him. I love him. I just cannot feel safe around him. Cannot feel safe around people he knows. I cannot feel safe around the people my mother knows. My mom has, used my name to sit in front of a crowded room of these far right Trump supporters. And whenever she brings up my name and what I've done, the crowd will just roar in just anger about like, what the hell did that kid do? And I being away from all this and just spectating what they're doing is just terrifying. And I can't do anything but just spectate. And I don't know.
Well, Jackson, I appreciate your talking. It matters as good people can hear it. And I know it comes not without risk, and it comes at cost for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
President Trump is about to enter the Oval Office to sign more executive orders and perhaps more information on those pardons. We're going to bring you that live, plus some of the wealthiest and biggest names in corporate America and technology specifically were there, front and center at Trump's inauguration, mixed in with his family members. So
it's so funny, the media trying to be like, wow, corporate oligarchs. I can't believe it. Like, yeah, you guys love that, man. What are you talking about? Like I don't know. It's just these criticisms do ring a little hollow, if I'm being honest, if I'm being real, coming from the likes of CNN. Oh, this is a monarchy, dude. Like, and those are God ordained lords defending the God ordained king.
We heard him talk about a national emergency
Let's
on the
look at
southern
his,
border. He's going to
immigration
declare
and
that
border
here on day
executive
one. I want to go to
actions.
Maria Villarreal. She's in Texas.
And then we'll talk
she
about some
covers
other
obviously
stuff.
the issue of immigration and the southern border for us. And Maria, they were expecting this. Authorities in the border states that Donald Trump would act and act quickly. And they've now heard it in the inaugural address. They now await the signing with the pen a little later this afternoon to put some of these words into action. Exactly what that action looks like remains to be seen. And as John Carl just pointed out, whether or not we'll see any sort of beginning to mass deportations still remains up in the air, though he's given every indication, President Trump, that he intends to act and quickly here.
You know, David, I think Mary Bruce probably put it best a little earlier, right? She said we heard the inaugural address and then we heard a second address. And I think that's when we really got a good sense of what Trump is really focused on, what's important to him, where he feels most comfortable. We've been talking about this all throughout the election, right? For me, though, this gave us a lot more perspective on what we can expect at the border. And I think that's what a lot of people, a lot of contacts and sources down here have been waiting for. There have been a lot of rumblings for weeks about what could potentially happen. I mean, obviously, he talked today about bringing back Remain in Mexico. We've also heard a lot of conversations around Title 42. And when you talk about
Okay, that's kind of crazy. You got Kenneth Vogel, New York Times Kenneth Vogel, the ADL, which recently hired Ballard Firm, the lobbying shop headed by one of Trump's top fundraisers, Brian Ballard, to develop practice and policies to counter the rise of anti-Semitism in the U.S., appears to be willing to give Trump's team the benefit of the doubt. That's kind of cool that the New York Times is also doing this kind of reporting on the ADL. This is not the treatment that you give an institution that operates inside of American boundaries at the behest of the Israeli government, 100%, by the way. I think the ADL also gets grants from the Knesset, if I'm not mistaken. The ADL might not, but it means that the new, like the way that things are going, like they're willing to actually, in an effort to, I guess, maybe be anti-Trump, they're willing to attack an institution that normally works alongside the State Department. Interesting. Under normal circumstances, I can't see the New York Times actually butting heads or even doing this kind of reporting against the ADL. Usually they're the ones who actually take ADL research, no matter how silly that research might look like, no matter how bad its methodology is, and use it as a factually accurate in their reporting to beef up the fact that anti-Semitism is on the rise. This does not, of course, mean that anti-Semitism isn't on the rise. It is, but the ADL's reporting on the matter conflates actual anti-Semitic hate crimes with anti-Israel sentiment being expressed. That is the reason why the ADL's reporting shows that there is like a 7,000% increase in anti-Semitic hate crimes in the United States of America, because they openly changed their methodology to add any kind of anti-Israel sentiment as an anti-Semitic hate crime onto their surveys. The previous president of ADL, Abraham Foxman, director emeritus of ADL, has, for the second time now, criticized the current leadership of the ADL. Breaking, Trump has revoked the Biden administration executive order, which imposed sanctions on persons undermining peace, security, and stability in the West Bank. The 5 settlers of the Biden administration offered a brief sanctions on that I'm pretty sure it took back on anyway. Like he actually went back on this. They weren't exactly pushing for They weren't exactly pushing for this regardless. And I think that they just he automatically removed that with the removal of all executive orders in the previous administration, if you remember. Yeah. Abraham Foxman says, Elon Musk may be the world's richest man, but that does not excuse his thanking the Trump supporters with a Heil Hitler Nazi salute. In addition to supporting Germany's neo-Nazi party in the next elections, it is a very disconcerting image. This is the second time Abraham Foxman has butt heads with the current leadership of the ADL, Jonathan Greenblatt. The last time was also over Elon Musk, as a matter of fact. Just, pointing that out. He said this last time. Jonathan Greenblatt did PR for Elon Musk as well. He was like, what are you doing? What an insane thing to do from your position of authority as someone who's supposed to be the leading figure of combating anti-Semitism.
Before, if situations like Laken Riley's tragic death were taken differently by the Democratic Party, then maybe you wouldn't be sitting here having this conversation right now.
Yeah, well, the part messaging, but part, I don't think Democrats have ever said, no, let's not deport violent criminals. We've always been for that. But there's that element of the conversation. There's people coming to the United States seeking asylum. That needs to be addressed. But the people who have been here for years, if not decades, like dreamers, like farm workers, like other essential workers that make our country tick, that's a whole different population, and they deserve better than the chaos that is coming back to their families and to their communities under these threats by President Trump.
Well, Senator Padilla, I very much appreciate your time, and thoughts are with you with what you're going through in your state with those fires that are continuing to rage even as we speak.
Thank you very much. A lot of them we're going to take and help rebuild.
They are, right? And there's going to be a lot of need for FEMA, which I know is also part of this conversation. Thank you very much, Senator Padilla. I appreciate it. And President Trump earlier today did promise to usher in a, quote, golden age for America, quickly, though, portraying a declining country that's failing its citizens, a failure that Trump says he'll reverse.
Just got here. Did you talk about Elon doing the salute? Bro, I haven't stopped talking about it. Please stop asking me to talk about the Elon doing the salute. Yes, man, he did it. We're waiting for more. What? Content? What is this? Quit crying, mate. I've seen someone bitch about America as you do. Why aren't you moving to a different country then? But of course that won't happen. You won't have the same wealth elsewhere as you do in America. European countries like the UK are piss poor and broke. What? Why are you complaining about America, what an American is saying, exercising his God-given First Amendment, constitutionally protected First Amendment rights from a piss-poor country like the UK? Silence, Brit. Silence, Angloid. An American is talking, okay? Know your fucking place. Don't ever come at me like that. You have the Reform Party to deal with anyway. I'm sure you like that, though, because you're a dumbass, most likely EDL
Trump's
supporter.
Policy. And he's talked about a lot more drilling.
Drill, baby, drill is the way he put it today.
It's where he put it today, filling the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. But I know you've also said there were parts of his speech that you would have written.
We blow a 13 colony lead, love. I know a thing or two. Are you taking a piece, mate?
And about fulfilling the promises that he's been making on the campaign trail. And I agree with him in that respect. I wanted to see the same thing in terms of sending a message about a safe southern border. I wanted to see a message about the deportations that he said would happen, and he has to honor that.
Oh, thank God.
Looking at the
Thank God. Anyway, he's signing new executive orders into action. Executive actions.
We have about 6 commutations in there where we're doing further research. Nice to see you again. So this is a big one. Anything you want to explain about this? We hope they get him. We hope they come out tonight, frankly.
He got Enrique Tarrio out of prison,
They're
too.
expecting it. Approximately 1,500 people.
He says, stand back, stand by.
Commutations.
Were there any cases you did not meet or part of people?
We're looking at different things, but the commutations would be the ones that we'll take a look, and maybe it'll stay that way, or it'll go to, full pardon.
And the order does require the Bureau of Prisons to act immediately on receipt of the pardons and commutation orders. Sir, this is an
Why don't we get that down so they can get them going right now?
Yes, sir.
Is that okay?
Yep, absolutely. This is a proclamation guaranteeing the state's protection against invasion based on the current crisis at the southern border. It invokes various executive powers relating to the ongoing invasion at the southern border.
Mr. President, what makes you confident that those are not going to be blocked by the courts?
I don't think they will. I don't think they can be. They're very straight up. Why don't you take that and go over here? Could you get him over here, not on the side angle? Do you mind? Just go right over here with your friends. Okay?
Sir, this is an executive order realigning the United States refugee admission program to better align with American principles and American interests.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. This next executive order is about protecting America from foreign terrorists and other national security and public safety threats. Again, crisis at the border, but it goes beyond that and it implicates other executive powers as well.
Okay.
President Trump, if cartels are now going to be seen as foreign terror organizations, would you think about ordering U.S. Special Forces into Mexico to take them out?
Could happen. Stranger things have happened.
That would be an act of war, by the way.
Would accept Venezuelans.
That would be military deployment on foreign soil.
Would accept Venezuelans.
Well, we're going to see in Venezuela. We're looking at Venezuela very strongly. It's a country I know very well.
He said he wants to do Syria to Venezuela.
Well, it was a great country 20 years ago, and now it's a mess, right?
Sir, can we expect ICE raids starting tomorrow in major cities?
What does that mean?
Can we expect ICE raids in major cities?
I don't want to say when, but it's going to happen. Has to happen, or we're not going to have a country left.
This is actually an executive order designating the cartels and other organizations to be foreign terrorist organizations.
That's a big one.
Yes, sir.
People have wanted to do this for years. So they are now designated as terrorist organizations, foreign. And Mexico probably doesn't want that. But we have to do what's right. They're killing our people. They're killing 250, 300,000 American people a year. Not 100, like has been reported for 15 years. It's probably 300,000.
This is an executive.
You said Mexico doesn't want that. How are you going to deal with this?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them.
Sir, this is an executive order entitled Protecting the American People Against Invasion, which again deals with the southern border and the unprecedented admission of illegal aliens across the southern border.
What do you see the biggest national security threat to the U.S., Mr. President? What's going to be your priority on foreign policy?
Say?
What's going to be your priority on foreign policy? What do you see as the biggest national
Foreign policy is a big statement. I mean, my priority on foreign policy, it's going to be to keep America safe. Very simple. It's a big question, though. That's a very big question.
Who is going to be the first foreign leader that you plan to meet, or who are you going to call tomorrow on your first day?
I've already been meeting people. I've been meeting them. I've been talking to them. I met with Prime Minister Trudeau, who I call Governor Trudeau. I met with numerous foreign leaders. Go ahead.
Sir, this next order relates to the definition of birthright citizenship under the 14th Amendment of the United States.
Good. That's a good one. Birthright. That's a big one.
What about that one in the course? That one is likely to be challenged.
Could be. We think we have good grounds, but you could be right. I mean, you'll find out. It's ridiculous. We're the only country in the world that does this with birthright, as you know. And it's just absolutely ridiculous. But, we'll see. We have very good grounds.
Sir,
People have wanted to do this for decades.
Sir, this is a proclamation declaring a national emergency at the southern border of the United States.
That's a big one. A lot of big ones, huh? You know what that means, right?
President Trump, did President Biden leave you a letter?
He may have. Wait. Don't they leave it in the desk? I don't know. Oh.
What's in there?
Thank you, Peter. It could have been years before we found it. Wow. Thank you.
Can you say on the outside?
Maybe we should all read it together.
Let's read it.
Well, maybe I'll read it first and then make that determination.
That sounds great.
Peter, thank you very much. I may not have seen this for months.
Happy to help with the passing of the torch.
I did. I left him one in the desk just like this.
What are you talking about in the limo?
Unification of our country. I didn't know that he gave a pardon to his family because he did it during my speech.
He didn't tell you in the limo?
No, he didn't tell me. No. He did it. They released it during my speech. During my speech. So all I could do was say, excuse me, I'd like to come back and speak some more. So, no, we were surprised about that. It's bad precedent, obviously.
Where are you thinking on tariffs on Mexico, given these actions you're signing on the border?
Well, we're thinking in terms of 25% on Mexico and Canada because they're allowing vast numbers of people. Canada's a very bad abuser also. Vast numbers of people to come in and fentanyl to come in.
When do you think you would enact those?
I think February 1st.
Are you planning on giving notice of that?
I think we'll do it February 1st.
25% on both, sir?
Sir,
on each.
On each, yes.
This is an executive order taking a large number of executive actions to secure our southern border.
Okay. Sounds reasonable.
President Trump, we remember 4 years ago, Barack Obama had told you that the top threat to the country was going to be North Korea. Did Joe Biden tell you what he thinks the top threat to the country is right now?
No. I think we have a lot of them. Right now, I think we have a lot.
Obama said North Korea was a top threat.
I was very friendly with him. He liked me. I liked him. We got along very well. They thought that was a tremendous threat. Now, he is a nuclear power, but we got along. I think he'll be happy to see him coming back.
And
I think he has tremendous condo capability. He's got a lot of shoreline.
Thank you, sir.
Are you going to work with countries from South America to coordinate on immigration?
About who?
About immigration in general.
This is an executive order. Sorry, sir.
I'm fine with legal immigration. I like it. We need people, and I'm absolutely fine with it. We want to have it. We need it because we're going to have a lot of companies coming in to avoid tariffs. If you don't want tariffs, all you have to do is build your plant in the U.S. So we're going to have a lot of workers coming in, but we have to have legal immigration.
Do you have a date in mind for when you want to put on the China tariffs that you're talking
Which
about?
one?
60%?
No. You're talking about which? Say it again.
The China tariffs, the broad
China?
tariffs.
Well, as you know, I put on large tariffs on China, and they've really been forced to leave them. And if we didn't leave them, you wouldn't have one steel mill that's open in this country because they were dumping massive amounts of steel. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars from China because they were unable to terminate the tariffs I put on China because it was too much money and the budgets didn't work and other reasons too. No, we're going to have meetings and calls with President Xi. I spoke to President Xi last week, as you know. Did you know that? I had a very good phone call.
Did you start with NATO at this moment? Are you planning to meet your NATO allies?
No, NATO has to pay more money. NATO has to pay 5%. We're into the Ukraine war by $200 billion more than NATO. It's ridiculous because it affects them a lot more. We have an ocean in between. And we've spent $200 billion more on Ukraine than NATO has spent. and they've got to equalize.
Did you talk to Xi about the Ukraine war?
Yeah.
Because China and Brazil together has a proposal to bring Russia and Ukraine to talk.
That's good. That's fine. I'm ready.
When are you going
That's
to talk
good.
with the Brazilian
How did
president?
Brazil get involved?
Brazil's involved.
This is a new one.
When are you going to talk to Lula?
Are you from Brazil?
From Brazil.
Ah,
When are you talking?
that's why they're involved, I guess.
When are you going to talk with the Brazilian president? How do you see your relationship with Latin America and Brazil?
Great. Should be great. They need us much more than we need them. We don't need them. They need us. Everybody needs us.
Mr. President, it sounds like you will not receive an additional China tariff necessarily, depending on how talks go with President Xi. Is that correct?
What does that define that?
Well, you were asking, you pledged in the campaign potentially a 10% tariff on China or as much as
Because of fentanyl.
Right. So I'm asking where you're.
That's only because of fentanyl. There are other things too.
Are additional.
And a very big thing is the Panama Canal. China controls the Panama Canal. What's that all about? They're not supposed to be good. When Jimmy Carter gave it, which was a terrible mistake, he didn't do it. He didn't give it to China. He gave it to Panama. And China controls the Panama Canal.
So are China tariffs
And we're not going to allow that to happen.
Are they still on the table or is that?
We're not going to allow that to happen.
Thank you, sir. What can we expect of the countries in NATO that spend the least amount of money, like Spain, France, below the 5%?
Spain is very low. And yet, are they a BRICS nation?
What?
They're a BRICS nation, Spain. You know what a BRICS nation is? You'll figure it out. But and if the BRICS nations want to do that, that's okay.
Wait,
but
what?
we're going to put at least a 100% tariff on the business they do with the United States.
Does he think the S?
You guys know. You know what I'm saying, right? You
Does
know
he
what
think
I'm
the
saying.
S is for Spain?
So it's not even a threat. In fact, since I made that statement, Biden said, well, they have us over a barrel. I said, no, we have them over a barrel. And there's no way they're going to be able to do that.
It's so funny that BRICS was an acronym created by Americans initially, and he still got it wrong.
They'll have a 100% tariff if they so much as even think about doing what they thought.
Can you explain how it's...
And therefore they'll give it up immediately. So will China give it up.
So this is about reforming the system of hiring in the federal government to ensure that merit is the lodestar of hiring decisions
As per the Supreme Court.
other matters. Yes, sir.
Mr. President, this is a big deal. Merit. Our country is going to be based on merit again. Can you believe it?
Mr. President, you said you would end the Russia-Ukraine war on your first day in office. Where do things stand right now, and how do you intend?
Well, this is only half a day. I have another half a day left. We'll see. We want to get it done.
This is an order creating and implementing the Department of Governmental Efficiency, known as DOGE.
Okay, that's a big one.
Is Elon Musk going to get a West Wing office?
No, he's getting an office for about 20 people that we're hiring to make sure that these get implemented. We have a problem in this country. You sign an executive order, it doesn't get done for 6 months. As an example, when we allow the J6 hostages to go out, it might not be approved under the old days for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 6 months. You know, they had a good ruling from the Supreme Court, and it's like nothing happened. That ruling was 6 months ago, you know that. And it was like they didn't have a ruling. They've been treated very unfair. The judges have been absolutely brutal. The prosecutors have been brutal. Nobody's ever treated people in this country like that.
Mr. President, are you commuting the sentences of anyone who assaulted a police officer on January 6th?
Well, we're looking at 2 police officers, actually, that Washington police officers who went after an illegal, and things happened, and they ended up putting them in jail. They got 5-year jail sentences. You know the case. And we're looking at that in order to give them we got to give them a break.
But is there clemency in your actions today for anyone?
Well, it would be a pardon. That would be a pardon. The one I'm talking about would be a pardon.
Here you go, sir.
Should there be punishment for the people who assaulted law enforcement officers that day?
Well, I will say this. They've been in jail for a long time already. I see murderers in this country get 2 years, 1 year, and maybe no time. So they've already been in jail for a long time. These people have been destroyed. What they've done to these people is outrageous. There's rarely been anything like it in history, in the history of our country. And even people that were aggressive, and in many cases, I believe they happen to be outside agitators, but, you know, what do I know, right? But I think they were outside agitators. There were outside agitators involved. And obviously the FBI was involved because Ray admitted the FBI was involved. Didn't he say 23 people indirectly or directly were involved, and it was in 26? That's a lot of people. Now we have, we got to take care of these people have been treated so badly. It's never happened before. What happened in Seattle where they took over a big portion of the city? What happened in Portland where they burn down the city every day and people die? Nothing happened to anybody. But they go after these people violently. I mean, they're still going after brand new people. They found somebody else with a picture. There's never been anything like this. And you know, it's almost 100%. Think of this, almost 100% of the people are convicted. 100%. It's Washington, D.C. People go into a trial and they say, oh, I have a wonderful lawyer and I didn't do anything wrong. And they end up in shackles almost immediately and jail. No, we're not going to let it happen.
About Greenland, we have some interest in buying it, but is there any other option that would satisfy you?
About what?
Greenland, instead of buying it.
Finland?
Greenland.
Well, Greenland. Greenland is a wonderful place. We need it for international security. And I'm sure that Denmark will come along. I think it's costing them a lot of money to maintain it, to keep it. The people of Greenland are not happy with Denmark, as you know. I think they're happy with us. We had representatives, my son and representatives went up there 2 weeks ago, and they like us. So we'll see what happens. But Greenland is necessary, not for us, it's necessary for international security. You have Russian boats all over the place, you have China boats all over the place, warships, and they can't maintain it.
When are you going to be talking to Vladimir Putin?
Who?
Do you plan to meet President Putin, sir?
I'll be meeting with President Putin.
When do you plan?
I don't know, I can't, it's being set up.
Your first trip, foreign that might be, sir?
So the first foreign trip typically has been with UK, but I did it with Saudi Arabia last time because they agreed to buy $450 billion worth of our product. I said, I'll do it, but you have to buy American product, and they agreed to do that. They bought $450 billion. It was the least reported story I've ever been involved in.
And now, where are you planning to go now?
Well, I don't know. If Saudi Arabia wanted to buy another 450 or 500, we'll up it for all the inflation.
Mr. President, you say you were going to end the
Oh my
war
God.
first day. How do you plan to end
Bro,
Ukraine?
he's gonna give Saudi Arabia nukes. I'm telling you, he's just like, up nuclear arms. It's very expensive. Saudi Arabia needs it. Are you gonna give them the nukes? Do you have 500 billion? They'll get it from Russia.
On Saudi Arabia to normalize relations.
I don't think I have to push them. I think it's going to happen, but maybe not quite yet. But they'll end up being in the Accords, the Abraham Accords.
President Trump,
I think Saudi Arabia will end up being in the Abraham Accords.
This year?
Could be, but soon. Not in a very long way. Ooh, look at that. It says TikTok. My, what is that all about?
First, we have Alaska, sir. This is an executive order relating to unleashing Alaska's potential as an energy reservoir for the entire nation.
And what about ANWR?
I believe that would be included in aspects of the order.
So we're opening up ANWR.
On the TikTok piece, President Trump, you and your members of your team now used to warn about the dangers of TikTok spying on Americans. What changed that you're not worried about that anymore?
Well, it depends on the deal. I mean, I may not do the deal or I may do the deal. TikTok is worthless. Worthless if I don't approve it. It has to close. I learned that from the people that own it. If I don't do the deal, it's worthless. Worth nothing. If I do the deal, it's worth maybe $1 trillion. $1 trillion. So if I do the deal I'm talking about doing it for the United States. If I do the deal for the United States, then I think we should get half.
The TikTok CEO.
In other words, wait, I think the U.S. should be entitled to get half of TikTok. And congratulations, TikTok has a good partner. And that would be worth, could be $500 billion or something. It's crazy. The numbers are crazy. But it's worthless if the president doesn't sign, then it's worthless. If the president does sign, it's worth maybe $1 trillion. So I think, like a joint venture, I think we would have a joint venture with the people from TikTok. We'll see what happens. I mean, that's one of many ideas I've had.
The CEO is around. Did he say that he's open to that idea?
Who?
The CEO of TikTok is around.
Oh, I think he'd probably like it. Because he's got nothing. I mean, they really have nothing. It's passed in Congress. It gives the president a right to make a deal or to close it. And we have 90 days to make that decision. But I could see making a deal where the U.S. gets 50% of TikTok, polices it a little bit or a lot, depends on them. But remember, they make telephones in China. They make all sorts of things in China. Nobody ever complains about that. Here they're complaining about this. There's so many different products made in China, and nobody ever complained about it. The only one they complain about is TikTok. And TikTok is largely young people. I guess I have a warm spot for TikTok that I didn't have originally. But, I went on TikTok, and I won young people up by 36%, Peter.
He loves that. That is the main.
Typically don't do too well.
I swear to God, that's the only reason why he wants to defend TikTok.
With the U.S. TikTok,
He's like, yeah,
TikTok then, or how
TikTok was great for me with the youth vote. I'm keeping it.
50% of TikTok for the approval that TikTok could continue in business.
If Huawei phones somehow were responsible for him winning the election, he would have saved that too.
Essentially would be paid for doing that half of the value of TikTok.
Would there be a private sector owner as well?
Could be, yeah, could be a lot. Tell you what, every rich person has called me about TikTok.
You wanted to block TikTok. Why did you change your mind?
Because I got to use it. And remember, TikTok is largely about kids, young kids. If China's going to get information about young kids, I don't know. To be honest with you, I think we have bigger problems than that. But when you take a look at telephones that are made in China and all the other things that are made in China, military equipment made in China, TikTok, I think TikTok is not their biggest problem. But there's big value in TikTok if it gets approved. If it doesn't get approved, there's no value. So if we create that value, why aren't we entitled to like half?
Sir, if you don't have any 90 days, will you shut them down?
Does Biden ever do news conferences like this? How many news conferences?
He's not
Peter,
president anymore. He's dead, bro.
None.
Who cares about Biden? He's still talking about Biden.
And it would be zero for the next infinity. For infinity, it would be zero.
Mr. President, when you plan to talk to President Musk going to help implement the executive orders? I think you mentioned implementation.
Yes, it was technically his FBI that did January 6th.
He's very busy sending
Yes.
rocket ships up to various places.
But he
with lots of
always
satellites
considers the
on them.
FBI before January 6th and after January 6th, especially as a hostile entity. By the way, it was quote unquote his FBI that did January 6th with his head that he had appointed to the FBI after firing the previous one. So it's like it was fully his FBI.
I think he's going to get a lot of votes. I think he's going to be at 90% or something. I mean,
Did you say
I'm hearing
President
very
Musk?
good. People know him. They know him in the
Sorry.
Senate. They know he's good. He's doing a good job. I don't know. I can't tell you. I don't know what's going to happen with that. He's got some very strong ideas, though, Marco.
You signed the
TikTok
order, right? Did you sign the TikTok order?
Yeah.
Yes, that was just
President Marco Rubio's ideas is
Just signed it.
How many
still
did you sign?
changing Venezuela, changing power. Are you still committed with Maduro leaving power in Venezuela?
Well, we're going to find out about that, too, because we're going to probably stop buying oil from Venezuela. We don't need their oil.
Another.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Yes, that was just
President Marco Rubio's ideas is
Just signed it.
How many
still
did you sign?
changing Venezuela, changing power. Are you still committed with Maduro leaving power in
Well,
Venezuela?
we're going to find out about that, too, because we're going to probably stop buying oil from Venezuela. We don't need their oil.
Another embargo like the first term?
Well, it could be, but we don't want to buy. We don't have to buy their oil. We have plenty of oil for ourselves, so
President Trump,
that'll change Venezuela quite a bit.
President Trump, there was a lot of concern about this during the campaign. A question that only works today. Are you a dictator on day one?
No. I can't imagine even being called that. No, I believe in the sanctity of the vote. The Democrats didn't because they cheated like dogs, but I believe in the sanctity, and this was too big to rig. This last election was just too big to rig. But no,
Finally, an election that he won, so it wasn't. There was no cheating.
And you talked a bit about Ukraine and Russia, but how long do you think it would take to end that conflict? And
I have to speak to President Putin. We're going to have to find out. He can't be thrilled. He's not doing so well. I mean, he's grinding it out, but most people thought that war would have been over in about 1 week.
I told you he was going to do that.
Years, right? So he can't be thrilled. It's not making him look very good. Now, eventually, you know, I mean, it's a big machine, so things will happen. But I think he'd be very well off to.
Oh
end
my
that
God!
war.
Tariffs are
We
coming
have
in on them.
Numbers of
Oh,
almost 1
February
million Russian
1st!
soldiers have been killed. About 700,000 Ukrainian soldiers are killed. Russia's bigger. They have more soldiers to lose. But that's no way to run a country.
What did your TikTok order do, Mr. President?
It just gave me the right to sell it or close it. Essentially, with TikTok, I have the right to either sell it or close it. And we'll make that determination. And we may have to get an approval from China, too. I'm not sure. But I'm sure they'll approve it. And if they don't approve it, it would be somewhat of a hostile act, I think. But it's good for China if it gets approved.
Mr. President, so you're not guaranteeing that TikTok will be around after 90 days from today?
No, but it could very well be. It makes sense for it to be, because it's got tremendous value. But if we create the value by approving, you know, in other words, that approval gives it tremendous value. If that's the case, then we should be entitled to 50% as a country. You understand? You haven't heard that one before, right? That's called a joint venture. And nobody ever thought that way before. Well, I don't know. I think you have a lot of people that would be interested in TikTok with the United States as a partner.
Mr. President, what was it like walking into the Oval Office this evening?
Oh, what a great feeling. One of the better feelings I've ever had.
Do you like this town better now than in 2017?
Well, we're very experienced now. You would say nobody's ever had experience like I have. I've dealt with some very good people. I've dealt with some very bad people, and I know who the bad ones are and the good ones are. You know, don't forget, I was very successful in primarily the real estate business. And people used to say, who's worse, a politician or a vicious real estate developer? And I'd always say, you know, the real estate developer is far worse. But after about 3 months and getting to know scum like Adam Schiff and other people like that, I said, no, actually, real estate people are quite nice by comparison.
You said you plan to speak with President Putin soon. What about President Zelensky, and what's your message?
Yeah, I would, but he's told me he wants to make a deal. I mean, Zelensky wants to make a deal. I don't know if Putin does. He might not. I don't know. He should make a deal. I think he's destroying Russia by not making a deal. I think Russia's going to be in big trouble. You take a look at their economy, you take a look at the inflation in Russia. So I would hope, I got along with him great, and, you know, I would hope he wants to make a deal.
Mr. President, are you keeping U.S. sanctions on Russia until he makes a deal?
Well, sanctions or tariffs. I think the word tariff is much better because it keeps your dollar stronger. I think tariffs are more effective. I mean, I use sanctions on Iran. Iran was broke. When I left office, Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, none. They were flat broke. And October 7th would have never happened. And I think you all know that. It would have never happened. They had no money. Now they're rich, but you know, they're weakened in a different way. I would say that the one attack by Israel really set them back. It really set them back. The pagers and others. You know, the attack on air defense was a bad attack for Iran.
What are you signing now, sir?
It's an executive order relating to reforms to the federal workforce, including to the senior executive service.
We're getting rid of all of the cancer. I call it cancer. The cancer caused by the Biden administration.
How confident are you, Mr. President, that you can keep the ceasefire in Gaza and conclude the 3 phases of this deal?
I'm not confident. That's not our war, it's their war, but I'm not confident. But I think they're very weakened on the other side.
Do you support the 2-state
Gaza,
solution?
boy, I looked at a picture of Gaza. Gaza is like a massive demolition site. That place it's really got to be rebuilt in a different way.
Do you plan to help rebuilding Gaza?
I might. You know, Gaza is interesting. It's a phenomenal location. On the sea, best weather. You know, everything's good. It's like some beautiful things could be done with it, but it's very interesting.
I'm
But
sorry, what?
some fantastic things could be done with Gaza.
How do you see the future in governance for Gaza?
Well, it depends. I can't imagine you could have, well, you certainly can't have the people that were there. Most of them are dead, by the way, right? Most of them are dead. But they didn't exactly run it well. Run viciously and badly. So you can't have that.
Mr. President, on TikTok, sir, do you pause any decision on Chinese tariffs until you know what the resolution on TikTok will be? Are those things
No,
connected at
if
all?
China didn't approve it, we could put tariffs on China. Don't forget, China charges us tariffs, and we charge them very little, except for what I did. I put a lot of, we took in hundreds of billions of dollars. But until I came along, China never paid 10 cents to this country. They ripped us off, and they never paid anything. But, like, if we wanted to make a deal with TikTok, and it was a good deal, and China wouldn't approve it, then I think ultimately they'd approve it because we'd put tariffs on China. Maybe. I'm not saying I would, but you certainly could do that. And if we said, well, if you're not going to approve it, then that's a certain hostility, and we'll put tariffs of 25, 30, 40, 50%, even 100%. And if we did that, I think they'd approve it.
President Trump, you've seen the other living presidents a couple times in the last few months. If you ever had to call on one of them for advice about anything that's going on here, which one would you call?
It's an interesting. Well, I thought Bill Clinton was a very good
This is,
politician.
Truly
I don't think
heinous
he was
stuff.
used properly. I think they
We are
disrespected
so
him.
America's so
When
fucked.
Hillary
The
was
rest of the
running,
planet is fucked.
He came back
The
and he
entire
said,
globe
you know,
is
you
fucked.
better get up to
It hasn't even been
Michigan
12
and
hours yet. It's barely been 12 hours in office, and he's already said mass immigration raids,
They all laughed at him
Gaza
because the
beachfront
Republicans
property,
had won Michigan and Wisconsin,
tariffs to Mexico and Canada instantly February 1st.
and they all laughed at Bill
Like,
Clinton.
how is the stock market not reacting to this in the normal ways that you would?
And he turned out to be right because I won both of them. And then we just won both in this election, too. We won Wisconsin and Michigan and every other swing state. We won all the swing states, all 7. They talked about 7 swing states. We won them all.
Oh, it's because MLK Day,
Bill
stock
Clinton
market's
was-
closed
he had a
today.
great
I forgot. I forgot that it's
political sense, I think.
I forgot.
We were having a good conversation with President Obama at President
I
Carter's
was.
funeral.
And you'd like to know what it was? Oh. Everybody wants to know. I know, I wouldn't want to have, but we were having some crazy conversation. Why do you asking a question like that? You don't. I don't think you want to know. You might not.
Tell us what you just signed.
You might be insulted.
It's an executive order relating to holding former
It's
government
also like 8 p.m.,
government
bro.
officials accountable for unlawful disclosure of sensitive information. This next one, sir, is a declaration of a national energy emergency.
So you also
That's a big one. You know what that allows you to do? That means
I think
you can do whatever.
I
you
think
have
we're
to do to
entering
get
very weird territory. In the absence of organized resistance against this sort of action from the obviously reactionary government, I feel like the resistance to this sort of the resistance to Donald Trump is going to take the form of decentralized resistance, which is always uncontrollable. Okay. In the least violent ways of decentralized resistance movements, when there are no legal structures in play, like workplace sexual assault and violence, was the Me Too movement. The most violent version of decentralized resistance against unlimited amounts of profit seeking that puts people's lives at stake is Luigi Mangione. Take your pick.
I would like to find out what it is. And
It's going to probably see itself in the form of both of these different movements. On the one hand, there will be, I suspect that there will be some semblance of organized efforts to try and actively apply social pressure in the face of unchanging and unyielding cruelty by our legislative body, by our judicial body. And also, on the other hand, I suspect that there will be direct instances of violence from adventurists as well.
No security. Because they had everything shut down to drones. You know, you can shut that down pretty easily if you're sophisticated. They're very sophisticated, these people. No, it was just cold weather. And we made a good move because, first of all, I thought it was incredible in the Capitol today. You know why I liked it? Because I got great reviews on that speech. I got great reviews. Can you believe it? They actually were fair.
This is
Maybe the fake news is changing.
Unleashing energy production.
Yeah, unleashing energy production. But I thought it was, I think having it in the Capitol is great. It's obviously, you can take care of the people you have to take care of. The city was booming. And if we would have done it outside, people would have been hurt because it was really cold. You know, it was like, looked sunny. But when you stood outside for 10 minutes, people were running back in. It was really cold and really windy. The wind brings it down a lot. So we made the right decision. You couldn't have stayed. I don't think you could have had it out. You know how cold it was today. It was, people went out for a little while just to test it. They couldn't stay out more than 10 minutes. They all came back in. So we would have had a disaster if we did that, and people would have been hurt.
President, the unlawful disclosure, EO, is that related to the Hunter Biden situation?
Which one?
The one on unlawful disclosures by federal officials, is that related to
No, I think it's just more general than that. It's not Hunter Biden. I was surprised that President Biden would go and pardon his whole family because that makes him look very guilty. You know, I could have pardoned my family. I could have pardoned myself, my family. And I said, if I do that, it's going to make me look very guilty. I don't think I'd be sitting here, frankly. If I did that, I don't think I'd be sitting here right now because I would have shown that you're guilty. But by pardoning his brother or brothers, by pardoning all of those people that he pardoned, by pardoning J6, the Unselect Committee, they destroyed all of the documents. They deleted all of the information. There's no information. And a lot of the information pertains to Nancy Pelosi because she was given 100, I mean, you know this, it's on tape with her daughter. Nancy Pelosi was responsible for not taking advantage of 10,000 soldiers or 1,000. You wouldn't have you could have used 400. It was a relatively small crowd. It wasn't the crowd that was at the mall. It was a small crowd. So I was a little bit surprised that he did it because it makes him look guilty. I mean, he's going to have to live with it. Now, with that being said, it's unbelievable precedent it creates.
Details of the January 6 pardons, commuting the sentence of the head of the Oath Keepers, and one of the first people to breach the Capitol who was charged with assaulting a police officer, Dominic Pizzola. He also got Enrique Tarrio out of prison. Enrique Tarrio had a 22-year sentence.
Who's a total lunatic, by the way. Not a smart guy either, he's a dummy. But we beat the hell out of him. And I helped my reputation.
Do you think you'd have to do the same thing at the end of this term?
Well, I guess now I have precedent to do it. I don't.
Like, I personally think that there is validity for reducing the sentences of some of the people that got popped on January 6th. But having said that, you know, there are active people who did harm, not just to fucking property, but to like police officers and numerous other people who like actively did try to do.
They have nothing.
Albeit unsuccessful,
a
sedition,
it was a rigged deal.
an insurrection, and it makes sense why you would. It makes sense why you would keep some of these guys in prison.
Liz Cheney, I mean, she's a lunatic, and she lost by the greatest margin in the history of a politician running for Congress, like 40 points. The reason it was the greatest is because anybody losing that badly is going to drop out. But she's a nut job. She doesn't drop out. You know, she just keeps chugging forward. and she lost by almost 40 points. That's the biggest number anybody's ever lost by. But why would Biden do that? He pardoned her and pardoned everybody. The reason is that they destroyed documents. And if you're even in a civil case, which this wouldn't be, I mean, people go to jail for a long time for doing that. What's this one?
That's unleashing American energy, sir. It relates to easing permitting processes and other regulatory systems to ensure that we can produce energy efficiently to drive the American economy forward.
President Trump, looking around the office, we noticed some changes from the way that Biden had it set up. Can you confirm that you have added back the Diet Coke plan?
I think this, first of all, I just got here. So my people came in. They have extraordinary decorator sense, right? Let me just see some of the pictures. That's a good one. I could live with him. I could live with George Washington, I can tell you. I could live with Thomas Jefferson. I could live with most of them. They took a very safe route. They don't have any bad ones up there.
Withdrawing from
What is this one?
Withdrawing from the World Health Organization, sir.
Ooh, that's a big one. So we paid $500 million to World Health when I was here, and I terminated it. China, with 1.4 billion people, we have 350 to pay. We have, nobody knows what we have because so many people came in illegally, but let's say we have 325. They had 1.4 billion. They were paying 39 million, we were paying 500 million. It seemed a little unfair to me. So that wasn't the reason, but I dropped out. They offered me to come back for 39 million. In theory, it should be less than that, but you know. And when Biden came back, they came back for 500 million. He knew that you could have come back for 39 million.
Bro,
They
you're
wanted us
talking
back
about,
so
you're
bad.
you're
So
acting
we'll
like
see
this is
what
cutting a deal. Like this is
Pretty
global
sad,
health,
regular.
dude. What the hell?
China pays 39 million, and we pay 500 million. And China's a bigger country.
Mr. President, you spoke about inflation today in your remarks. What actions are you taking today that will have a
Already the
direct
deal,
impact for
baby.
Americans on their everyday
Billions
costs
must
to bring
die.
costs down?
The biggest thing and factor for inflation is energy. They screwed up my energy policy, and then they went back to it. You know, they hurt it really badly, and then they went back to it, and they started drilling more, but by that time it was too late. Many of these things that we're signing and that Doug Burgum is going to be signing, and Chris Wright, who's phenomenal, you know, Energy Department
Alex
of Energy.
leaked your
We're going
tags.
to be taking a lot. We're going to make a lot of money from energy. We have more than anybody else. We're going to make a lot of money from energy. We're going to make a lot
What?
of
No,
money
this
from
is not
tariffs.
for me. What
you
are
know,
you talking
European
about?
Union charges us. They have a VAT tax of 20%, but it's really much higher than that. And that's the equivalent, almost the equivalent of a tariff. And they're tough. They're very tough. They don't take our cars. They don't take our farm product. They don't take almost anything. And yet we take their cars and we take their farm product. We take a lot from them. So, you know, we have like a $300 billion deficit with the European Union. So we'll straighten that out with either tariffs or they have to buy our oil. The one thing they can do, our oil and gas, the one thing they can do to catch up quickly, buy our oil and gas.
Will you travel,
And they should do that.
Will you travel to China this year?
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, I've had the invite.
Mr.
President, she's
President,
invited
I would
you
do it,
to
yeah,
come this
I
year.
would do it.
talking about the European Union and the tariffs, like, what do you mean when you say that European Union country like Spain is part of BRICS?
That are what?
BRICS. You said
Oh, BRICS. No, I was talking about BRICS. BRICS are 6 nations. I think it's 7 nations. And they were looking to do a number in the United States. And
They
if
added,
do
they added
that,
Spain.
they won't be happy about what's going to happen to them.
Are you still considering a universal tariff, Mr. President, on all countries?
I may, yeah, but we're not ready for that yet. We may put it, wrap it,
Mr. President.
because essentially all countries take advantage of the U.S.
This
We
is-
don't make any good deals in the U.S. It's amazing in a way that we exist. We don't make good deals. We don't have any good deals. We have a deficit with almost, not all, there are a couple, I won't tell you their names because I don't want them to find out about it because they'll feel stupid. But there are a couple of countries that there are a couple of countries that actually don't make money with us, but I don't want to let you know because they'll immediately change that. But we're gonna do. I tell you what, our country has an amazing economic future. I really believe that.
What kind of universal tariff if you did do one?
Well, you'd put a universal tariff on anybody doing business in the United States because they're coming in and they're stealing our wealth, they're stealing our jobs, they're stealing our companies, they're hurting our companies. So you put a tariff on to keep them from doing that.
Mr. President, you surround yourself with a whole bunch of billionaires today. President Biden has in his farewell address warned about an oligarchy. I was wondering if you could respond to that.
Well, he had a lot of guys, and then they found out that he didn't know what the hell he was talking about, and I think they deserted him. They deserted him, those same guys. Look, I don't make pretenses, smart guys, but there are a lot of smart people around, but they did desert him. They were all with him, every one of them. Now they're all with me. I don't know. It's not going to get anything from me. I don't need money. But I do want the nation to do well, and they're smart people, and they have, they create a lot of jobs. And if they don't do it, China's going to do it. What they've done is they've taken industries and they've taken it away. They outsmarted China.
Elon replied to the ADL. What did he say? He said, I did sig heil. What are you going to do about it?
Not all of them.
Protecting women from radical gender ideologies.
Ooh.
Mr. President, going back to the World
course.
Health Organization, you were the president during COVID. Don't you see the importance of organization like that to coordinate a global response?
Sure, I do, but not when you're being ripped off like we are by the World Health. World Health ripped us off. Everybody rips off the United States, and that's it. It's not going to happen anymore. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, guys, let's go.
One last one, sir. This is your Martin Luther
Thank you,
King Day
guys.
proclamation.
Thank you, Press. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Press.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Let's go. Thanks, Press. Thank you, guys.
This is Martin.
Let's go, guys.
What are we doing on this stuff? Well, we've just been watching the new.
By the way, Jake Tapper, already full glaze mode, did the thing that I told you that they would start doing immediately, that they did last time Donald Trump became president, and said something so insane. Hold on. Where is it? 1 second. I got to show you. Apparently, Jake Tapper was like, well, there was a lot of messaging discipline coming from Donald Trump and JD Vance during the campaign. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Jesus Christ, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? He's just Aaron Rupar is just on a posting frenzy over the. Oh, here. This is here it is.
Before I bring in Daniel Dale to do some fact checking on some of the things he said that were not true about January 6, 2021, I think it's important to point out that the Trump-Vance campaign in 2024 was a very disciplined campaign.
Very, very disciplined. Like the messaging discipline that they exhibited when they said Haitians are eating cats and dogs over and over again, which we here at CNN understandably fact-checked. I was overcome by the discipline that they demonstrated when they kept repeating that lie, that insane racist lie.
And did a decent job of depicting President Trump as somebody who obviously had strong feelings on the border.
Yeah, no, definitely. And not like a psychopathic, racist madman. Yeah, they really were, they stuck to the message, and they communicated their strong feelings. Dude, this is something that Fox News wouldn't even say. Like, what are we talking? At least Fox News would overtly glaze them. You know what I mean? They'd be like, yeah, actually, how can you glaze them even harder? Never mind. This is something exactly to a T that Fox News would say. Yeah, when Donald Trump talked about how Arnold Palmer was hanging dong, or when he deep-throated the microphone at one of his rallies, or when his opener at the Madison Square Garden, you sound libbed up. I'm sorry. There was no messaging discipline. If anything, the media is actively normalizing and doing historical revisionism over a campaign that we saw and experienced not that long ago. This is not me being libbed up. This is me doing objective media analysis. What a crazy thing for Jake Tapper to say.
Somebody who had strong feelings on inflation and a disruptor, but somebody who was within the realm of normalcy, which is not obviously what we just heard from the new president there in Emancipation Hall.
Like there is a difference. There's a difference between, like, I'm not, my job is not to lie to you. Okay. My job is to tell you the truth. And time again, I have communicated to you when Donald Trump, even in the interim period, does something that the Democrats haven't done. My job is to also offer additional context and analysis. Like, for example, Gaza being the key issue that we've talked about extensively over the past 15 months, the genocide that Israel has conducted. Okay. Joe Biden refused to deal with Israel, refused to pressure Israel at all, refused to let Israel budge on the ceasefire negotiations, and actively lied at the behest of Israel. Donald Trump came in and in a matter of 2 weeks pressured Israel to commit to a ceasefire. Now, I said at the time that there's probably additional assurances that Donald Trump gave to Benjamin Netanyahu. That much is becoming clear, even right now. The fact that Donald Trump also is talking about how he's going to turn Gaza into beachfront property is further assurances that he is not interested in, obviously, understandably, the emancipation of Palestinian people, make no mistake, and instead is giving Israel the opportunity to re-up and rearm in the process as they ship more weapons, specifically 2,000-pound bombs. Okay? If I were libbed up, I would be like, see, Donald Trump is significantly worse than Joe Biden on the issue of Palestine. That's what I would say. That would be a libbed up analysis. Clear-headed analysis on the matter is different than that. You have to understand there's a difference. How do you see this potential West Bank annexation deal playing out for Netanyahu and his base and coalition are so opposed to ending the war? Personally, I'm skeptical the deal will survive phase one. But what's the calculation for Bibi if it does? Would he regain support by annexation/KSA peace? How do you see a part of it? I think that Benjamin Netanyahu, and you'll probably agree with me on this, his number one thing in Israel, aside from being the security guy, is that he has 3 decades of experience with America. Everyone in Israel understands that America has to be, America is the most valuable ally. And that if you have a politician that is, quote unquote, the whisperer of the American state, that's pretty valuable. So I think Benjamin Netanyahu's close relationship with Donald Trump will be highlighted by the likes of, Channel 14 and all these other pro Benjamin Netanyahu outlets. Okay. And that will consistently gain him more support. Enough support that he does not have to have a delicate allegiance with all these other people, and most likely will cause him to regain control of the Israeli government. But I don't know. I don't know if this will happen. But what I suspect is he will keep beefing up, and Donald Trump will also give him the additional American propaganda from the American state that is necessary for his survival, his political survival, so that he can do whatever he wants and suffer some political penalties for it, but not so much that it completely disbands his governing coalition and potentially kicks him out of power. That is how I think he will be able to stay in power and continue and maybe even limit the offensive actions in Gaza. And create a period of fake peace so that he can re-up and rearm and annex the West Bank, in its entirety later down the line. I agree partly, but at the end of the day, I'm not sure how he remains a power electorally with the war gone. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Especially considering that, and you know this better because you are in Israel, but it does feel like, at least from over here, that even a brief cessation of hostilities is being seen as a major issue in Israel. Like, in spite of the fact that you are seeing hostages get released, and there's like a brief moment of celebration for that, it seems like the broad majority of Israeli society, specifically majorities in the Jewish population, want the war to continue, want the genocide to continue, want the death and destruction to continue. So we'll see. New York Times making superbly spineless choice in the face of overt fascism. Elon Musk ignites online speculation over the meaning of a hand gesture. Yeah, I read the article. They actually put me in the article, so you know I can't criticize them too much. New York Times is officially a friend of the show now. Absolutely. Ben-Gvir left already, and Smotrich would leave after phase 1, so it's interesting to see if he'd permanently join with Gantz after this. Yeah. It is pretty wild to think that Israeli society broadly is supercharged and primed to continue the death and destruction campaign. Like, that is, like, Benjamin Netanyahu's popularity has only increased as he has escalated the violence. It increased when he moved the violence over to Lebanon. Like, they consider that to be a good thing, a positive thing. So if he were to dial that back in any capacity, he would suffer political penalties for it. And I don't think Donald Trump is bold enough to just hang Netanyahu out to dry like that. I don't think he would ever do that, even though I don't think he likes Benjamin Netanyahu. So either he has cut a side deal with Miriam Adelson and will cut a side deal with Miriam Adelson, and they have different intentions for who governs Israel after the fact. Because I've read reporting, again, this is like palace intrigue shit, but I've read reporting on Miriam Adelson also not being too fond of the Netanyahus. And I know for a fact that Donald Trump is not exactly fond of Benjamin Netanyahu either. So unless they have, like a separate setup and they'll allow Benjamin Netanyahu to fall, what do you think happens to Palestine? Do you think the ceasefire is legit? I mean, the ceasefire is illegitimate to begin with, but how illegitimate it is entirely dependent on what the Israeli government does going forward. So it's illegitimate either in the next 42 days or it's illegitimate after 42 days when phase 1 is supposed to move into phase 2. In the process, there will still be like 90 plus Israeli occupying force prisoners of war that Hamas maintains. And therefore, there will still be a lot of public pressure to continue trying to get those hostages back. And that is supposed to be the bargaining chip to ensure that the ceasefire goes from phase 1 to phase 2. But Benjamin Netanyahu keeps yelling at the public, saying over and over again that he's not going to abide by that standard. He's not going to go into phase 2. He's given assurances to Smotrich in order to maintain his coalition that by phase 2 in the next 42 days, they're going to continue the bombing campaign. So we'll see. Turn on Fox News. What's on Fox News? Hulk is on Fox News.
Me down. Just like that 4-year administration.
What are you going to do?
The lies, the cheating, all the stuff that's going on, brother. I feel like the veil's been lifted and that dark cloud. If I wasn't so tired, brother, I'd just rip all my clothes.
Oh, you're not tired.
You know what? Donald Trump lifted the veil off America. Hold on, Jess.
All right, here we go.
More border. Lower gas prices.
Yes.
We got real American beer in the house. We got real American beer. And we've got Trumpomania, brother. We've got Trumpomania running this country, brother. One nation under God.
I can't believe this is American politics, man. I'm so sorry you have to live there. Brother or sister or MB, understand that what's going on here, what's happening here is coming to your backyard too, is coming to your neighborhood too. That's the craziest part about it, is that like what we do here will inevitably make its way to you, okay? And it already has been. It already has been making its way to you. Elon Musk is sig heiling on the national stage, but he's doing something I think more insidious on the global stage, right? He's sig heiling on the national stage, and what is he doing in the UK? Trying to elevate reform, even though he had a brief back and forth with Nigel Farage over Tommy Robinson. He's trying to elevate the AfD in Germany. Like they are setting up a network of fascist governments all across Western liberal capitalist countries. So, I mean, they're doing it with Pierre Poilievre in Canada. They're making a new axis, basically.
Something else, and there's some idea that they've confessed.
Let's hear what Van Jones has to say. I can't wait for his
They've
unrestricted liberalism
done some
here.
action, and then we say, now you get a second chance. This is a very dangerous thing that happened tonight, among many others. This is not shock and awe, it's shock and awful. I want to go to CNN's Caitlin Collins, who is standing by. Caitlin, it's been an extraordinary day so far.
Hi, Anderson. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Let me hear you.
So I'm here at the ball. I just rushed over from the White House down the street. No easy feat in this traffic for the inauguration. Obviously, there are a lot of supporters of the president that are gathered here. And I just want to note, as we're watching all of this play out, we just saw Trump giving that lengthy press conference inside the Oval Office for about 45 minutes. He made a lot of news there and a lot of headlines. And I want to get reaction tonight from New Jersey Democratic Senator Cory Booker, who, if you were watching Trump's inaugural address today, was sitting there actually in the front row. And Senator Booker, I was keeping an eye on your reaction in some of the lines to Trump's speech. Can you just first give me your reaction to what he had to say today?
You know, again, it's a moment of where we have the peaceful transfer of power, and I thought there was a lot of dignity and respect on that stage, seeing former presidents, the Supreme Court. It should be normally a joyous moment. I could not help but be under that great dome and not think about 4 years earlier where there were these horrific violent acts taking place, and that he...
Dude, oh my God. Let it go, man. Let it go, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's over. You lost, dude. Like, on the one hand, I too find it so ridiculous that a shitty loser who could not contend with losing the election fair and square tried to do the funniest insurrection of all time. Okay? But if you consistently talk about how traumatized you were because of January 6th, it's like, I'm sorry, it's impossible for me to feel any type of way about you, in any sympathy for you, especially when I have to be reminded of your incompetence allowing that man to win again. Like, it just feels like you're milking it, dude. It feels like you're just still milking it. And part of the reason why you lost is because you're milking it. You milked it so hard that people were like, all right, that cow no longer has any milk in the titty. Okay? Stop with the milking. A second allegation hit the towers? What are you talking about? Like, dude, it's crazy to me that they're talking about what? They're talking about this January 6th. Meanwhile, this dude is talking about D. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you're talking about Destiny. Oh, I do know what you're talking about. I already talked about it. I talked about it yesterday, remember? 2 women have come forward. Yeah, one of them was his ex-wife. I know. It's not even a who cares situation. You'll most likely see more people talking about it because it seems like there's litigation involved as well. Destiny Stephen Kenneth Bonnell II is accused of illegally sharing revenge porn and is being sued by one of his victims. Yeah. I didn't understand it at the time when like everyone was talking about how like whether he sucked Nicholas Fuentes' dick or not. But like what I was always shocked by is the fact that he had sent someone that he was trying to have sex with, a 19-year-old, numerous videos of him having sex with other people. And only after I saw Melina, his ex-wife, talk about how he did not give Destiny consent to share the footage of them having sex with other people, did I realize that this was actually a lot worse than the speculation of whether or not he had sucked a Nazi's penis or not, and that he was inappropriately sharing sexual material that he had filmed with other people, with random people, which is illegal. Like, literally. You seem to have more knowledge regarding Twitter streamer than the U.S. government. If you think I have more knowledgeable over this dumb shit than the U.S. government, you have not been paying attention. He said valid. At least he recognizes it. How is this guy allowed to walk the streets? Because bad people do not get punished, especially if they're shameless. There it is. That's the response. Okay? I mean, look around. Donald Trump is president right now. How do you think that happened? That's it. Especially if you develop a community of like rabid sycophants who are not there for any sort of like political movement or anything like that, and simply just revolve around your day-to-day existence and will fight for your battles without even thinking about their own, without thinking about, you know, what these actions look like or if they're good or bad. And especially if you have a relatively decent and sophisticated media operation where you constantly are pumping videos of you dunking on literally the dumbest PUA guys on the planet, you can kind of get away with that for a very long time, as he has, especially when your core base of support that are knowledgeable on all of the ridiculous and awful and cruel shit that you do don't actually care because they like the chaos. That's it. What is this? Trump's corruption is bad and wrong, but most people also see Biden pardoning his son and now preemptively pardoning his whole family. Nancy Pelosi's stock trading, and the Clintons setting up an influence peddling operation, and Gio and Joe's corruption too. I mean, this isn't wrong. This is actually correct. The reason Trump's corruption is going to be such a gift to the Dems is that he doesn't try to hide it because he doesn't think it's wrong. But most Americans do think it's wrong. No, they don't. You know, you want to know something funny? Trump's corruption being out in the open unironically makes people think he's more honest than the secretive ways in which the Democrats do dealing. They think the Democrats are corrupt and also simultaneously try to hide their corruption through sophisticated measures, whereas Trump just kind of does it out in the open and says, oh, I'm doing it for you. So it's even dumber than that. Most Americans literally look at that and go, okay, that makes sense. Because you should never forget, okay? American foreign policy is uniparty, right? American foreign policy is uniparty. pretty much bipartisan, right? Let's take a look at giving weapons to Saudi Arabia, for example, something that, because it's uniparty, the Democratic Party has done, and something that the Republican Party has done. When Trump was president and Mohammed bin Salman got Jamal Khashoggi, an American legal permanent resident and a Washington Post reporter, chopped up in the Saudi consulate in Turkey, in Istanbul, okay, and was outed for assassinating him, the media was up in arms. And they were like, how dare you, Trump? I can't believe, what are you going to do about Saudi Arabia? And Trump was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give him billions of dollars of weapons. And the media went back to him and said, you're going to give him billions of dollars of weapons, but he killed a journalist. What's happening? Right? To which Donald Trump turned around and said, are you going to give me $1 billion for these weapons? They're going to get it anyway. If they don't get it from us, they're going to get it from Russia. People looked at that and went, oh yeah, that actually does make sense. Okay? That's it. That is open corruption. That is honest with your dishonesty. That is Trump's modus operandi. Whereas, under similar circumstances, the way that the Democrats operate come across as cynical and hypocritical, because the Democrats try to present themselves as like the world peace champions, somehow morally above all of this stuff, where they will, on the one hand, try to manufacture consent, on the other hand, engage in a metric ton of violence overseas, but will also do it in a very smarmy way. We'll also do it in a way where they're like, no, this is actually good for the world peace. We are the world peacekeepers. We have an international rule-based order that we must maintain, while simultaneously eroding it. And you'll see this. You'll see the hypocrisy in full display when Donald Trump ends up, of course, allowing Israel to roll over Gaza and kill as many Palestinians as possible. Okay? It's that simple. Democrats try to manufacture consent and spit on your face and tell you it's raining. Trump spits on your face and says, yeah, I spit on your face. What are you going to do about it? I spit on your face and it's good for you. Okay? Democrats spit on your face, tell you it's raining, and say, how dare you? How dare you claim we're spitting on your face? Trump spits on your face and says, hey, there wasn't any other space for me to spit on. You know? What are you going to do? And people go, yes, you're right, sir. I deserve to be spit on by you. That's the difference. Okay? So in that regard, people actually consider Trump's dishonesty in broad daylight to be a refreshing and new way of governance. Okay? That's it. That is the major difference here. If corruption is uniparty, if foreign policy is uniparty, and one side is at the very least saying like, yeah, we're fucked up, we're bad, but everyone's bad. It is what it is. You got to do what you got to do. People, I think, respond to that more positively. Liberals, on the other hand, liberal voters in general, and people who find themselves to be intellectuals, who read the New York Times and read NPR and all this stuff, they want this kind of intellectual veneer to hide the shame, to hide the open corruption. They like that. They think that that is like a better way to approach the subject matter. They want to delude themselves into believing that they are doing good at the end of the day, but it's too hard. Things are simply too complicated. Republicans don't want that. And they don't think that. They don't think it's too complicated. And in some instances, it's not that complicated. Like in Israel, it's not that complicated. Okay? So that's what it is. That's the difference here. So no, I don't think Trump's corruption is going to be such a gift to the Democrats, because most people also think the Democrats are corrupt as well. And for good reason, they think this. And in any case, Donald Trump's transparent graft is oftentimes cherished and celebrated, because a lot of people also personally think that Trump is doing it for them. I mean, think about it this way. It's incredibly complicated. Are you serial? Israel's incredibly complicated. Israel's doing a genocide. Israel, when it's not doing a genocide, maintains an apartheid. Both of these things are completely immoral and also illegal under international law, if you care about that sort of thing. Israel couldn't do any of those things without American political cover and American material support. And because of that, we have it doesn't matter what both sides feeling like they're legitimate does not change the dynamic even a fraction. You understand? Israel does not have a say in this process. We do. Okay? We do. America does. Any notion that Israel has a say in this process is utterly delusional. Okay? Even with a complex, sophisticated web of espionage and blackmail operations, Israel still does not have any control over the situation as long as Americans say, you're done. Okay? That's it. Because we supply Israel with 69% of its weapons. We supply Israel with 69% of its weapons. We do. Do you understand? Without our steady flow of munitions into Israel and without the complex web of surveillance that we have cultivated in the region, specifically to defend Israel and offer Israel new targets to bomb, for example, with our weapons, with our Air Force that they've rebranded as their own, with our bombs that they drop on top of the civilian population, Israel would not be able to do even a little bit of that genocide. They couldn't. Okay? No, don't do the both sides stuff and the Holy Land. I don't know what you're talking about. Listen to my words. None of that matters. Okay? We're talking about America right now. We're talking about America. Israel would never be able to do even a fraction of the damage or death or destruction if America did not allow it. If America did not have a grand design for the region where they want Israel to maintain control over the entirety of the region, none of this would happen. Okay? None of this would happen. So when we have this awesome amount of power over Israel and we are wielding Israel like a weapon, okay, in the region, even though it is a belligerent attack dog that sometimes actually does escape the leash, we still give them that assurance. We still give them that protection. Okay? If we wanted to, as is the case with a belligerent rabid dog, we could put it down if we wanted to. We could cage it if we wanted to. We choose not to. It's that simple. America could end Israel's bloodshed with one singular phone call. Okay? Either you recognize that reality or you personally think that Steve Witkoff, Donald Trump's golf partner and real estate developer, random guy, is a brilliant foreign policy mind that was somehow able to stop Israel and make them concede to the ceasefire negotiations that have been on the table since December 2023. The exact conditions that Hamas had actually presented in December 2023. So which is it? Is Steve Witkoff the greatest foreign policy mind that anyone has ever seen? Or can even a random dickhead who was a real estate developer and a golfing buddy of Donald Trump, before Trump is even the fucking president, could go there and be like, I'm acting as the envoy here. You're going to fucking abide by the ceasefire no matter what kind of political penalties you might get. Which is it? That's how much power we have over Israel. You understand? That it doesn't even have to be the president. It doesn't even have to be the president-elect. It can be the president-elect's golf buddy that tells Israel to fucking stand down, and they stand down. Forcing him to meet on a Saturday, on a holy day. What do you think that is? Anyway, having said that, we have this level of power over Israel, and you'll see what Donald Trump lets Israel do. Just wait, because things are going to get much, much worse still, okay? Can you remind us how this OG plan came together and why Biden is claiming he wrote it? They lie about everything. Biden lied about every step of the process. Like, and it's not unique to Biden either. So did Bill Clinton in the so-called peace process and the peace negotiations that took place. They lied during the meetings. They lied after the meetings. They leaked key details of the meetings that favored Israel. This is just, this is just the way America operates for the same reasons, because Palestine and Palestinians are a thorn on American foreign policy's side. Israel is our settler colony. We took it over from the British, okay? And because the mainstream press, especially in the Western world, no matter how independent they present themselves to be, is a mouthpiece and a stenographer for the State Department, when the State Department says this is our interest, mainstream press will also actively delude the population. That's why everyone not here that wasn't listening to me, when they come in here, are shocked when they find out new information that completely contradicts what they've been reading on the New York Times. It's like, what? This doesn't make sense. Anyway, Donald Trump halts foreign aid for 90 days. Oh, another one at the top of the hour, nonetheless. Another incredible, brilliant executive order has hit the towers, dude. Once again, at the top of the hour, nonetheless, we have yet another fantastic, phenomenal foreign aid halted. What does that mean? Does that mean no aid to Ukraine? Does that mean no aid to Israel? I doubt that Israel is included in this. We'll see. I'll look into it a little bit further. Didn't you make a deal to do a photo shoot? What? Yeah, I said I would show hole and dick and balls if Donald Trump ended the apartheid. Do you think Donald Trump ended the apartheid? Like, as in there's a Palestinian state right now? Yeah, meanwhile, White House bureau chief at Washington Post, from the publication that now has a 3 million circulation, down from 24 million in 2021, comes this wonderful note. President Trump sits and takes questions after question from reporters in the Oval Office, something that almost never happened with President Biden. What executive orders have passed? So many. Too many to count. Many of them are stupid. Well, here's another wonderful take from Trump on Gaza.
Gaza, boy, I looked at a picture of Gaza. Gaza is like a massive demolition site. That place it's really got to be rebuilt in a different way.
Yeah, World Health Organization withdrawal, unlimited climate change. No, limited to climate change. Left the Paris Climate Accords.
Do you plan to help rebuilding Gaza?
I might. Gaza is interesting. It's a phenomenal location. On the sea, best weather. Everything's good. It's like some beautiful things could be done with it, but it's very interesting. But some fantastic things could be done with Gaza.
When you hear a real estate developer say that, run, okay? This man wants to turn Gaza into a golf course. Oh, my God. Reevaluating and realigning United States foreign aid by the authority vested in me by the president, as president by the Constitution and laws of the United States. The United States foreign aid industry and bureaucracy are not aligned with American interests in many cases, antithetical to American values. They serve to destabilize the world by promoting ideas in foreign countries that are directly inverse to harmonious and stable relations internal among countries. I think part of this is like NGOs that he's talking about that do like reproductive health rights and things of that nature. You know what I mean? He did this last time too, by the way, for those of you who don't know. He greatly limited aid to like African countries, like foreign aid that we were given to African countries. Some of that, ironically, is good and for soft power, and others are actually a complex web of espionage opportunities that we create with civil society organizations that we implement in other nations. So, you know, there's a little bit of both in there, just so you understand. This is part of the reason why a lot of people who are cranks in general will look to Donald Trump and be like, yeah, he's really curbing back the deep state. If you are wondering where those thoughts come from, this is part of the reason. Because it is true, U.S. aid and also, you know, NGOs that we operate alongside, like that we give endowments to, operate alongside the State Department in an effort to create civil society organizations in foreign nations that we want to destabilize down the line. However, I do not believe that Donald Trump is even remotely interested in curbing the deep state. So let's continue. It is the policy of the United States that no further U.S. foreign assistance should be distributed in a manner that is not fully aligned. 90-day pause in the foreign development assistance assessment of programmatic efficiencies and consistency with U.S. foreign policy. All department and agency heads with responsibility for United States foreign development assistance programs shall immediately pause new obligations and disbursements of development assistance funds to foreign countries. Implementing NGOs, international organizations, and contractors pending reviews of such programs for programmatic efficiency. To be conducted in 90 days, the OMB shall enforce this pause. Reviews of foreign assistance programs, determinations. The responsible department and agency heads, in consultation with the director of the OMB, will make determinations within 90 days of this order on whether to continue, modify, or cease each foreign assistance program. All right, where is it? Okay, they may waive the pause. The Secretary of State may waive the pause. Okay, well, Marco Rubio will waive that pause for Israel, if that is even a part of this at all. Do you think he will pressure Pakistan to free Imran Khan? I feel like they had a good relationship. That would be awesome. That would be another marker for J.D. Pandan, permanent first world genocide. Maoist third world is J.D. Pandan. Freeing Imran Khan would be kind of funny. Yes, some of the aid that goes through Congress is different than what this program seeks to curb back. DC police officer attacked by the mob on January 6th. Just worked for 14 hours making sure Trump's inauguration was secure, peaceful. Oh my God. They're still doing the J6, man. Oh my God. Give it up. Give it up. Give it up. Give it up. Move on. Move on. Move on. Move on. Donald Trump over here is like, I think the World Health Organization should implode. And these guys are like, dude, look at this cop that was at the Capitol on January 6th and was attacked by Donald Trump's cronies and is now finding out that it's their attackers are free.
He was in control. He knows what he wants to do, and he went right to work. I mean, he'll be here a little later than originally planned because he was taking questions from the press and signing executive orders. Wow. By the way, he took more questions today than Joe Biden did in 4 years.
I loved that he signed executive orders at the arena in front of the crowd. I loved when Fox was airing the two shots.
Wait, a PBS News posted poll on January 2025 that shows adult Americans 62% disapprove of Trump pardoning the January 6 convicts. Yeah, he's that ride or die for his most loyal fan base. Okay, what are you going to do about it? That's just the reality. What are you going to do about it? The greatest thing that you could have done, is defeat him if you were competent. Okay? This is what I'm trying to explain to people. Like, Donald Trump will do things for his base, no matter how unhinged or insane it is. Democrats won't even give its base something that 80% of its base demands. Like 80%, 84% of Democrats were like, please give us a ceasefire, please. Let's do a ceasefire by denying weapons transfers, please. Anything, please. And the Democrats were like, no, best I can do is send Richie Torres the Dearborn. Donald Trump will literally, and I've said this so many times, I said this during the election cycle, I said this last time Donald Trump was running. Whenever there is a vote to be had, Donald Trump will go there, meet you where you're at, and tell you, all right, I'm going to give that to you. No matter how niche of a micro interest it may be, or no matter how insane it may be. Okay? And the reality is that shows loyalty back to his constituents. The stuff like this plays well to his base at the end of the day. So everyone outside of the base, the 65%, many of which voted for him as well, will go, oh, he's doing it again. But a big chunk of that 65% that disapprove of this are still going to vote Republican. You understand? They are still going to vote Republican. Every single Republican that was polled on that said they disapprove of Donald Trump pardoning the January 6ers are going to suck it the fuck up and vote Republican. You want to know why? Because later down the line, Trump is going to do something for them. Okay? That's it. It might be that they hate trans people and Trump is going to do the fuck trans people bill. Okay? It might be because they, I don't know, they have they need fishing permits in a North Dakota river, and Donald Trump's like, oh yeah, I signed an executive order, or I went and talked to Doug Burgum, and now we have fishing permits for the, 500 people living in the North Dakotan village that really wanted that fishing permit. And they're going to go, okay, I'm voting for him. That's how he does. That's how he does it. Bro, this dude, secured votes in Maine because of some unique random lobster dispute. Okay? He gave a random native tribe federal recognition, and now those guys are voting for him permanently. Okay? He does stuff like this all the time. Why are you hating on him? Why am I hating on him? Because he wants to do deportation of 20 million people living on U.S. soil that haven't done any fucking crimes whatsoever. And the only crimes that they crossed a goddamn imaginary line and now are infinitely more important and functioning members of society than someone such as yourself. That's why I think this is ruthless, cruel, unusual. And also, on top of that, he's going to obviously do massive tax cuts for the wealthy and corporations once again, when the opposite should be happening. Okay? Those are two top priorities for me, on top of curbing back reproductive rights for women and also signing an executive order day one that says, fuck trans people. Mass amounts of deregulation that will harm the American public, and also tax cuts. Cry bitch. Dog, I am in the class and category of people that will see material benefit from Trump's policies. You won't be. I don't know why you're telling me cry bitch. I at least have the foresight to recognize that these kinds of policies unironically destabilize the country and exacerbate wealth inequality. That's why I'm advocating against my immediate material benefits. You, on the other hand, don't own a deed to a factory, and yet here you are defending capitalism tooth and nail, like you got a fucking factory, like you got any assets whatsoever. The only asset you have to your name is a busted down 1997 Honda Civic that was a hand-me-down from your older brother, and he fucked in it, and you've never gotten pussy in it. For the rest of your life, you will never get pussy in it because you're busy working at the fucking Jack in the Box for $15 an hour. And here you are thinking, oh man, if I actually advocate for Republican policies, one day I'll be super wealthy too. It's so fucking stupid. It blows my mind. Work for your self-interest. Stop working against your self-interest, okay? Nah, dude, you don't get it. The next crypto rug pull, I'll be in on it. And I'll be the one pulling the rug from other dumbasses, you say over and over again, as you literally take out the remainder of your crumb of disposable income and lose it instantly. I don't think elitism is the shit. It is classless. Do you think I'm being an elitist? I'm explaining the situation. I'm saying that Donald Trump works against the interests of the working class. And if you come in here and defend that as a member of the working class, sometimes you need a little bit of a cold, hard pill to swallow. Anyway. I'm a sub and love you in your broadcast, but I'm resonating more with drink than you lately. You're right, because unfortunately for you, I don't think that we should melt homeless people or, keep prisoners in perma jail. I apologize. I care about some of the most fucked over people in society. Okay. Those are some of the most fucked over people in society. Thank you, Oh Zai, for the 100 gifted subs. Like, what is this? What, explain further what you mean, please. I think the immigration issue is real. That's about it. Everything else, I agree with you. The immigration issue is real how? Elaborate. Do you think that undocumented immigrants are actually responsible for an insane amount of crimes and they're just simply not being prosecuted? Or do you think it's a racist lie that Donald Trump has escalated over and over again, and with no pushback whatsoever from the supposedly anti-fascist side of the political equation, people have just taken it for granted and now believe it to be true? Because if you can't disagree with facts, okay? When people say undocumented migrants, or the immigration issue is real, you have to explain what you mean by that. Do you mean that they're doing a lot of crimes? Because that's what Donald Trump says. Maybe you agree with it, maybe you don't, but I can give you the facts on why that's not true. Do you think that they are stealing jobs from hardworking Americans? Okay, you might believe that. That's also not true. We can get into that. What exactly do you think is bad? Because I also think there is an issue with immigration in this country. Okay? I also think there's an issue with immigration in this country. But the problem is not that there isn't enough enforcement. The problem with immigration is that we don't have a process where we can easily and expeditiously document people and integrate them into the workforce. That's the real problem with immigration. But nobody wants to solve that problem because capitalists, capital owners, business owners that hire undocumented immigrants want to keep them undocumented so they can have two different tiers in the labor force that will actively depress the wages of the documented American labor force. Okay? No, I know he lied about the crime. I watched you daily. I know there was only 30 murders. I'm just broke. I do feel like I'm getting the short end of the stick. So yeah, that's the job thing. You think undocumented immigrants are taking your job? Like, you've been applying the jobs and it's, it's Juan from Guatemala that took the job that you were applying for. That's what you think is going on? Is that what you think is happening? It's more complex than I can explain in chat from Hasan. It's hard to get my point across like this. I don't want to argue. I love your show, bro. Not your average Guatemalan says, to be fair, I did take their job. Brother, let me explain something to you, okay? Who do you think has more power in this process? Business owners who are constantly interested in lowering the American working class's wages, and the politicians that work at their behest, or random dudes from Guatemala and Honduras that are going over the border, trekking for hundreds, if not thousands of miles to go pick fucking agricultural crop for 3 cents an hour? Like, this blows my mind. We are so easily duped by this propaganda. It's so crazy to me that, like, people will be like, nah, it's not our bosses that are actively fucking us over. It's actually the dude from Guatemala that's fucking me over, dude. Doing a job that I would never do for price points that I would never even look at under conditions that I cannot fathom. Okay?
When Sean felt that the kids were starting to lose a connection with the greatness of the country and our history in the schools and everywhere, and he put these concerts on, and they were the most wonderful concerts. And I came here tonight to say, will you please produce a couple of more of those concerts for the children of today?
You know what? I think that's a great.
The brilliant minds of the Trump. For the Hollywood celebrities who are fans of Trump. It's John Voight, isn't it? It's not Christopher Walken, chatters. He's John Voight. Angelina Jolie's dad. The narco violence is real, though. Yeah. You want to know how you stop the narco violence? By having a normal, documented migration process so that nobody fucking gives $10,000 to a bunch of cartel guys to be snuck over the border. If you have the opportunity to go in, if you have the opportunity to go into the country through legal means, why would you not take it? That is my argument. So yes, restrictive border policies unironically line the pockets of the cartels. You know what else also helps the cartels? Having ridiculous criminal penalties for drugs in this country, and also simultaneously having an unrestricted amount of weapons in this country. If you truly want to tackle the issue of drug trafficking, you shouldn't be going after undocumented migrants. They're not the ones who are actually shipping the drugs over the border. Okay? You need better apprehension methods at our ports, that's for sure. But you also need to reshift your priorities to the people who are actually trafficking the drugs. And there's data readily available for this as well. Lo and behold, oh my God, according to the Department of Homeland Security, turns out 90% of the drugs that are being shipped over the borders are actually going through regular ports of entry. And lo and behold, the people that are shipping those drugs, the people that are trafficking those drugs, are not undocumented migrants. 80% of those who are apprehended at the border for trafficking drugs across the border are actually American citizens. So the narco trade is actually, one, supplied by a healthy number of American munitions and American arms that we can give to the cartels. That's number one. And also, it's trafficked by American citizens, and the market is American consumers. So it's all just Americans. Undocumented migrants play no role virtually in this process. Anyway, let's see what Dhoni's doing.
We're not sure quite what is happening. There are some people. Looks like there are some officials right inside the door, so we may be seeing.
We trade our
some
weapons
people
for the
releasing next few
drugs,
minutes.
for
I
our
just got
Americans
off
to
the
consume,
phone,
and
2 or 3
Americans
minutes
traffic
ago with Rachel Powell, who
the
is,
drugs over the
one
border.
of the people in the jail at the moment. She said she hadn't been told anything about being released, but very clear. It's unclear what is happening right now. I will tell you that Rachel Powell. Some of the watch there, Andrew. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Some of the people inside this prison are hoping to make it to the inaugural balls tonight. They have been told that if they are released. Back up. Yeah. Okay. We're going to move down here, Anderson. We're going to move out of the way. All right.
Dhoni did the Zoomer speak. Move out of the way.
Unclear why there was such a rush to the doors of the jail right there, but there does seem there is something happening. There does appear to be some people right inside the main door.
Dhoni, you've heard some of the people who may be released want to attend an inaugural ball tonight?
That is correct. So I got off the phone just 5 minutes ago, again from Rachel Powell, who is calling us from inside the jail. She told us that she has been in touch with people who, I believe, the Liberty Ball, and you can correct me, but the Liberty Ball, I think, is happening at the convention center. I believe Trump is speaking there tonight.
Dude, someone in the chat said it, but it's so perfect. This seems so similar to the pro-rape releases in Israel, just breaking the motherfuckers out. Bro, dude, Israel and America is like this. They had their own January 6th where they stormed the jails to release the rapist IDF soldiers who raped Palestinian prisoners to death. And now we got our own version of it, okay? To storm and free the January 6ers. Yeah. So, a new January 6th at the January 6th jail.
One, of course, was, we have video, and colleagues in the control room might be able to pull it up. She was caught on video with a pickaxe breaking a window at the Capitol. Look, in interviews with her, she says that she regrets that day, she regrets that action because she has children and grandchildren, but she ultimately still believes what she did was right? I mean, she ultimately still believes the election lies that brought her there. And she has appealed directly to Trump through the media and through everything else. And we're being moved back once more again, Anderson. So let's just move here a little bit.
And don't
really a chaotic scene
how
here.
Many supporters of
Hasan was wrong about this. Trump for sure was looking out for the January 6th people. Wait, what? What did I? What did I say about the January 6ers? I don't think I ever said that Trump wouldn't release them. What are you talking about?
Here. It's been growing over the course of the evening. Just going to make sure Andrew Christman here doesn't fall. There we go.
It's good to protect.
So yeah,
your
let's move back here actually to. Let's move back here to where the guys were gathered. It's very unclear what actually happened to make that surge towards the main doors of the jail, but I think people.
I think at most I probably said I didn't think some of the worst of the worst would get released, and I am genuinely. I think you said it would be funny if it did. I mean, it is funny, but I am shocked that he's releasing like Enrique Tarrio and some of the Oath Keepers.
Friends of people who have loved ones who are serving time for their actions on January 6th. They've been gathering outside this jail for the last 9 hours.
Ashley Babbitt is 4 years sober this month. Yeah, I definitely didn't think he would release like the worst of the worst. Like dudes who like actually fought cops and stuff, I genuinely thought he would not have released. I think that's pretty crazy. Like if your biggest crime is that you walked into I don't know, Nancy Pelosi's room and like tried to do a poop in her drawer or something, like that's still ridiculous, but that's like inherently not a violent crime, I guess. So like 4 years in prison is fine for that. Cause like what's the likelihood that you were going to do it again? You know what I mean? Are you a danger to yourself and others? Like, are you a serial pooper? I don't know. But like, if you actually went in with the intention of like kidnapping people and set up the insurrection and used, you know, used like a heavy object to bludgeon a cop with it. Like, I didn't think Trump would be like, yeah, you're good. Yeah, you're fine. It's fine. That's pretty crazy. Like, that to me is maybe a bridge too far. Not to be too much of a liberal, but I do think that that's wild that Trump was like, "No, I'm a prison abolitionist." Actually,
There's a lawn here where the activists have been gathering all evening. And now a big
I like that Slatty Man said, "What's wrong with the cop thing?" Great question. If a black person did that at a Black Lives Matter rally, and some have, as a matter of fact, they get hit with 30 years in prison. And there is no way that anyone is getting them out of prison. Okay? So that's what I mean by that. That's assault with a deadly weapon against a police officer. Like, there's no shot. You know what I mean? It's just like, that's never going to happen.
So, yeah, unclear as to still what is happening. Look, even within my line of sight here, Ashley Babbitt's mom.
Okay, Donny, we're going to come back to you.
In the Capitol.
Donny, we're going to come back to you. Michael Fanone, I believe we have a contact with. Michael, I appreciate you being with us. I'm wondering when you heard the news and what's going through your mind tonight.
I just heard the news from your producers a few moments ago.
I gotta pee.
I mean, the only thing that that's going through my mind right now is that this is what the American people voted for. Donald Trump has been promising these pardons ever since he announced his candidacy in Waco, Texas, the scene of one of the most notorious battles between American law enforcement and the American extremist movement that resulted in the death of numerous law enforcement officers. Thanks, America.
This feels like a betrayal to you.
Oh, I have been betrayed by my country. Rest assured, I have been betrayed by my country, and I've been betrayed by those that supported Donald Trump. Whether you voted for him because he promised these pardons or for some other reason, you knew that this was coming, and here we are. Tonight, 6 individuals who assaulted me as I did my job on January 6th, as did hundreds of other law enforcement officers, will now walk free. 6 individuals who have threatened my life and who have made threats towards my family members, as well as countless other January 6th defendants who have threatened me because they see me as a spokesperson for law enforcement for this event. My family, my children, and myself are less safe today because of Donald Trump and his supporters.
When you hear the president of the United States, Donald Trump, talking about back the blue, or his supporters saying that they back the blue, you don't buy that?
From a dog-eat-dog world to a hog-eat-hog world, Anderson. I thought these were brothers in bond. I thought they would never come for me. And let me tell you, I was shocked. When I opened the Capitol Rotunda doors to them, I thought this would be a peaceful transfer of power, and turns out it was not so peaceful when I got hit in the head with the Kekistani flag. That's right. Flagpole showing stars and bars, which I have one at home as well. But the other one, the Kekistani flag, as the kids are calling it, that was a bridge too far.
When it comes to supporting or their supposed support of law enforcement, because tonight, the leader of the Republican Party pardoned hundreds of violent cop assaulters.
You were pardoned today, and we should know President Biden said it was not for committing a crime, it was for stepping forward to testify about January 6th. Did you know about that in advance? What do you think about that? And are you concerned for the safety of your family?
I had no communication with the White House or anyone else, for that matter, regarding a potential pardon or presidential pardon. I mean, all I can say is that I think it's a sad commentary on where we are as a nation that a sitting president thought it necessary to issue a preemptive pardon to a witness in a congressional investigation, because the subject of that investigation is now the president and had promised to pursue politically motivated revenge. Again, it's just more examples of the outrageous behavior of the current president of the United States. As far as concern for my family and my family's safety, I've been concerned for myself and my family's safety ever since I testified before Congress. If you remember, I didn't even make it through my congressional testimony before I received my first threat from a member of the American public who called me and threatened my life literally as I was giving testimony. And those threats have continued to this day against both myself and members of my family. In recent months, my mother has been swatted, a 76-year-old woman who's guilty of nothing other than having a son, a police officer who responded to the Capitol on January 6th. And she's also had human feces.
Okay, I'm done. Don't you think China's prepared for this, and that's why they're boosting Trump, just waiting for Western democracy to implode so they can pick up the pieces? Maybe. But, I mean, Donald Trump did a lot of damage to America's soft power, but I've maintained the position that Joe Biden actually somehow... What? Lol, how the F do you know what the undocumented immigrants are doing? Answer, you don't. Look how many rapes, murders, crimes, etc. go unsolved every year, bro. Had to wait 10 minutes to post this. I know you're off the subject. Okay. I suspect that it'll take 10 minutes for your brain to process the information I'm about to deliver to you. Okay? If there are 26,000, let's say, murders a year that happen, are investigated, and the actual criminals responsible for it are apprehended, okay? And only 26 of them are undocumented. Okay? This is what we know from convictions and arrests. Let's say that there are 30,000 murders total, and only 26,000 of them have been, 26,000 of them have led to an arrest, a conviction, and only 26 of them are undocumented. Does that lead you to believe that the 6,000 unsolved murders are automatically undocumented? Or do you think that the percentage would probably be around the same? Like, of the documented versus undocumented responsible for the crimes. Let's look up the numbers instead of spewing from your ass. Well, that's actually a really funny thing that you just stated. Because while I actually tried to give you numbers that are relatively even, so it's easier for you to do the math, I actually was right on the money with the number of undocumented murders, for example. The number is 29. And the overall homicide and manslaughter cases in the United States of America is around, what, 20,000? So, you know, I was fairly within the confines of what the actual numbers are. But I know the actual numbers. It seems like you don't. So why do you have this kind of energy? Go on, please. I just did. I explained it to you. In the fiscal year of 2024, 24 murders and homicide. Or 29, sorry. Murders and homicide, which include homicide and manslaughter. which includes like car accidents and stuff too, like killing in the process of a car accident. Okay, let's look at total criminal convictions by type in 2024. Okay. No, this is the victimization survey. Does anyone have the number? I want to pull it up quickly. I don't want to get it wrong. What? Compare predates the immigration crisis? Wait, what? Missing and murdered indigenous women? No, that's not what I'm looking for, man. They're going to move the goalposts like bots? No, it's important. This is good. Okay? This is good for people to understand. This, by the way, doesn't even mean undocumented. It means non-citizen, as in some of them are undocumented, some of them are documented migrants like tourists, things of that nature, right? So it's 29. The number total of arrest convictions for manslaughter and homicide is 29. The total number of homicides that take place in the United States of America in the year 2024 was 24,000. Okay, it's a pretty high number. Now let's look at the conviction numbers. Okay, let's see. Conviction for homicide in 2024. Trends in homicide. What do we know? Okay, homicide rates, homicide victimization age group. That's just homicides, not including manslaughter. I know. Why is this not easier to just find the actual data that I'm looking for? It's so fucking annoying. Oh my God. I wish there was just like one place where they had all of this data from the same year. I Google stuff and the first thing that comes up is like from 2021. The next thing that comes up is from 2023. Okay. Oh, the data says from 2022. Okay. All right. Let's look at 2022 then for that matter. Okay. 62. It's a much higher number. Okay. 2022 number of homicides for the year 2022 is 24,000. Okay. 24,000. So 60 out of the 24,000 was done by an undocumented migrant. Well, technically these are convictions. So they probably are homicides from the year prior, but like the numbers don't change that much. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it doesn't really, unless there is a massive swing year over year in terms of homicides or in terms of convictions of homicides, it doesn't matter. You can look at virtually any year and make the same exact assessment. Okay? Number of reported murder and non-negligent. No, I'm not looking at reported numbers. I'm looking at arrests and convictions. Okay? I want to compare apples to apples now. And this is the crime clearance rate. No, I don't want crime. Okay, well, I guess we can make an assessment off of that as well. But where is it? Murder and non-negligent manslaughter has a 57.8% crime clearance rate in the United States. So that means out of the 20,000, 10,000 of them have been cleared. And out of the cases of 10,000 that have gotten a conviction, okay, or 12,000, only 60 of them were non-citizens, as in some of which were tourists, some of which were undocumented migrants, some of them were documented migrants. Okay? So looking at this data, if it's only 60 out of the 12,000, okay, you cannot make an assessment that the 43% is all undocumented migrants. You can't just do that. That's not how anything works. Okay? That's not how this works at all. You can't, unless you have some evidence that undocumented migrants are incredible criminals, like the best criminals that you have ever seen in your entire life, where they just keep doing murders like crazy, okay? And they're responsible for 40% of, if they're responsible for 100% of the unsolved murders, okay? it obviously means that they are most likely responsible the same level, their same the same per capita murder rate, which is very low, incredibly low in comparison to the documented and natural born U.S. citizen number of murders and assaults and manslaughters and all different kinds of crimes. And for the record, if your counter to me is going to be, well, what about rapes? The same problem persists for that as well. Okay? Do you understand? I don't have evidence. I'm just saying we don't know. No, I have evidence. I'm giving you the evidence. You're refusing to understand the analysis here. Those are documented. Some people disappear. I hear you, but the numbers are definitely not accurate. I'm listening, though, not trying to bring negative energy. Rapes and crimes in general, I'm saying as well, you're just looking at homicide. Yeah, I was using homicide as an example. Homicide is only one example. If you're going to look at rapes in general, the same problem persists. There are a fuck ton more rapes that take place in the United States of America. Than homicides. You understand that, right? So yes, the number of non-citizens that are arrested and convicted of rape is going to be higher than murder. It's like around 200 to 60, right? If we're going to look at 2022. But even in that situation, now the numbers of yearly rapes have gone up as well in comparison to the number of yearly homicides. Do you not understand? You can't just go, I just have a hunch. I get it, chill out, lol. No, dude. I'm being so nice to you and trying to walk you through the steps of understanding this data after you made a pretty fucking severe allegation upon a group of people that you suspect is 20 million on U.S. soil that come from different parts of the planet, not just like different parts of Latin America, but different parts of the planet, multiple different ethnic backgrounds, multiple different levels of educational attainment, okay? And you just think that they're operating like a parasitic hive mind, simply coming into the United States of America to do mass rapes and murders when the data itself shows the exact opposite of that reality. So does that change your analysis a little bit when you find out that undocumented immigrants and non-citizens in general are responsible for a tremendously smaller percentage per capita of crimes committed on U.S. soil than natural-born U.S. citizens are? Does that make you reconsider? You're jumping to conclusions? No, I'm just operating off of what you just said. One of the things that we need to understand is that homelessness is skyrocketing. As we saw in LA budget, things like street cleaning is cut. Cities are literally getting grosser, and there are a lot more people suffering in our face in the streets. When you combine that with all sorts of merchandise locked up in stores, the vibes are awful. Yeah. No, for sure. I'm responding with the same energy that you put in. And as a matter of fact, I would say I'm being much more polite than you deserve in my response. And that's because of immigrants? No, Central Committee is not saying that's because of immigrants, chatter. He's saying that overall, people's assessment of crime being out of control and poverty being out of control is directly born out of the fact that the housing market is in dire conditions in big cities, and that creates a lot more homelessness, and that puts that homelessness in your face. And Americans that see homeless people on the streets immediately go, oh, that's crime, that's crime, that's crime. Crime is out of control. And in some instances, that could lead to crime as well, but it does not matter. That's the reason why we have this idea that crime is significantly worse in this country than it actually is when you look at the data. And because people can't make up their minds on why it looks the way it does, they just immediately assume that there must be some other shadowy reason why people think that crime is out of control. It must be that like people are hiding the crime data, or people are, releasing the criminals back into the streets or something like that. That's it. locking up your detergent and your deodorant in the CVS and seeing homeless people everywhere on the streets is part of that equation. It's just yet another invocation of crime that is always there, that is ever present, that is always a threat, that is always a problem. That's the way most people analyze it. That's the way most people see it. Casper, to get your attention, I just found you and I like your content. Thank you for the engagement. Okay, well, I hope you learned something today. The irony, of course, is that the real way to solve at least the feeling that crime is out of control is by combating homelessness. And the way to combat homelessness is by fixing the housing market. But fixing the housing market requires you to do things that a lot of upper middle class and wealthy people don't like. Having more readily available inventory of housing would actually diminish the price point of the existing supply of houses. And considering that many Americans that own a home, around 40%, virtually all of them also have mortgages on their homes and see their homes not as simply shelter, but also a vehicle of investment or a speculative asset or something to leverage additional mortgages over so they can, get more money out in return. Their entire net worth relies on their housing prices consistently going up. This is the major problem in virtually every Western liberal capitalist country right now. Virtually all of them have the same exact issue, with some obvious exceptions like Austria that have, lo and behold, public housing supply. 65% of all homes that are available in Vienna is owned by the government, is public housing, is social housing. That's it. The worse you make the housing market, the more people are placed out of the housing market because they can't afford it. And the more they become homeless, there are more homeless people on the streets. The more you see homeless people on the streets, the dirtier the streets seem, the more you feel like crime is out of control. You look like Sen Tadic. That's so funny to say. That's my little bro, dude. Why do you look so sad? I don't know, because Donald Trump is president again and he's doing a whole bunch of awful nonsense. D-Man's community is falling apart after he got exposed for sharing intimate material non-consensually. Orbiter Civil War. Seems like you won. I didn't do anything. Won what? He's always been a giant piece of shit and will continue to be a giant piece of shit, most likely, for many years. I didn't do anything. I try to stay away from all of that to the best of my ability. Also, there's no winning in this process. Only losing. Dang, I just started watching a few days ago. I thought you were a Trump supporter. No, I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm a supporter of the truth. If, by some random happenstance, Donald Trump does something that I think is appropriate or good, I will openly state it. Having said that, however, Donald Trump very rarely does something that's decent or good.
About those two policies coming back, David, I think it's a real concern, not just for the people that are going to have to respond to the issues that are going to happen along the border, but really what is going to be happening in Mexico.
What is happening? Why is there a truck backing up?
There are shelters right now that don't have a lot of migrants, don't have a lot of families, but their bigger concern is like if you implement a Remain in Mexico, I mean, basically that in Title 42 allows people to just allows our federal government to push migrants back into Mexico to wait for their asylum cases to be heard. That will instantly create issues in these shelters. And then that's when we will also see the potential for a lot of those camps where, people are waiting along the border in awful conditions to try and get heard. I mean, this caused some major issues and major tension between the U.S. and Mexico when these two policies were both in place during the first Trump administration and then, sweeping into the Biden administration as well.
Any indication from authorities there on the ground as to how far they think the Trump administration will go in these early days? You talk about Title 42, of course, was used during COVID. It was actually used in the early days of the Biden administration until the courts caught up with them. But there's been a lot of talk about whether or not that can be brought back in light of other concerns that are now on the radar.
And I think that is why it's so important for us to pay attention to the verbiage, the wording of how these executive orders will come out. Obviously, this is a very smart Trump administration that has been planning, what they're going to do along the border for not just a few months, but really the last year or so. How can they get around the court systems that have already said Remain in Mexico cannot be used any longer by the Biden administration? So in order to bring it back, they've got to write that policy a little bit differently. So we got to pay attention to that. Also, Title 42. The reason why we heard the president come in and say, listen, this is a national emergency along our southern border is that gives him a lot of freedom to then use things like our military, the Department of Defense, bringing troops down here, not just the National Guard anymore. So I think we're going to see him use those avenues and then also the help of Title 42. Again, we've heard a lot of rumblings along the border, a lot of sources and contacts saying we do believe Title 42 is going to come back. This is something that local law enforcement, but more specifically Customs and Border Patrol, these agents can use instantly. It is plug and play for them, David, because they've already had Title 42 in place. They had 4 to 5 years of being able to use that particular policy. So for them, they're ready to go. It's just a matter of what comes out in those executive orders as to exactly, what situations will call for those policies.
Have any of the authorities who've witnessed sort of the change in just the last 6 months there, given the very late stage action taken by outgoing President Joe Biden, and has anyone asked the question down there, why not simply have acted much sooner for the Democrats, obviously given the swift reduction in just the issue at the border in the last 6 months?
We're actually standing in El Paso, right? This is a very blue area in a very red state. We've talked a lot to local community leaders here who have asked that exact question. Their hope
it's not beeping in my house. It's beeping in the video.
Was that during this last administration, the Biden administration, they would see, more of a concerted effort to tackle the immigration issue as a whole and to get everybody on board, right? That we would see this kind of bipartisan coming, to the middle of the aisle and really trying to figure out not just what the root causes were, but really what are the policies that we can put into place that will long-term fix this particular issue. Unfortunately, we saw that, border security bill that would have tried to fix some of the issues. Obviously, that didn't go through last December. And so then President Biden had to step in and issue his own executive order to tighten up what was happening along the border. David, as of right now, listen, it's a considerable difference where I'm standing right now, December 2023, when we saw apprehensions at an all-time high. Now, December of 2024, there was an 80% decrease in apprehensions. And it has a lot to do, right, with the tighter restrictions that we saw the Biden administration put into place. But also they created more pathways for people to seek asylum in a legal way. The biggest concern right now is that if we start to strip away at what's already been put in place, that there will be chaos created along the border when it's quiet right now. One thing we can already point to, the CBP One app. This was an app that was put in place in order to try and streamline the number of people that were coming through. We talked to a lot of people that work not just here along the border in Texas, but also in Mexico. They talked about this app really helping them and also migrants when it came to the dangerousness of crossing the border illegally and the involvement of cartels. Basically, people were saying, listen, I'm going to go about it the right way. I'm going to use the CBP One app, and I'm going to wait for my turn. With that app now gone, there is a real big concern that the chaos will re-ensue.
Maria Villarreal on the border for us. Maria, thank you.
To communicate continuity and change. There are predictable.
Oh, my God. All right. Check a list of executive orders. Chatter, I did that the entire day as they were rolling in. How was your day? Not great. Let's just say not the best day, you know? And as I also told you, instead of the million different executive orders that Donald Trump has covered, the media, I told you they were going to do this, is only talking about the January 6 rioters. Now, to be fair, it is a wild thing to do, okay? Especially considering that some of those dudes are like straight up white nationalists who, you know, actively harmed others. But Trump signs executive order attempting to end birthright citizenship. Like, notice how all of the most awful things that Donald Trump has done so far are all about undocumented migrants or migrants in general, documented migrants, natural born U.S. citizens who are the children of people who aren't American citizens. Like, all of the real harm that's coming out of the administration is almost entirely directed at some of the most marginalized people in this country, okay? It's all done at the behest of white nationalism and white nativist sentiment, white natives' opinions. And yet, Congress, in a bipartisan move with 12 Democrats, signed into law or voted for legislation called the Laken-Riley Act that would give law enforcement officers the capacity to permanently detain migrants, not just undocumented, documented and undocumented migrants, under the suspicion of committing a crime. Okay? Permanent detention and deportation. So if you are a tourist and you look kind of brown, okay, and a cop suspects you of stealing a bag of Skittles, they can deport you. No due process. This is a direct violation of due process, okay? It is something that you have as a constitutionally protected right. This is inherently an unconstitutional law. Having said that, the expectation is that the Supreme Court will not defend this, will not defend the Constitution. This also, attempting to end birthright citizenship, is yet another example. So what is wild to me is that this is the real harm that he's pushing. And it seems like the Democratic Party isn't necessarily against that real harm. And the media itself is hyper-focusing on the January 6ers.
Issue this election cycle. J6 wasn't going to be it.
All right. Alex Boucher, Selena Wang, thanks very much. And now we're going to take you to the convention center where I guess President Trump... all right, so we're going to turn back to these serious issues. We'll take it to the convention center in a minute regarding Trump, Biden, and their dueling pardons. So let's bring in ABC News contributors Christina Simpson Ramirez and Ramesh Ponnuru. So Christina is also the president of Next Gen America. Ramesh is one of the editors is the editor of the National Review magazine. Christina, let me begin with you. I covered Hunter Biden's legal troubles, and one thing that President Biden said again and again is he said it directly on camera to David Muir, he will not pardon his son, Hunter. He did that, and now it seems like pretty much everybody named Biden and General Mark Milley, Anthony Fauci.
No. I can't do that. I can't look at this. Why is no major media talking about their rug pull? That's the other side. Dude, it's the faucet, okay? It is the faucet. They're doing an endless... Yeah, there's a reason why they never show the actual videos of these. Exactly. Libs of TikTok will show screenshots of it and not the actual video. Because usually it's politicians doing this or that, and it's clipped. Elon Musk didn't do that. He just straight up Sig Heiled. Not once, but twice.
Trump wants to take away some...
Anyway, look. Would you agree with my guess that the biggest horrors of his administration will be shown on mainstream news? It will be relegated to social media. Oh, will not be shown? I hope not. I don't know. I hope not. But it does feel like the media is more focused on garbage. And not to say that like pardoning the January 6ers across the board, like all of them, is not a unique thing that he did. It is unique and it is newsworthy. But right now, he's doing a million different things. And many of the other things that he's doing are far more consequential and far worse. So the fact that they're only hyper-focusing on the January 6 pardons is, I think, an abdication of duty. That's how I feel about it. I mean, the rug pull itself is also crazy. Like, that's what I mean. It's just Trump does this. He comes in and he hits every angle across the board. He came in with a rug pull, and then his wife did another rug pull simultaneously. It's fucking insane. And that was before the inauguration. So that's done. It's over. He did it. It's done. It's over. He made his money. The reason why they want to end birthright citizenship after centuries of having it is because the previous goal of populating this continent with Europeans has ended. Now that the Europeans stop coming, they want to end it. Wait, the CNBC coverage over it is normalizing it? No way.
Donald Trump's newly created cryptocurrency surged over the weekend. Robert Frank joins us this morning with more on that. Robert, good morning.
Good morning, Becky. Great to see you. Well, stock markets may be closed today, but the crypto markets are open, and the Trump family is indeed cashing in. Trump's net worth ballooning over the weekend thanks to that new token. It shot up to around $74 on Saturday, now settling down to around $50. The market cap of that meme token now at about $10 billion. Now that is...
I think he owns 80% of this, by the way. Crypto's good, actually. Yeah, best time to say that, chatter. Well, we are so cooked. We are so freaking cooked.
Only for the 200 million tokens that are issued, there will be a total of 1 billion tokens that could be sold over the next year. So you've got only 20%.
I got a notification today that Trump was available on Robinhood. The oligarchy is real. All venture capital is rallying behind this guy. Oh, yeah.
Currently in the market, the other 80% is currently held by Trump's company. Now, if they all sold at today's value, his meme wealth would be over $40 billion. Now, the Trumps have already made around $60 million in fees over the weekend just from all that trading. So separate from that, he's now worth about $7 billion. You got about $4.6 billion from Truth Social, that's DJT, and as well as the $2 to $2.5 billion from the Trump Organization. Now, Melania also cashing in on the crypto craze. Her meme coin, which launched yesterday, now has a market cap of over $2 billion. Eric Trump saying this is all part of a new and growing business sector, and Dollar Trump, that's the meme coin, is currently, quote, the hottest digital meme on earth, and this is just the beginning. Disclosures on the token's website state, quote, Trump memes are not intended to be an investment or security and is not political and has nothing to do with political campaigns or any political office or governmental agency. So, but clearly, Becky, this is the first time we've seen political power translate so quickly into crypto wealth.
Robert, there have been some in the industry, some crypto advocates who have been a little concerned about this move. They want to see more crypto regulation. They want to be brought into these arenas, but they're a little concerned by what they've seen just with the crossover from the administration and this new meme, this new
it was surprising to me that many of the crypto boosters over the weekend saying that they were worried about the effect of this, that these sort of meme.
CoffeeZilla, save us. CoffeeZilla. CoffeeZilla, save us. Save us, CoffeeZilla, save me. The now president of the United States of America, 2 days out from his inauguration, did a classic scam. No other way to put it. I'll use the old people terminology for it. A classic Ponzi scheme, a scam, okay? To the tune of perhaps maybe even multiple billions of dollars, okay? If he sells. I don't know how much he sold so far in the time of this video. I think the worth was at like 50, now it's down to 30 or something, and that's because, you know, it's tanked. That's because he sold, I think, 20% of it or something. A pump and dump. A rug pool. And the like one of the most serious broadcasters of markets is covering it in this way. Like CNBC is supposed to be a serious organization. It's like if the Financial Times wrote the article on Trump's pump and dump and didn't call it a scam and instead talked about it like there was some serious value attached to this. What is going on? I don't know. I don't know what to say about this. I don't know what's happening. What is going on? What's going on? Also, the other side of the story that this is also funny. 2 hours after performing a very energetic sermon at the inauguration, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell has now launched a crypto token. Like everyone's doing it. Everyone is doing it. Now, I want to point to something else here. Okay, fuck the Nelk boys. I don't care about this anymore. Where is it? Melania coin also happened. Trump dump begins, $75 to $45. It's gone down even further. Oh, this dude aped 1 million into Trump and turned it into 120 million. He transferred a bunch of accounts, sold some, but is holding the majority, it seems. Okay. Now, people are talking about this stuff, like looking at the crypto wallets, like tracking crypto wallets to see who's making money and how much money they're making. This person responds and says, I think it's underrated how much this kind of stuff is created in young people, the sense that everything is fake and stupid and wealth is typically achieved at random. Now, what I wanted to say about this in particular is that I saw that Gen Z is more money motivated and like cares more about money and wealth than every other previous generation. And this is something that I have seen as well. It's something that really bothers me in my own little corner of the internet where I see a lot of stuff from a lot of content creators who are much younger than myself, who are like in this space, and they do these like demonstrations of wealth, you know, like, yo, I got my money up, that kind of thing, right? And instead of people responding to that negatively, I think Gen Z likes that shit, and it always weirds me out. It's something that I talked about before with like XQC flexing his wallet and being like, I got your house on my wrist. And I don't know if it's because I'm just too woke, or I don't know if it's because I am too old and I just simply don't understand it. But I think it is a dire situation. This paired up with the reality that upward social mobility through normal means like going to college and getting a job and, you know, being able to purchase a house and being happy and financially secure is seemingly a dream that will never happen. I think a lot of people, a lot of younger people have completely dropped that notion because it's impossible to achieve. Okay, you bought a Porsche Taycan and Stream. First of all, I didn't buy it. I leased it. Secondly, that was fucking 3 years ago. And last but not least, it is a dentist car. You're comparing me going and leasing a dentist car to people who literally flex their watches that are 8 times the value. Not of the lease, mind you. 8 times the value of the car in general. How the fuck can you make this goddamn comparison? Who cares? Most people can't afford that. You are a fucking moron if you think that was me flexing my wealth, okay? Jesus Christ. The guy that cleans my teeth has the same car. Yeah. You could say that about a fucking Acura. Most people can't afford that either, dumbass. The fuck do you mean? Yeah, I bought a house too. You want to get mad about that? Like, it wasn't even supposed to be a flex, mind you. I can't believe this motherfucker is still complaining about me leasing a fucking dentist car. Oh my God. Bro, quit saying it's a dentist car. You drive one of the most expensive car brands available. It is quite literally the car mostly owned by dentists. That's why I'm calling it a dentist car. Not only that, okay. Like, take it up with the dentists, not me, okay? Wasn't your house purchase supposed to be a semi-secret? Of course, I didn't want to be fucking doxxed before I even moved into this house where my family lives. What are you talking about? Yes, it wasn't. It wasn't supposed to be a flex. Anyway. Also, I didn't even purchase it. I fucking leased it. And if you think that it's one of the most expensive cars readily available, you're out of your mind. Okay. Now, the point isn't a car I leased in 2021. The point I'm trying to make is that people flex, like people genuinely flex a lot of wealth. And I think Gen Z, more than any other generation, responds to that positively. And I don't like that. I think it's dire. The situation is dire. Like the Andrew Tates of the world. You know what I mean? Like, look at me. I have a Bugatti. That immediately is like a positive thing. There should not be a positive association with that. Does that make sense? And I think the reason why they have this like hyper focus on wealth and getting their money up and not their funny up and doing all these schemes is because normal means of having like a reasonable middle class existence is impossible. It's just impossible. And in the absence of that possibility, people just look to these like get rich quick schemes and oftentimes end up losing a lot more than they could potentially gain as well. Did you ever give a full MTV Cribs type tour of the house? Fuck no. Are you crazy? Dude, I did that one time, okay? The unlimited amount of access that I gave to my audience bit me in the ass dramatically. People 4 years later are still talking about how I'm flexing that I leased a Porsche. What are you talking about? That was a major mistake. Why would you ask that again? No. And it's not like I'm saying I'm broke. I've never said that either. Well, when I was broke, I did say I was broke. Which is kind of funny because people... it's kind of funny because people still... That Charlie Kirk video got recirculated recently, back when in like 2016 or whatever, 2017, when I debated him at Politicon. And I was talking about how I made $65,000 a year at the Young Turks. And people in the comments were like, look at this rich asshole lying. Yeah. Can you imagine lying about your salary? You live in a $3 million house. It's like, dude, that's time. It changes. Okay. That was fucking, you know, at this point, almost 8 years ago. Yes. Time has changed. Hasan, please stop yelling at everyone who asks you a question. I'm not. Am I yelling? $65,000 is amazing. Okay, I'm done. We're not talking about how much. Yes, $65,000 in Los Angeles is not amazing. You're wrong. Okay. In any case, yeah, I do. Yeah. First of all, guys, newsflash. This might come as a surprise to you, but I'm financially very successful. Okay. I have 50,000 subscribers. Okay. It's not hidden. I don't know if you know this or not, but I've been one of the most subscribed channels on this platform for many years at this point. Okay. This is not a flex. It's just what it is. Okay. That's it. Hero of Zoe, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. My point is, it's not like this is not a hidden secret. Like, you're not unearthing some secret thing when you make this assumption. When you're like, oh, you wear expensive shit sometimes. Not jewelry, but sometimes I wear clothing that is expensive. You know what I mean? It's true. I do. It is well within my means. You know what I mean? My goal is, and my hope is, that we can redesign society so you can also have more financial freedoms. So you also don't have to fucking worry about dumb shit. Man, this is just asking to get clipped. I know. How do you keep yourself grounded? I feel like rich people often get out of touch with reality with regular people. I don't know. Well, the number one thing is that I don't actually change anything that I do in my life. When I was dead broke, I was streaming. Now that I'm not, I'm still doing the exact same thing. I spend 8 to 10 hours a day doing the exact same thing for the past 6 years. Haven't stopped, regardless of my finances. So I think that's one of the major reasons. It's not like, with my wealth, I've grown expensive taste and I just go yachting or whatever the fuck. I don't do anything else. This is all I do. This is what I like to do. This is what I get a lot of fulfillment out of. I'm about to go to Japan with a bunch of my friends. And when I'm there, I'm going to be streaming at 5 a.m. Tokyo time so that I can still cover the fucking news in Japan. And that is what, in some ways, financial stability and wealth offers me. The opportunity to be able to travel, but then also still maintain the same stream schedule that I have. Okay? So that's it. You could admit that nobody can afford to live in Hollywood. I don't have a problem with that. But what? But I don't have a problem that you do live there, but you pretend like it's normal. What? When I was nowhere near as financially successful as I was living in the same exact neighborhood. I don't know if you know that. You can still rent. You know? There's apartments everywhere. Hollywood is a fucking expensive location. Yeah, it is. Also, there's still readily available, cheaper alternatives, but it's still, of course, going to be more expensive than Birmingham. But that's not my fault. I didn't make the housing market. What do you want me to do? I don't know what's happening. I love that I just started talking about Gen Z's hyper focus on wealth, and the conversation immediately turns to you're a rich socialist. Like, I am, dude, and I'm not a socialist. How about that? Fuck socialism. I love capitalism. What changes? Nothing. My argument doesn't change, and my value set doesn't change. Okay, there you go. Who cares? You know what I mean? It's so weird. Where like 90% of my advocacy around the housing market is about clawing the housing prices down, and motherfuckers will be like, they'll act like I'm the one who signed into law that we just can never have more readily available housing supply. I'm not your enemy, okay? But yeah, as far as what's going on, I will do more news coverage tomorrow. I'm tired. You know. So I'm going to end it here. But I'll be back tomorrow. Oh my God, Kaya immediately gets up when the song starts. You are such a little lady. Little lady. Oh, she knows the stream is over. Anyway, love you guys. You have no one to protect you but yourselves and your neighbors. Who knows what will happen tomorrow, but I will be there to cover it as always. And yeah, no matter where I am in the world, whether it's Japan or not, but I'm not going to be in Japan yet. I will be in Japan in a couple days though. Love you all and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.